pick up. After some thought, Yilan truly felt this was highly possible. He wasn't sure whether to praise Su Lejang for his professionalism or his good luck, but that group of people might have stumbled upon the core secret without realizing it, and were already close to touching it. Bang! The grappling hook shot out, and Yilan echoed through the dark, unlit cave once more, returning to the underground space at 800 meters. Below, walking towards the tunnel Su Lejang and his team had originally dug towards the snow mountain. As long as he continued along that path, he would surely reach the foot of the snow mountain. After walking several hundred meters, Yilan stopped. It seemed the small team had only dug this far before he appeared, causing them to stop. Yilan looked around, picked up the discarded digging tool, pressed the switch, and continued digging forward with a rumbling sound. This continued for several minutes, and after another few hundred meters of passage were dug through, Yilan stopped. According to the coordinates on the electronic compass Su Lejang had given him before leaving, this should be directly beneath the giant snow mountain. But he still couldn't feel anything. Yilan frowned, looking up at the condensed rock layer, and sighed softly. Am I really going to have to dig from here all the way to the mountain peak? Su Lejang's absurd operation that he couldn't complete will be fulfilled by me, right? Although it was a bit annoying, Yilan still started digging upwards. Under the power of technology, this was merely a bit troublesome. Rumble, rumble. He dug upwards for several hundred meters, and every so often, Yilan would use his activated grappling hook to secure himself, moving forward in this manner. Then, with another ascent, a sense of dizziness swirled in Yilan's mind, lingering and almost causing him to lose his balance. Yilan's pupils contracted. Opening his eyes again, the frozen earth and coldness had all disappeared, and Yilan was back in the original, normal world. Found it, meow? As soon as it warmed up, Mind Cat materialized again, excitedly looking left and right. No, my deduction is the exact opposite. Yilan stared at his surroundings, narrowing his eyes. We've left the range of that bizarre illusion. Mind Cat froze, not quite understanding the situation for a moment. What do you mean, meow? It means our direction was completely wrong, and we've already moved out of the illusion's range. Yilan narrowed his eyes. It seems our speculation about it was wrong. It doesn't want to be discovered or found by me. Meow? A big question flashed through Mind Cat's small head. Getting to this point in this illusion, in essence, it wanted to induce us to explore in the opposite direction from it, the further away the better. This indicates that it's not strong, or even has no strength at all. Yilan's eyes flickered. However, it might truly just be an ability objects. Because it has no sentience, it used such a clumsy method, using a snow mountain to guide us to explore in the wrong direction. Otherwise, it would have guided us back the way we came through the design of the illusion, which would have been the optimal solution. But it's precisely because of this that I discovered the problem. Yilan's lips curved upwards. Mind Cat didn't understand, but was very expectant. Big brother Yilan is always right, meow. What's the problem, meow? Reverse your thinking. Yilan said, the purpose of this illusion is to lead us away. How does it do that? Mind Cat thought for a moment, then answered Yilan's question. By making us go to places we perceive as safe, to get further and further away from it, meow? Exactly. Yilan clapped his hands. So if you were it, where would its true body be in the illusion? Of course, in the most dangerous place, meow. Mind Cat had just finished speaking when it froze, as if understanding something in an instant, so. Meow. The place where an avalanche is about to happen. So that's how it is, meow. Whoosh. Finally finding the most probable answer, Yilan returned at full speed. Soon, Yilan's vision returned to the snow-covered ground, with the tall and majestic snow mountain not far away. Rumble, rumble. With the uninvited guest's arrival once more, the snow mountain seemed provoked, trembling slightly in a furious rage. Boom. Rumble, rumble. This time it was no longer just an opening move. With a thunderous explosion, the entire snow mountain began to shake violently. Rumble, rumble. Amidst the violent tremors, the entire snow mountain's silver-white surface surged like a sea of snow. It rolled downwards, layer by layer, growing higher and larger. By the time it reached the halfway point of the mountain, it had already formed a 1,000-meter-high giant wave of snow. Yilan looked up, and from this perspective, the snow wave almost filled the entire sky. And humans were destined to sleep here. Holy cow, meow. It's terrifying, meow. Mine Cat's voice trembled as never before. This was the roar of nature. Should we hide, meow? Yilan stood like a lone boat before a giant wave, unmoving, quietly watching the avalanche crash towards him. Just as he was about to be engulfed, Yilan's lips curved slightly. Good heavens, it really did hide a trap. Snap! With a crisp snap of his fingers, a mist blue coin appeared in Yilan's hand, and at the moment of direct contact with the snow wave, Yilan returned to the normal underground cavern. Meow? Mine Cat cautiously opened one eye halfway, a little bewildered. How did we come back, meow? There's a trap hidden here, specifically for those who see through the illusion. Yilan sneered. Because they know it's an illusion, because they know it's very weak, and its true body is hiding there, they'll let their guard down. Although that avalanche is fake, all the sensory perceptions in the illusion are real. When the avalanche engulfs you, if your consciousness believes you've died, then you might truly die. Yilan sighed with emotion. Just like that group of people just now, if we hadn't interfered, they might really have frozen to death. This is a trap placed in plain sight. If it were someone else, unable to switch between illusion and reality, it will like me, even if they guessed this step, it would be difficult to break. Free. Yilan smiled. But I can. I've already found its location and dispelled the illusion. Next, all that's needed is the simplest. Boom! Deep blue psionic energy erupted furiously, sweeping through the entire space. Without regard for psionic energy consumption, the entire cave instantly turned into an eternal deep blue night. Under the single color tone, all out-of-place objects began to reveal their true forms. For example, in this deep blue cave, a ray of light appeared. Light. Yilan maintained his psionic energy emission, strode over, and reached out to grasp that ray of light. The light quickly dimmed in Yilan's hand, continuously shrinking, finally revealing its original form. That was a crystalline, very small, flawless square glass shard. This, meow. Mine Cat stared with wide eyes for a long time, hesitating. How do I feel like it's that piece of glass I saw when I looked back in time, the one the bottle of edge embezzled? Yilan's mouth twitched, once again failing to maintain his composure with the wording, but Yilan nodded. Yes. Arrangement. Whoosh. His grappling hook echoed as Yilan returned to the ground. The Cybernetic Legion will fully take over the scene. The Gene Enhancement Military Corps will blockade the entire area. You few, go help the exploration team members for a full checkup. On the ground of what was formerly Dawn Fortress, now the Eternal Night Camp, Su Lejean commanded with great composure and order. City Lord Su. Execute immediately. Su Lejean was swamped with work and didn't have time to listen to him for a moment. Anything urgent can wait a bit. But what? If it's intel, just throw it directly into my tent. I'll go look at it right away. But that's the deity attendant who came up from me. Ha? Su Lejean paused, then abruptly turned his head, overjoyed for a moment. War God. You finally came up. Yilan. It could only be said that no matter how many times, facing Su Lejean's overwhelming enthusiasm was still a bit uncomfortable. Yilan nodded slightly in response, then quickly scanned the entire scene. Sky City's military corps had basically arrived in succession. The Gene Enhancer Military Corps and Cybernetic Legion, who had distinguished themselves in the Battle of Sky City and whose hidden dangers he had later resolved, had completely blockaded the scene, including the entire Dawn Fortress area he had pointed out. War God, down there. Just thinking about the environment from earlier, Su Lezhang still had lingering fears. After all, from his perspective, he had truly experienced a great adventure in the snow mountains. It's been resolved, no need to worry. Yilan offered a slight reassurance, then added, but the blockade of the scene cannot be relaxed, continued. Vigilance and observation are still needed. After speaking, Yilan glanced at the situation here again, this time primarily assessing it from a combat power perspective. Then, Yilan made a decision. No need to transfer more personnel from Sky City, these are enough. Station them here. Su Lezhang received the order and patted his chest. Got it. However, high-end combat power seems a bit insufficient. Yilan thought for a moment, his brows furrowing slightly. How much anomalous level combat power can be mobilized now? Upon hearing this, Su Lezhang hesitated. Oh no. The main god's deity attendants are basically all in the night house and by your side. Furthermore, Bai Taodao also possesses anomalous level combat power, but she's also at the night house. Beyond that, there's just me, Zhao Taiyui, Zhao Yuan, and Bai Zhuahai, which count as 3 near anomalous level combat units, but it's probably very difficult to defeat a true anomaly. And Panshur's lock and barrier of the world, perhaps only you can mobilize them, they haven't paid us any mind yet. Those two probably aren't ignoring you, but rather recuperating in peace. Muttering a complaint to himself, Yilan nodded slightly. Issue an order, instructing Bai Zhuahai to take charge of all matters in Sky City, mobilize Zhao Taiyui, Zhao Yuan, and the Mechanical Colossus. To rapidly come as reinforcements, to strengthen the camp here with you. Su Lezhang's description of near anomalous level combat power was very apt, but one isn't enough, two should be about right, no? Although it might seem that with such a large-scale mobilization, Sky City would be somewhat empty, the reality was quite the opposite. 005 and 006 currently resided there. Moreover, Sky City itself had already become an anomaly. Yes. Su Lezhang's blood boiled as he listened to Yilan's latest instructions. Although there seemed to be no tasks for now, and staying here even felt a bit idle, was that possible? The scale of this mobilization was almost an all-out attack, wasn't it? Furthermore, there was Yilan, a main god-level combat unit carrying numerous anomalies, and Bai Taodao, who was acting with the cathedral. However, wait a minute. Su Lezhang suddenly realized a crucial problem: how do we get the Mechanical Colossus over here? This was actually a redundant question, as that thing was almost the size of a city. Transporting it as a tactical weapon was absolutely impossible, the only way was for it to walk over. But setting aside how much time it would take to walk such a long distance, the energy and resources it would consume would also be countless. This also had to be said that the Twilight God cult's nerves were already stretched to breaking point. Your army moving back and forth was relatively better, but once that kind of giant anomalous level war machine moved brazenly towards this place, they would probably only conclude that you wanted an all-out war. After thinking for a moment, Yilan had to admit that such a possibility did exist. But setting aside that Yilan would need his own people to act and search extensively for various upcoming matters, he also indeed had to prepare for the extreme possibility from the Twilight God cult. He couldn't do everything himself, could he? Fight the boss himself, and fight the small monsters himself too? No, those difficult days were long gone. Lu Zhang. Ha? Seeing Yilan call his name immediately after finishing his thoughts, Su Lezhang couldn't help but straighten up. When Yilan called him at this moment, without a doubt, it was definitely to issue a mission. Do you have any desserts on you? Su Lezhang was dumbfounded for a long time. Huh? I'm so ready for battle, and this is what I get? I have half a cabin of high-sugar compressed biscuits, for the elite squad's emergency use. Even so, Su Lezhang scratched his head and answered. Truthfully. You want to eat? Or should I notify Sky City to send some over? After all, these are mainly practical, they might not taste very good. Sky City has a complete dessert production line, absolutely enough for you to eat until you're satisfied. No need. Yilan's mouth twitched, and he didn't explain anything, directly taking off his gradient-colored gloves. Take it back to Sky City and transport the mechanical colossus over through the formless hand. Lu Zhang blinked, finally realizing. Oh. So that's how it is. Too busy to pay attention to his excited and worried handling of the gloves, Yilan gave a reminder. Remember to notify Sky City in advance to prepare for mutated giant rats. Understood. When an anomaly left Yilan, it had effects and characteristics. Seeing that Yilan seemed to have more to say, Su Lezhang couldn't help but look up again. And then? Then, requisition a senior appraiser from Mist Antiques in Sky City and bring them along. Yilan thought for a moment and said, require them to have a complete, full set of Mist Blue coin collections ready for use, especially. Yilan tossed him a Dawn Fortress-style Mist Blue coin. Especially this one, you also need to collect it, the more, the better. Understood. Leave it to me. Su Lezhang felt it was too simple, well, except for the pressure of traveling with the formless hand. It hadn't been long since the time in Sewage Town, when the formless hand was still an unreachable, uncommunicative god in his eyes. After arranging the reinforcement issue, Yilan pressed the communicator again. Location, Night House, by Tao Tao. Tao Tao, report your situation. Yes. Without a doubt, even while on a mission, as the Eternal Night Divine Church's Pope, it was impossible that only Yilan would contact her. During this not-so-long period, the constant tempering had given her voice a hint of the coldness of a high-ranking individual. The Twilight God cult has dispatched an anomaly from Twilight City to receive the Liang Town team, attempting to shake off our tail. Anomaly? Yilan frowned slightly, his gaze flickering. Then, can you still keep up? It's a bit difficult, but we shouldn't lose them. Bai Taodao explained, as long as their destination for Twilight City doesn't change, even if we can't see their exact location, we know their direction and the time required. Yilan nodded slightly. Very good, specific time? This time, Bai Taodao was very certain. At the latest in 2 hours, the target team will arrive at Twilight City. I understand, continue to follow. After speaking, Yilan hung up the communication. Snap. Before the formless hand and Su Lezhang left, Yilan took out his hand and snapped his fingers one last time. The divine drive, with its futuristic technological feel, landed smoothly, and Yilan couldn't help but show a relaxed smile. Old friend, are you ready to race? V-room. Boom. Twisting the throttle, Yilan put on his helmet. Let's go. Meeting an acquaintance. In this bright and hopeful wilderness of Yuguan land, the divine drive raced at an extremely high, constant speed. A long time had passed. Whether it was a hallucination or not, as he got closer to Yuguang City, Yilan felt his vision becoming hazy. After adjusting his direction several times, Yilan finally saw the night house appearing in the distance. Confirming that the crystal ball's psychological invisibility was active, Yilan did not approach rashly but stopped in his tracks. Not far away, Yilan could already see the complete outline of Yuguang City. Nestled by mountains and water, bathed in the warmest light, the magnificent city glowed, truly grand. A colossal temple could be seen at the very center and highest point of Yuguang City, so tall that from the ground, it looked as if it would overlap with the sun in the sky. Leading to that temple was a flight of stairs, each step over 10 meters long, rising directly at a 45-degree incline. It was very much like the grand road leading to the main hall of an ancient imperial palace. Of course, these stairs leading to the temple were longer and stretched further. Man, was Yuguang City like this before? Yilan suddenly turned his head. Hearing this, Xiaoman paused slightly, carefully observed the outline of Yuguang City ahead, hesitated for a long time, but still nodded. Yes. She knew that Yilan asking this question likely meant he had already noticed something amiss or unusual. But unfortunately, she had tried very hard to look but couldn't find any problems. Perhaps, it's a bit darker than usual? The sentence was spoken casually, but Xia Man herself suddenly realized something important and became alert. A bit darker? That's right. It was noon, the brightest time of day, so how could it be a bit darker instead? Gently nodding, Yilan couldn't help but fall into thought. I don't know if you noticed, but I almost got lost several times just now, Yilan said hesitantly. But I don't think it's my problem, even though it's my first time here. Ah? Xia Man's expression was a bit strange. Lost? Yuguangland had no small gathering points, only a few large, isolated gathering points compared to the vast land. This meant there were almost no forks in the road, especially between cities. It was basically a straight, direct road connecting the two cities. How could he get lost here? How could he get lost? Getting lost on such a road must be a talent, right? Yes. Yilan knew what she was thinking and shrugged helplessly. That's why I said, it's definitely not my problem. Xia Man kindly reminded him, you have so many anomalies on you. I heard each anomaly has its own influence and characteristics. Do you think it might be? No, Yilan's mouth twitched, almost having his train of thought derailed by Xia Man. Have you ever seen me get lost? Oh, right. Just then, Xia Man suddenly realized a very important issue. Where are the people from Liang Town? She asked cautiously. We can already see the night house, these people should be nearby. Before she could finish, the air in her vision seemed to tremble, and suddenly, a storm brewed. This is... Xia Man showed an incredulous expression, and then Yilan gave her the answer. Psychological invisibility. Recalling his recent experience, Yilan mused, and it should also have an effect. I know, meow. Just then, the mine cat suddenly cried out loudly, it must be the wandering butterfly, meow. Wandering butterfly? Hearing this somewhat familiar name, Yilan fell into thought. What do we do now? Xia Man couldn't help but ask. Although Yilan had said many times that he wanted to find the Yuhui Pope, now that the moment was here, she still wasn't sure how Yilan planned to proceed. Don't panic, let's first meet the anomaly responsible for this area. With that, Yilan's entire body surged with psionic energy, and a deep blue mist erupted. Devour. Yilan's power, like a fierce tiger, bit into the huge but thin mist. In an instant, the psionic energy covering the entire Liang town camp of thousands of people stirred. It was surprise and panic. After a shallow bite, Yilan directly stood in the middle of the intersecting road, waiting motionlessly. Before long, a bewildered expression suddenly appeared in Xia Man's eyes. What am I doing? And why am I returning to Yuguangland? Just for so-called revenge. This back-and-forth revenge, I retaliate against others, then their friends retaliate against me, and after that, my friends retaliate against others, a cycle, hatred passed down through generations, like an unbreakable knot. Does it really have meaning? It's like the strange Jianghu from thousands of years ago. Xia Man paused, a spark of clarity flashed in her eyes, but then quickly faded. Things have come to this, how can I retreat? But, what about the greater good? If my sister truly died at the Pope's hands, but the Pope himself has no major character flaws and is a trustworthy partner in dealing with the wasteland threat, should I really seek revenge against him because of personal grudges? Will this plunge the entire wasteland into turmoil? Will it make Yilan struggle in Yuguangland because of me? Hey! Yilan couldn't listen anymore, and patted Xia Man's head, making her completely dazed for a moment. Ha! Xia Man looked utterly bewildered, and Yilan was already finding it amusing, wanting to roll his eyes. What nonsense are you talking about? Are you going to lament the meaning of life and what we live for next? Xia Man. The atmosphere was completely ruined by Yilan, but it also instantly sobered her up, and a flash of realization appeared in her eyes. I was just... Yes. Beautiful specks of light were already beginning to flicker before Yilan's eyes, eventually coalescing into a single mass. Finally, it transformed into the shape of a butterfly. Wandering butterfly. Boss. A slightly coquettish voice came. Yilan actually never knew what opening line to say in such situations, but thankfully, this time he had the little cat with him. Little butterfly, meow. It really is you, meow. I knew it, meow. The mind cat happily pounced out, transitioning between solid and ethereal, giving the wandering butterfly a huge scare. Perhaps it should be said that for flying creatures, any feline pouncing at their face is terrifying, right? Boss, help me, meow. Ha? Sister little cat? That's right, meow. It's me, meow. Xia man. Really, is this an anomaly? Watching this somewhat absurd reunion scene, Yilan's mouth twitched slightly, and he interrupted their reminiscing, pointing at the scene. What is this? Oh. The wandering butterfly blinked, confirmed it was indeed Yilan himself, and began to explain. Because that human pope felt uneasy about the Yangye cathedral following him, he invoked the wartime anomaly deployment regulations set by the Pure Remnant Sun and asked the two of us to escort them. However, you should know very well that I can't possibly attack ordinary people. Yilan nodded gently, but seemed somewhat insistent, in such a tumultuous time, to spare two anomalies to escort a group of civilians, isn't that a bit too extravagant? Perhaps this was not easy to understand, but if phrased differently, it would be very clear. When the crisis erupted at Dawn Fortress, if there had been two more anomalies in the fortress, the outcome might have been completely different. It's like this, I don't know why, but that human pope attaches extreme importance to this group of ordinary people, the wandering butterfly said. In my opinion, he doesn't seem very worried about the Eternal Night Divine Church doing anything that would incur divine wrath and human resentment. Sending us here ostensibly to hide the traces of these people, but in reality, it's to conceal his own movements. Leaving the city. Yilan was rarely slightly stunned. Conceal his tracks? Yes. The wandering butterfly did not hide anything at all. That human pope said that he wants these people to feel the warmth of coming home, to create a charitable image, completely different from the judgment tribunal, and is preparing to personally go out of the city to welcome them. The purpose of him inviting us is actually so that he won't be discovered by the people in the night house when he leaves the city. Without any hesitation, the wandering butterfly completely sold out the pope. Sigh. Watching this scene, Xiaomanman actually felt a mix of emotions. There was the exhilaration of gaining crucial intelligence, but also an unavoidable worry about the situation of the Twilight God cult. If all the abnormalities in the Twilight God cult were like this, bowing down to Yilan the moment they saw him, wouldn't the Twilight God cult be ruined? She could only say, it was fortunate it was Yilan, and fortunate it was the Eternal Night Divine Church. If there ever came a day when the Eternal Night Divine Church completely replaced the functions and status of the Twilight God cult, she wouldn't feel too much, only a sense of peace. Yilan naturally didn't know what she was thinking, but regarding this intelligence, his brows were tightly furrowed. What is the meaning of going out of the city to welcome them? Mobilizing two abnormalities just to quietly show up outside the city? Of course, it's not just to take a stroll outside. The wandering butterfly said what it knew. It is said that these people once believed in a false god. In order to avoid hidden dangers to Yuguang City and the threat of the false god, he prepared to perform a ritual called Holy Light Baptism on them. After leaving the city. Holy Light Baptism? Simply put, it's a ritual that simulates the power of the main god, which can force out other malicious powers hidden in the body, instantly. Showcasing the infinite divine might of the main god. Yilan's brow furrowed again, and this time he directly asked for the wandering butterfly's opinion. Don't you also find it very strange? For a Yuhui Pope, isn't he paying too much attention to the people at this gathering point? Before the wandering butterfly could answer, Yilan felt something even stranger. Moreover, I think his statement is completely untenable. Yilan listed his views one by one. Something like holy light baptism feels like a trick to fool people. It sounds powerful, but in reality, it's just a detection type ability. What assurance does he have that if a major problem is truly detected, such as the false goddess hiding among the crowd, he can handle it? If I were him, shouldn't I bring these people into the city for the holy light baptism to be foolproof? Yuguang City has various arrangements, backup plans, and more than 10 abnormalities from 003. The wandering butterfly felt its head start to ache. I really haven't thought about these things. I'm not very good at things that require analysis. Yilan had nothing to say, but indeed, for most abnormalities, thinking was a troublesome matter they were unwilling and didn't need to do. I'm already so strong, why should I use my brain? It seems that meeting the Pope is indeed unavoidable, as no answers could be obtained from the wandering butterfly. Let me sneak in silently and directly find the Pope. Can you do that? For such a small matter, the wandering butterfly answered without hesitation. Of course, no problem. If I said I couldn't, wouldn't I be eaten on the spot? As for that Pope, it wouldn't be a big deal to replace him then, right? The wandering butterfly's affirmative answer greatly satisfied the Mind Cat, feeling that this was a very honorable moment. However, at this moment, Yilan suddenly thought of something again. But psychological invisibility isn't your ability, is it? At this, Xia Manman suddenly reacted. Psychological invisibility? That's right. A crystal ball can only cover 2 people. This covers nearly 1,000 people. Yilan nodded, his gaze profound. Yes. This can only be the main body. Whoosh. As soon as his words fell, the psychological invisibility could no longer be maintained, and a faint, flickering phantom slowly appeared beside the wandering butterfly. Boss. The unknown abnormality, whose ability was psychological invisibility, looked embarrassed. It's not that I didn't want to see you, I was just about to. Stop, no need to explain. Yilan waved his hand, already used to it, and genuinely didn't mind at all. His subordinates like Panshir's Lock would turn and run the moment they saw him. You merely staying invisible in place is already excellent. Let bygones be bygones. Now, both of you just work together wholeheartedly. You must create an environment for me to directly contact the Yu Hui Pope without him discovering me. Yi Lan's eyes were deep. And, no one must discover me. Creak. 20 minutes later, the gates of Yuguang City slowly opened. It was as if the gates of a dwarf's treasury had been opened, revealing dazzling, blinding golden light. Golden light and white radiance intertwined, and although the interior could not be seen, it felt for a moment as if one had arrived in a divine realm. Immediately after, a circular chariot, like the sun, drove out from the divine realm. Completely different from the cool, simple, yet infinitely profound and deep design of the eternal Night Pope's robe, the Yu Hui Pope's robe was extremely flamboyant and dazzling. Under a robe adorned with countless sparkling ornaments, the Yu Hui Pope held a scepter, slightly tilted his head, making a gesture of embracing the sun, and slowly approached with the chariot. Shimmering light particles danced around his entire body, and a faint mist enveloped him, paving his way. The dual effects of psychological invisibility and external confusion allowed him to arrive at the Liang town camp gracefully and without attracting external attention. Of course, this was what the Yu Hui Pope thought. Yilan was indifferent, but the people of Liang town were a bit dumbfounded by this scene. Is this a human? Is this really a human? This entrance, it's a bit too sacred, isn't it? So, such preparations also had an effect. At least at this moment, most of the Liang town residents, including the Liang town leader, felt that they had come to the right place. This is the true twilight, this is the true divine realm. And we, too, are finally about to become true members of the Twilight God cult in this wasteland. Greetings, Pope. The mayor of Liang town took the lead, sincerely and loudly bowing. Greetings, Pope. Many residents of Liang town shouted from the bottom of their hearts. So much lingering unease, the devastating blow of knowing the truth, the worry of arriving at Dawn Fortress, all found true relief here. What kind of attitude, what kind of courtesy is this? The Pope personally welcomed them. Baptism of Holy Light. Accompanied by calls, the Yuhui Pope appeared peaceful and kind on the surface, but inwardly, he felt extremely comfortable. It wasn't that he hadn't received flattery, on the contrary, he was constantly surrounded by all sorts of compliments every day. But today's feeling was unique, unprecedented. Because there were two abnormalities helping him clear the way, hide, and the special effects surrounding him, these were all things he had never experienced before. He looked so handsome today. Gazing at the night house not far away, the Yuhui Pope first felt a moment of solemnity and pressure, as if under siege, but then quickly relaxed, letting out a low chuckle. Yongye Cathedral? So what? They still couldn't see his existence, could they? At once, the Yuhui Pope's mind settled, and his voice resonated with authority. Citizens of Liang Town, please rise. He declared loudly. The Twilight God cult treats everyone in the wasteland fairly. From the beginning of the apocalypse until now, it has saved everything it could see, preserved the beautiful humanity from before the apocalypse, and never abandoned any victims like you. Although you once went astray, that was the interference of false gods, evil gods, who exploited you. But what they exploited was your hearts, yearning for light. His words were resonant and eloquent, stirring the blood of the Liang Town crowd. All their unease disappeared. Their terrible experience of believing in a false god was not only not blamed but was even highly praised. I, the Yuhui Pope, announced today. The Yuhui Pope once again spread his scepter, tilted his head slightly, and adopted the sacred pose of embracing the sun. I absolve you of all sins of serving false gods and, on behalf of the main god, bestow its goodwill and light. The people of Liang Town bowed down, this time with heartfelt conviction and hysterical excitement. Thank you, Pope. Thank you for the divine grace of the Twilight God. Thank you for the divine grace of the Twilight God. The Pope nodded in satisfaction. The current progress could be said to be unexpectedly smooth. So, the next step was particularly simple, to detect if there was any hidden false god power in them, and then demonstrate the vastness of Twilight. And spread light. There were no surprises here either. After all, before leaving the city, during the migration of Liang Town, he had already instructed the punishment squad leading the team to conduct initial secret checks. Set up the ritual. Yes. The elite punishment squad responded to the Yuhui Pope's call and quickly set up a huge formation. After placing several special ability objects in its center and four corners, instantly, a powerful, light-filled gust of wind surged. In contrast, wailing shadows appeared from the bodies of the Liang Town residents. These shadows simultaneously shot up from thousands of Liang Town residents, condensing into a dark giant in the sky, like a terrifying demon. Xia Manman's eyes widened in shock, but Ji Lan's eyes flickered with suspicion. Is it my imagination? Why don't I feel any power from those shadows? The mind cat also observed carefully, scratching its head. I don't feel it either, meow. Yi Lan. What the hell, is this Yuhui Pope making his own special effects? Such great evil. The Pope narrowed his eyes, exuding the demeanor of a master, with a powerful aura. Bang bang. He struck several poses, then pointed his scepter at the ground, striking it repeatedly, emitting layers of golden halos. Afterward, he chanted incantations. Eternal light. Hope of the wasteland. Pure sunlight. A layer of endless dark clouds had already gathered between heaven and earth, pressing down on the dark giant, adding to its gloom and power. Wind and clouds surged. As his voice rang out, wind and clouds surged between heaven and earth. Even the sun and the sky seemed to be summoned, looking in this direction. Suddenly, it was as if a strong ray of sunlight pierced a small hole in the middle of stormy dark clouds. A pillar of light shot down through the infinite darkness. The pillar of light went all the way down, finally hitting the Pope like a spotlight, making him look more sacred than ever before. In an instant, there were celestial phenomena, looking like a golden god battling a demon. Of course, even the Pope himself didn't realize that at this moment, something else had mixed into it. Purify. He let out a sky-shattering roar, and the pillar of light piercing through the dark clouds seemed to break free, becoming brighter and stronger in an instant. Then it directly tore through the darkness, as if the sky had been ripped open. The sun, illuminating everything, radiated down from that, and then dispelled everything in all directions. Darkness shattered like rain, falling to the ground, warm sunlight showered down on every Liang town resident. The sunlight felt so comfortable that even the Pope couldn't help but close his eyes for a moment, basking in the brief pleasure. Ah! This light! After all this ended, heaven and earth quieted down. The Pope quietly shook his head, no longer lingering in the sunlight, and confidently opened his eyes, ready to receive the second prostration under the special effects. Humph! I wonder if there are any experts in the Eternal Night Divine Church. If so, they should be watching from that stone house, right? The Yu-Hui Pope thought leisurely. I should have just shown myself instead of hiding. Let them see it. Let them watch, let them like watching, and hopefully scare them to death, to awe them, and make them understand the gap, understand what it means to be the number one power in the wasteland. Thinking these thoughts, the Yu-Hui Pope opened his eyes. Then he froze. There was nothing, inexplicably nothing in front of him. His guard squad was gone, the two abnormalities he invited were gone. Even so many thousands of Liang town residents were gone too? Wasn't the last scene in his memory the completion of the ritual, with dazzling sunlight tearing through the darkness? But as far as his eyes could see now, the sky above was still black, and everything was dark. The only difference between the sky and the darkness was a string of twinkling, starry blue lights, combined to form a magnificent sight like the Milky Way. This is eternal night? The Pope was stunned, even his heart seemed to have stopped instantly. In his line of sight, there was only one person. That person was a few meters in front of him, sitting in a reclining chair, leisurely crossing his legs, with a fierce cat perched on his shoulder. Eager to try something. It's quite difficult to meet you, the person said playfully. Twilight Pope. Chatting. Gulp. The Yu-Hui Pope couldn't help but swallow. What? What's going on? Wasn't everything going smoothly? Wasn't everything proceeding according to his plan? Didn't two anomalies clear the way for him by stealth? Hadn't Liang Town already bowed in reverence? Why? He closed his eyes and opened them, and suddenly everything was gone. Where were the anomalies? Where was the wandering butterfly? Who are you? The Yu-Hui Pope exclaimed, where is this? Me? I actually don't believe you haven't seen my file. The person stood up and smiled slightly, Eternal Night Envoy, Yilan. Yilan leisurely walked towards the Pope, forcing him to retreat repeatedly. He shouldn't have been this flustered, it was mainly because this scene was too bizarre. As for where this is, Yilan showed a questioning expression. How exactly are you the Yu-Hui Pope? You can't even recognize the dream space of eternal nightmare? Hearing that, the Yu-Hui Pope really wanted to curse. He knew eternal nightmare, and he knew dream spaces, but why did Yilan think he could recognize it? He had never been inside. Anomalies were very reluctant to part with their power, why would they idly open a dream space? But he didn't dare to curse it out, instead, his pupils suddenly constricted. More terrifying than the Eternal Night Envoy suddenly appearing before him was the fact that he was already completely under the control of an anomaly. Yilan. Your Eternal Night Divine Church is going too far. The Pope, whether feigning it or not, his face was flushed with anger. My Twilight has long considered you friends, and has provided much assistance since the Eternal Night Divine Church's establishment. Yet, you have repeatedly ignored our warnings and invaded Twilight territory. He wanted to bang on a table, but unfortunately, there was no table, so he vigorously struck the ground with his scepter. To this day, it's getting more and more excessive, you've even openly ambushed the Yu-Hui Pope. Do you want to start a full-scale war? Full-scale war? Hearing this, Yilan sneered, "Have you still not figured out what's going on? This is the dream space of eternal nightmare." As the Yuhui Pope's expression subtly changed, Yilan took 2 more steps. "Which means, no one knows you entered here, even if I kill you." Yilan suddenly had an idea, pulled out a glass shard from his person, and dangled it in front of the Pope's eyes. No one would think, and even if they did, there would be no evidence that the Eternal Night Divine Church did it. The final conclusion will definitely be officially announced by the Twilight God cult. You, like those who have already disappeared, will mysteriously vanish because of this thing. The Pope's face instantly changed drastically, losing all color in a short amount of time. On one hand, he was terrified by the life or death crisis he faced, and on the other, equally important. How did the other party get this item? Had the Eternal Night Divine Church begun to take an interest in the deeper secrets of the Yuguan land? Wait a minute. Eternal Night Envoy, please calm down. Amidst his rapidly changing gaze, the Yuhui Pope urgently altered his strategy. Stall, he absolutely had to stall. His disappearance would be a huge matter for the Twilight God cult. Even if anomalies like the wandering butterfly were too lazy to get involved, it was impossible for it to ignore it. It would at least go to Yuguang City to seek help for him. As long as he held out until the anomalies in Yuguang City received the news, professional anomalies would arrive. With so many anomalies, surely someone could break the dream space of eternal nightmare? When that time came, it would be the time for reckoning. Our 2 cults are like brothers, and our main gods are even closer. The Yuhui Pope shouted loudly, "Why do this? To hurt our harmony? My death is a small matter, but creating a rift between the 2 cults is a big one. At our positions, the death of either of us is enough to disrupt the harmony of the 2 cults." Seeing Yilan completely unmoved, the Yuhui Pope continuously retreated. "We have never met, how do we know we won't regret not meeting sooner? Is there anything we can't discuss properly?" Discuss? Yilan didn't intend to bother with him, because he had never expected the Pope to be so cowardly. However, this was a good thing. Yilan was planning to continuously apply pressure to break through his mental defenses, but he was caught off guard by a single sentence. Click. Yilan drew his revolver, getting closer and closer. "But how do I remember that our cult's Pope has sent you official letters multiple times to meet and discuss, yet you have never responded?" The Yuhui Pope's face instantly turned ugly, because this matter seemed very difficult to explain. "But so what?" The Yuhui Pope roared inwardly. He, the dignified Yuhui Pope of the Twilight God cult, the leader of the #1 power in the wasteland, could in some sense be called the supreme ruler of the wasteland. Did he need a reason not to want to talk to someone, or not to want to see someone? Misunderstanding. The Yuhui Pope loudly said, "I was really too busy a few days ago, and all matters were handed over to the punishment high priest for temporary management. This must be him, new to the job, not knowing the priorities, which led to the neglect of your cult. When I return, I will definitely punish him severely." Ha. Listening to this excuse, Yilan couldn't help but sneer. "TSK, I didn't expect that. You painstakingly eliminated the judgment tribunal for your ambition, yet you didn't firmly hold on to your power, instead handing it over to the punishment tribunal for temporary management?" With a single sentence, the Yuhui Pope's expression became quite awkward, knowing that Yilan had understood he was talking nonsense. But there was no other way, he absolutely could not admit that he didn't want to contact them. Even knowing it was nonsense, he still had to continue talking nonsense. This, we trust each other very much. Ha. Yilan let out a cold laugh. Although, the trust you describe between you two is truly very fake. But do you know? Yilan paused, not exaggerating too much. Such a relationship of trust between the Eternal Night God and the Yue God is more or less accurate. The Yuhui Pope was stunned, not quite understanding why Yilan suddenly said that. However, some things he still clearly understood, because his own main god's previous divine revelation was truly very clear. The Eternal Night Divine Church was a friend. Unless he received a further divine revelation, the Twilight God cult could not declare war on the Eternal Night Divine Church. This was also why he had endured the Eternal Night Divine Church's army advancing into the Yuguan land these past 2 days. He couldn't fight, and even if he could, he might not win. What was he supposed to do? That's why he felt sad, feeling that it was precisely because of this divine revelation that the Eternal Night Divine Church was so unbridled and aggressive. It couldn't be said to be entirely wrong, but the primary and secondary relationships seemed to be confused. Swish. Yilan grew tired of the chasing game with the Pope and raised his right hand. The next moment, 2 thick tentacles shot up from the ground, wrapping themselves around the Yuhui Pope. Of course, being in the dream space of eternal nightmare, the appearance could be freely altered, ultimately appearing in the form of soil, completely without grandeur. First question. Yilan's voice was cold as he spoke, Xia Qingyu, Xia Tianan's true situation. After asking this, even Yilan couldn't help but pause in his speech. Are they really dead? God descending? At this moment, for a long time, Yilan, who was rarely seen, wore a hint of apprehension. Little did he know, the Yuhui Pope, who was firmly bound, was also stunned for a long time, his eyes and expression changing repeatedly. This. Why would he ask about this? What exactly happened in Sewage Town? Could it be that the relationship between Xia Qingyu and the Eternal Night Divine Church was far more extensive than he had anticipated? His eyes flickered constantly, and the Yuhui Pope finally gritted his teeth and made a decision. This matter must be kept secret, absolutely. Otherwise, the Eternal Night Divine Church's attitude would surely lead to forceful intervention, and all his efforts would be in vain, all his struggles for nothing. As long as they weren't dead, the Eternal Night Divine Church might force him to never have another chance to act. Moreover, he speculated that this wasn't the real question Yilan had for him. When someone has a more important and troublesome big question to ask, don't they usually start with an irrelevant small question? I am truly sorry, they are already dead, the Yuhui Pope said with a sorrowful expression, as if it was against his will. I also truly wished this wouldn't happen. Brother Tianan was the person I most admired within the Twilight God cult. But they were too persistent and too stubborn, their thoughts and ideas were not suitable for giving the Twilight God cult a better future. He let out a long sigh, please accept my condolences. This is our internal affair. Dead? In an instant, Yilan's face became as grim as the winter wind. Very well, I have no other questions. Question mark. The Yuhui Pope suddenly had a very, very strong premonition of disaster. Sure enough, Yilan pressed the safety on the revolver. Then take your sorrow and reverence, and go down to the underground to apologize properly to that father and daughter. Wait. Wait. Along with a sense of death, the Yuhui Pope was both incredulous and terrified. This guy, he's actually going to kill me? Is he crazy? Does he really not care about the consequences? I don't know what relationship you have with the Xia family, but please, don't be impulsive. You can't use public office for private revenge. The Pope racked his brain for words, trying his best to persuade him, please consider carefully. This isn't a private matter between you and me. You need to think clearly whether you can bear the punishment of the pure remnant sun, and whether you can bear the wrath of the eternal night blue. The punishment of the pure remnant sun? The wrath of the eternal night blue? Yilan listened and almost laughed in anger, not pulling the trigger for a moment. You have indeed reminded me again. Upon hearing this, the Yuhui Pope looked puzzled, listening as Yilan continued. Xia Qingyu was a god's chosen of the pure remnant sun, and she once received the blessing of the eternal night god. She is the acknowledged messenger between the two gods, between the two churches, and even between the two great main gods. Yilan suddenly put down the chaos bell, his eyes a brilliant blue. Instead, I want to ask you, have you ever considered the punishment of the pure remnant sun, the wrath of the eternal night blue? Gulp. The Pope swallowed again. He had obviously thought about it, and the result of that thought was that it wouldn't be a big deal. A god's chosen, the main god usually doesn't care, just replace it with another. As for eternal night? Could they really come to his house? Although, looking at it now, they indeed had. So, you need to understand. Today is not just the eternal night god's punishment for you. Yi Lan's eyes gradually turned deep blue. This is also the eternal night god helping his good friend, the pure remnant sun, to punish you. Boom! A vast surge of psionic energy erupted from the eternal night field above his head, then, like lightning, connected directly to Yi Lan's head. Yi Lan's feet hovered in the air, his whole body trembling slightly, his lips opening and closing softly. I beg for God's descent. At that instant, a thunderous roar, the psionic energy that spread across heaven and earth, froze the Yu-Hui Pope's expression and completely shocked his heart. God. God's descent? The Eternal Night Envoy requested God's descent? Then what was coming was the Eternal Night God, the Eternal Night Blue. Boom! Waves of air surged, and the psionic energy on Yi Lan's body exploded in all directions, becoming infinitely vast. At this moment, the cat on Yi Lan's shoulder jumped down and shouted loudly at Yi Lan. Welcome the Eternal Night God, meow. Welcome the Eternal Night God. With a reaction almost identical to the mine cat, the Eternal Nightmare, this little gecko, also appeared from nowhere and prostrated itself on the ground. Gulp. The Yu-Hui Pope swallowed again. His thoughts were remarkably clear now, and he remembered these two anomalies. As one of the Eternal Night Divine Church's actually not so numerous anomalies, he had once read their detailed. He knew best how lofty anomalies were, otherwise, with two anomalies protecting him closely on this trip out of the city, he wouldn't have been so pleased. At least he believed that two anomalies would never act for a human. This was likely truly the descent of the Eternal Night Blue. The Eternal Night God had descended so unexpectedly upon his envoy. The Yu-Hui Pope felt as if the sky was falling. The Eternal Night God appearing before him at this time and in this manner could not possibly be for casual conversation. It's over, I'm done for. Greetings. Greetings. Boom. Before the Pope could finish his trembling words, Yi Lan directly sent him flying hundreds of meters with a wave of psionic energy, like a kite with a broken string, drawing a graceful arc in mid-air. Bang! He crashed directly onto the ground, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth, but the Pope dared not make any rash moves. The reverberating layers of the other party's voice suppressed him, making him feel as if he couldn't breathe. You killed Xia Qingyu, Xia Qianan, the greatest meritorious officials in the history of the Twilight God cult, and the human genius I valued most. That is your first crime. You destroyed the Judgment Tribunal, which my friend Pure Remnant Sun secretly supported and meticulously planned as its most elite force, making the entire wasteland the most vulnerable it has been in decades and causing the most trouble. That is your second crime. You took advantage of Remnant Sun's absence to do as you pleased, making a mess of the Yuguan land and nearly destroying the cooperation between the human forces of the two churches, forcing me to return from a distant place. That is your third crime. Now, in the name of the Eternal Night God, and the dual gods of the Twilight God, I sentence you. The Pope retreated in terror, and Yi Lan's eyes subtly shifted. Since it had come to this, why not use a more exaggerated method to scare and test him? Yi Lan's psionic energy surged, making a piece of glass float in mid-air. Exile to the shattered space, for life. No. No. The Yu-Hui Pope's terrified voice came. He finally realized. If he didn't do something, his life would probably come to an end. Respected Eternal Night God. Please wait. They are not dead yet. Whoosh. The howling psionic energy and fierce wind were as sharp as daggers, but this time they stopped 3 inches from the Pope's throat. Oh. Although he had already guessed, the voice of the Eternal Night Blue still reverberated in layers. So, you were fooling me earlier? The Yu-Hui Pope trembled again. Situation. The word fooling seemed very subtle, making him feel like he was still going to die. No, 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 no. Respected Eternal Night God, I was negligent before and didn't realize you would attach such importance to this, which is why I lied. And the target of my lie was your divine envoy. Not you. Yi Lan's true expression, hidden behind the deep blue, couldn't help but twitch as he constantly complained. Is there a difference to you? Of course, the Yu Hui Pope couldn't have guessed. Seeing that the Eternal Night God seemed to be thinking, the Yu Hui Pope tried his best to bypass the topic of deception. It's like this. They are currently related to the fragment of broken space you hold. They just disappeared. The Yu Hui Pope rattled off quickly. And the Judgment Tribunal. Apart from those who died in battle fighting my forces, a group of elites has been preserved. Although I'm not sure how many, they are also there. At this point, Yi Lan's psionic power finally retracted a little. Humph. The Eternal Night Blue let out a vast, cold snort, not hiding his displeasure. His voice layered, momentarily making the Yu Hui Pope's heart nearly stop. You've bought yourself a sliver of hope. Of course, that sliver of hope is actually because I'm too lazy to kill you. Before the Yu Hui Pope could show an expression of relief after surviving, followed by extreme humiliation and thoughts of possible revenge, Yi Lan's voice leisurely sounded once more. But, you can certainly look forward to it. My friend Pure Remnant's son of Xiaoqing you is beyond your imagination, ha. Yi Lan paused with great rhythm. You should think carefully about how to atone to your god. Yes. The Yu Hui Pope's expression changed drastically, and he continuously wiped away sweat. He could be dissatisfied with the Eternal Night God, resent the Eternal Night God, but he understood that the Eternal Night God's status meant he wouldn't speak nonsense to him. Under such a premise, let alone finding an opportunity to avenge himself, it seemed he wouldn't even be able to protect himself when the main god returned. He felt the world was unfamiliar, all his guesses were wrong. The main god was clearly as always, never giving extra instructions, but did the main god really value the Xia family so much? Was the relationship between the Eternal Night God and the main god truly that good? It's over. I won't be able to live like this. Is there a problem with Yu Guanlan now? Giving him a chance to compose himself, Yi Lan's voice opened leisurely. The Yu Hui Pope froze for a moment, then spoke quickly. His mindset had completely changed at this moment. On one hand, he felt it was justifiable to provide information to the main god's close friend, on the other hand, he desperately wished Yi Lan's gaze would quickly shift away from him. The dangerous state the main god previously predicted has moved up by a few years, and our preparations are insufficient. The entire Yuguang land has been disrupted. Insufficient preparations? Yi Lan asked coldly, since the disaster was predicted in advance, how can it be insufficient? I think your resources have been exhausted by you, haven't they? The Pope swallowed, then coughed repeatedly. But thankfully, Yi Lan wasn't interested in punishing him on behalf of Pure Remnant's son. That insignificant, human ambition. You just said, disruption? Yes. The Yu Hui Pope nodded. Simply put, the power and environment within the shattered space are seeping outwards. As of yesterday's dusk bell, almost all gathering points across the entire Yuguang land have completely collapsed. Completely collapsed? Yi Lan's brows furrowed. Seeing your leisurely appearance today, I thought only Shattered Light City had disappeared from your perspective? Reason? Actually, I don't know why. The Yu Hui Pope scratched his head awkwardly, but the reason for such a sudden attack is that the small teams we sent out suddenly couldn't ring the morning bell. As soon as they entered the tower, they were directly swallowed by the shattered space. However many were sent, however many disappeared. This truly is. Yi Lan felt a bit of empathy for the trouble. So how was it finally resolved? Through abnormal morning bell ringing. The Pope said, now, all the morning bells and dusk bells at all gathering points in the entire Yuguang land have to rely on anomalies to maintain them. Abnormal morning bell ringing. Yilan was thoughtful. It felt strangely luxurious. But alas, it was the only way. Thinking this, Yilan wanted to further ask how this fragment of broken space appeared, but he stopped. He was weighing whether the answer to this matter, asked from the Pope's mouth, was truly worth it. Judging from the Yu-Hui Pope's reaction, he had some understanding of the shattered space, and this understanding was undoubtedly told to him by pure Remnant's son. So if he appeared ignorant, it was very likely to make this incompetent Yu-Hui Pope suspicious, causing him to re-evaluate whether his relationship with pure Remnant's son was truly that good. The current situation was simply too good, so good that Yilan couldn't bear to cause any unnecessary complications. Xia Qingyu was fine, Xia Tianan was fine. Even now, the most elite human force, the Judgment Tribunal, was fine. The Yu-Hui Pope had completely submitted to him. Well, not exactly submitted, accurately speaking, he had completely believed in his close relationship with 003. As long as this belief remained unbroken, he would believe that everything he did next was closely related to 003, not daring to interfere, and would fully cooperate. This was truly too comfortable. Don't do anything foolish. My divine envoy will communicate with you about the remaining matters. The vast voice of the eternal night blue echoed in the dream space. His words are my will. The Pope shivered, and at this moment, he actually felt a little jealous. The eternal night god could actually grant such broad authorization to a person? However, he still somewhat wanted to cry tears of joy. Finally. Was he finally going to be able to send this great Buddha away? Yes, please leave with peace of mind. Boom! The psionic power surged, almost knocking the Pope over. Then, the deep blue psionic power gradually left Yilan's body, floating towards the eternal night river above his head. The eternal night river lit up again, as if watching from the sky. Yilan reopened his eyes, and his appearance gradually returned to normal. Their eyes met once more, but the Yu-Hui Pope's mindset was completely different now. The pressure was simply unbearable. Who would understand? Although the eternal night god was gone, now whenever he looked up, he felt the eternal night god watching from above. However, Yilan would not wait for him to actively calm down, his voice cold, he went straight to the point. You know about the Five Gods Covenant, right? The Covenant of the Five Gods. Five Gods Covenant? The Yu-Hui Pope was slightly stunned, a bad feeling rising in his heart, but he cooperated fully. In any war against the ancient gods' touch, if any of the five great main gods announces their intervention, all legitimate wasteland forces within that region must set aside their differences, accept deployment, and cooperate fully. Yilan nodded, his voice leaving no room for doubt. Very good. Then the Eternal Night God has just given instructions to fully take over the issues of Yuguang land. The Yu-Hui Pope's expression suddenly changed. But this? Right, the current problems in Yuguang land have nothing to do with the ancient god's touch. It only seems unrelated, and even if it is, if it's not controlled in the short term, it might become even more unmanageable than the ancient god's touch. Yilan said coldly. The Eternal Night God also said that if you dwell on the words ancient god's touch in the Five Gods Covenant, he can just modify the clause. For example, changing ancient god's touch crisis to major wasteland disaster. What do you think? This. The Yu-Hui Pope's expression shifted slightly, and he chuckled awkwardly. You must be joking, right? Even the Eternal Night God probably can't change such things casually. You audacious cat! At this moment, the Mind Cat suddenly roared, startling the Pope into a shiver. Why? The Eternal Night God is the head of the Five Gods. And the only current god among the Five Gods who has the ability to act, so he naturally has the right to modify it in time according to special circumstances. Meow. Clap. The Mind Cat heavily patted its paw. If you don't believe me, you can ask the deity attendant of your cult later. Meow. Is it true? Meow. The Pope's face changed again, and for a long time, he hadn't felt such a deep sense of powerlessness. He wanted to argue for his main god's title and reputation as head of the 5 gods, but after glancing at the Milky Way above his head, he decided against it. That cat spoke so confidently, it was likely true. This was a question he could get an answer to simply by asking a deity attendant within the Twilight God cult. Yes. At this, Yilan finally nodded with satisfaction. Since that's the case, I will prepare a list of the necessary information. Remember to receive official communications from the Eternal Night Divine Church. Additionally, I will mobilize the combat teams of your Twilight God cult in handling some matters. The Yuhui Pope opened his mouth. That's right. His expression was extremely grim. This 5 gods covenant had saved the wasteland multiple times over the past few decades, but it had a very serious problem that had never been exposed before. One of the 5 great main gods responsible for emergencies has the right to mobilize all forces and personnel within the affected area. As for the Twilight God cult, things that usually happened in their own territory were entirely within their capability to resolve. Even if there were areas they couldn't resolve, they were usually minor forces. No one would be dissatisfied no matter how a dignified main god chose to mobilize them. But now, an awkward problem arose. The incident was happening in the Twilight God cult's home base. Even more awkwardly, the Twilight God cult now had no authority over the matter. In other words, everyone in Yuguan land now needed to be ready to accept deployment from the Eternal Night Divine Church for any issues related to this matter. How problematic was this? But the Yuhui Pope nodded. Thank you, Eternal Night God, for your concern. I obey the divine will of the Eternal Night God. He looked up, making up his mind. I am willing to open all data and provide all personnel, including those from the Punishment Tribunal and the Pope's personal guards. Yilan looked at the Pope, knowing he still had conditions to state. But Yuguang City has multiple restrictions, complex divine returns, and is already the most core and private area of our Twilight God cult. He endured the pressure, gritting his teeth. Unless there is clear direction and an extremely significant reason, I hope your Eternal Night's scope of action does not enter Yuguang City. Yi Lan's brow furrowed slightly, but then gradually relaxed. The main god said, "Granted." The scene before them slowly disappeared, and the dream space dissolved. The 1,000-odd people of Liang Town looked somewhat bewildered, exchanging glances as the Pope appeared out of thin air and then fell in the center of the square. Didn't he just look down on the world, so arrogant and invincible? How did he seem to have been beaten into submission? The Yuhui Pope used his scepter to help himself up, looking at the scene before him with a somewhat ferocious expression, or perhaps it was anger. Born of humiliation. He wanted revenge, but had no way to act. That was the Eternal Night God. It's nothing, I expended too much energy to purify you all. The Yuhui Pope explained loudly, and amidst the immensely grateful gazes of Liang Town, he turned his head. All right. Follow me into the city. 3 li outside Yuguang City. On the roof of the night house, Yilan and Xiaomanman landed simultaneously. They entered through the window, returning to the night house. You can finally breathe a sigh of relief, can't you? Pouring himself a full cup of sewage special brew, Yilan asked with a smile. Xiaomanman nodded gently. Under Yilan's deliberate arrangement, she had been able to hide in the shadows and observe the entire interrogation of the Yuhui Pope. Which meant that at this moment, she could finally be completely sure that her sister was safe. That also meant she could finally stop trying to persuade herself, stop suppressing herself, and wholeheartedly go back to doing what she used to do. Dealing with abnormal disasters, saving the world, that's all it was. In a few moments, Xiaomanman's face was full of fighting spirit. Suddenly, her thoughts also became much clearer. By the way, Yilan, about the ancient god's touch's numerous clones, seemingly playing dead, why didn't you tell that Pope just now? Yilan was uncharacteristically silent, gently shaking his head. I don't know why, but I still don't trust him very much. He was a bit like a weather vane, and I was like a strong wind. Even though he seemed very reluctant, under my strong wind, he still swayed and tilted very honestly. Of course, at least his full cooperation on this matter should be certain. I am currently focusing on only two things, Yilan said thoughtfully. The first is to use indirect methods to uncover the secret origin of the shattered space and the arrangements made by 003. In the most ideal scenario, I can find and directly take over. The second is to mobilize all personnel to find the entrance. Creak. Noticing Yilan's return, Tao quickly went upstairs and pushed open the door. Yilan. Don't get too happy too soon. Having not seen Bai Tao for a while, Yilan was in a good mood, especially with her serious appearance in this outfit. The contrast was incredibly amusing. I wonder if the little cat also designed it with this mindset. Get ready to get busy, Yilan said. Prepare for a full handover with the Twilight God cult. The promised ark. There are two true cores within Radiant City. One is the well-known Divine Temple, and the other is the equally well-known Promised Arkansas. In the Nighthouse's conference room, Xiao Man explained while pointing at a map. Strictly speaking, there's no hierarchy between them. Both have a divine temple and a complete structure of various departments, including the Yuhui Pope's papacy. But it's unclear when it started. Gradually the entire wasteland came to a consensus that the divine temple serves as the headquarters for the Hui Pope and the Punishment Tribunal, while the Promised Ark serves as the headquarters for the Judgment Tribunal. Listening to this introduction, Yilan frowned slightly. So, one could also think this way, it was only with the fall of the Promised Ark, representing the Judgment Tribunal, that the Judgment Tribunal was completely weakened. This was indeed a question Xiao Man hadn't considered. There is indeed such a possibility. Then, when going to war with the Hui Pope, why didn't your Judgment Tribunal all retreat into the Promised Ark? Yilan raised a new question. Surely, in that situation, the Hui Pope wouldn't dare to attack the Promised Ark? He probably wouldn't dare. Xiao Man didn't know what expression to use to say this, however, that wouldn't have changed the outcome. Yilan frowned slightly. What do you mean? Xiao Man couldn't help but hypothesize about that scenario. Ordinary attacks can't harm anomalies at all, so if I were the Hui Pope, I wouldn't have to worry about Xia Qingyu and her people hiding in the Promised Arkansas. The safest method would be to heavily throw tear gas inside, then guard the main entrance. Yilan was momentarily speechless. This method was indeed a bit too simple. It was so simple it was unarguable, and he didn't know how to respond. Seeing Yilan repeatedly examining the information on Radiant City, Xiao Man couldn't help but feel curious. Why do you keep looking at Radiant City's data? Are you still planning to enter Radiant City? No, Yilan shook his head. I still value my reputation. Unless there is extremely clear and important intelligence pointing to Radiant City, I will not go to Radiant City. Bai Tao, who had just pushed open the door and entered, happened to hear this sentence, and her expression almost didn't hold up for a moment. Are you referring to what does Lan Yuan's promise have to do with me, Yilan, or calling me to be beheaded after pardoning Li Jixin? She quietly sat down on the other side, and then Yilan happened to offer an explanation. I'm just looking at the current combat structure of the Twilight God cult, considering which forces to deploy and how many. Yilan took a sip of coffee, a special blend from Sky City's Yujian series. As soon as he finished, Bai Tao finally sorted out the information in her hands. Let me confirm again if there's anything missing. You indicated that we must consult in detail about the latest situation in Shattered Light City and all records in the Dawn Fortress area, right? Bai Tao read through her noted checklist and looked at Yilan. Aha! Yilan nodded, taking another large sip of coffee. Don't worry so much. From now on, if you don't understand something, just ask directly. If you're short-handed, just request it directly. If they don't give it, you come directly to me, understood? Dominant. Bai Tao admitted she was impressed and nodded seriously. Understood. She pulled out another document. The previous message sent to the Twilight God cult has received a reply. Take a look. Yilan immediately took it, but quickly frowned. This was about the current location of the promised ark, which had been inquired about from the Yu Hui Pope in the previous message. Since the battle in Sky City, the promised ark had been severely damaged, and he hadn't had a chance to communicate. At that time, the rotten spear had inexplicably attacked it, inexplicably left, and then inexplicably disappeared, and even now, thinking about it, it still felt somewhat eerie. But even though he had received a reply, the content of the reply made Yilan even more confused. Man. Yilan took out the map and drew a red circle on it according to the coordinates in the information. These coordinates are here, right? Xia Man quickly glanced at it and nodded with certainty. Yes, is there a problem? Very much so. Yilan said, this isn't within Radiant City's boundaries, is it? At his words, Xia Man suddenly looked confused for a moment. It seems, it's indeed not in Radiant City, but it's very, very close. Yilan narrowed his eyes slightly. Let's go, we'll take a look. Boom! The night house was in the midst of a special mission, so there weren't many people inside. Yilan's movements were unobstructed. Heading straight for the garage, this time Yilan temporarily gave up activating his divine drive, opting instead for a standard off-road vehicle. Although the Twilight God cult had fully become an ally after Yilan's recent contact, and there was almost no need to guard against anything, Yilan didn't want to be watched, monitored in real time, everywhere he went. Again, the Eternal Light Divine Church was newly established, and the Twilight God cult didn't know much about it, especially not knowing who its members were. This led to a rather absurd phenomenon. Everyone recognized Yilan, and possibly only Yilan. After calibrating the direction, Yilan directly let Xia Man get into the driver's seat and headed towards the target. After more than 10 minutes of full-speed driving, the off-road vehicle had completely circled around to the back of Radiant City. Radiant City from the back presented a different scenery, though its overall aura remained the same. Outside was emptiness and light, while inside was prosperity and sanctity. Click! Xia Man stepped on the brake. Yilan sat quietly, looking out the window. From here, Yilan could already see the promised ark not far away. Unlike the initial spaceship feel, perhaps for easier resting, it now stood upright, much like the night house. Its entire body was pierced by a huge, spear-like hole, and the hopeful lights across its body flickered on and off. This scene, if viewed at night, would even be terrifying. This was the severe damage it had sustained in Radiant City. Bang! Yilan pushed open the car door, first confirming the state of the promised ark, then, without acting rashly, quickly scanned his surroundings. Desolation, this was Yilan's only calm observation. It was too empty to be the front of a large city. At least, Yilan recalled that the first time he arrived at Dawn Fortress, there wasn't nothing at this distance outside the city. This really isn't within Radiant City's urban area. Having driven all the way here, even if Xia Man wasn't very clever, she gradually guessed Yilan's thoughts. I guess the promised ark stopped here for safety, right? It was severely damaged when it teleported back, almost certainly an uncontrolled fall. Xia Man said, so it's entirely possible that in an emergency, it didn't want to crash into the city and made an emergency landing outside Radiant City. Yilan listened to her analysis quietly, non-committally. It wasn't that it was necessarily right or wrong, but the truth was found by following clues little by little. With a rough idea, Yilan took out his communicator. Tao, find a way to get me an aerial view of Radiant City. Imperfect conjecture. Listening to Yilan's request, Tao was momentarily stunned. How could she come up with such a method? Alright, I'll give it a try. About 10 minutes after Tao agreed, hung up the call, and began to make arrangements, a fighter jet emblazoned with the Eternal Night Divine Church's insignia took off from Dawn Fortress, tracing a grand arc and sound wave as it appeared at the edge of the sky. Boom! It dipped its nose slightly, making an exaggerated dive, and then cut across directly over Yuguang City. Click, click. Fortunately, it wasn't the sound of bombs dropping, but just the continuous clicking of a camera taking pictures. Beep beep. The fighter jet flew past and then returned, slowly descending and landing behind Nighthouse. A few minutes later, several somewhat blurry pictures were sent by Taotao through the communicator. Yilan leaned against the car door, scrolling through the screen, viewing these pictures one by one. He finally selected the most satisfactory one and placed it in front of Xia Man. What shape does this place, where we are, look like to you? Xia Man took the communicator, looked at the picture for a long time, and then paused. A fan shape? Yilan nodded gently. Looking at the entire structure of Yuguang City, its original design must have been a perfect circle. Yilan pointed at the picture in one spot. But, look at our current location, it's as if a slice of cake has been cut out, so the entire Yuguang City has become a fan shape. This missing small fan-shaped section is where the promised arc is located. Xia Man blinked, then suddenly looked up. Her gaze even held a hint of shock. Are you saying, she asked, astonished and incredulous, that you suspect this fan-shaped area we're in was originally part of Yuguang City, but it disappeared? Yilan nodded. No, that's highly unlikely. Xia Man initially found this possibility terrifyingly plausible, but she quickly negated it with her serious reasoning. I know your deduction is quite logical, but there's a problem here. Xia Man then shared the information and intelligence she knew. Yuguang City is the center of the entire Yuguang land, the capital of the Twilight God cult. It has over a dozen anomalies within it, as well as various abilities, restrictions, and layouts left behind by the main gods. Even without considering the anomalous aspects, it also gathers the Punishment Tribunal, Judgment Tribunal, and so on, the best of the best, the elite of the elite among humans. At this point, Xia Man's emotions were quite complex. I know that perhaps in the face of a strange place like the Shattered Space, Yuguang City might not escape the fate of disappearing, and they might not be able to do much. But if it hasn't disappeared, at the very least, they couldn't possibly have failed to notice this. As Xia Man said this, she exuded certainty and confidence. Yilan listened to her analysis, constantly enriching his understanding of the Twilight God cult. Yuguang City, as a whole, was planned from its inception, built in a zoned manner, with each area having an irreplaceable, specific function. I can say with certainty that if a certain district of Yuguang City suddenly disappeared, it would inevitably lead to certain things failing to operate. At that time, with so many experts in the city, they would definitely realize something was wrong. Listening to her analysis, Yilan also had to admit the rationality of her points. Just like the forgetting of Dawn Fortress. This is also why the Twilight God cult is currently preoccupied and unable to send out external teams, otherwise, someone would quickly discover the anomaly and then speculate about the forgotten Dawn Fortress. For example, if a small team were to go on a mission to the wasteland, starting from Yuguang City, there would be no supply line in between, and their resources would be depleted as soon as they left Yuguang land. Isn't that ridiculous? Of course. This did not mean Yilan was convinced. Drive towards Yuguang City from this direction. All right. Speeding towards Yuguang City, the off-road vehicle soon stopped beneath the city wall. Looking at the wide city wall, Xia Man quietly breathed a sigh of relief. In truth, she didn't quite know what she was afraid of. Perhaps she was only afraid that even a place like Yuguang City had been so easily trampled by the strange. You see, there was originally a wall here, which indicates that this fan-shaped gap is merely an artistic design from the construction process. Xia Man said, perhaps its meaning is that there is no perfection in the world, and this missing piece is the regret. Yilan. No, why are you getting poetic now? Adjusting his strange mood, Yilan gazed at the city wall for a long time. Then, finally, Yilan withdrew his gaze, revealing a smile. It's regrettable, but quite the opposite. Only after seeing this city wall did I finally confirm it. Xia Man was momentarily bewildered. Ha! This is indeed a city wall, but if you adjust your blind spot in thinking, you'll realize Isn't this an inner city wall? Yilan reached out and tapped the city wall, not daring to use too much force. It's thin and short, and the city gate is inexplicably small. This kind of wall can't defend against anything, it's more like a connecting structure between districts. Xia Manman's body stiffened. But how could an inner city wall? And what about the point I just raised? How do you explain that? What you said is very reasonable. Given the elite nature of Yuguang City, if something disappeared, it wouldn't go undiscovered for several days. But Yilan paused. What if this vanished area was a new district that was under construction and not yet completed? Xia Manman was stunned. Is that possible? She couldn't help but ask. In reality, once the deduction reached this point, she herself could figure it out clearly. If that were truly the case, then such a new district under construction, not yet put into use, would naturally not cause any impact on Yuguang City. If it disappeared, there would be no opportunity to notice it. But Xia Manman still felt something was wrong. Why didn't the promised ark disappear? Yilan gently shook his head. That's the truth we need to investigate. His words suddenly carried a chilling undertone. Perhaps it was precisely because of it that this place disappeared? Ha! Xia Manman's eyes widened, and Yilan finally revealed his conjecture. Have you forgotten? The mirror prison is right beneath the promised ark. The corridor of inquiry. Mirror prison. The engine roared, but this time, Xia Manman, who was driving, had that name filling her mind. With a hint of confusion, the off-road vehicle slowly stopped in front of the promised ark. When they were far away, she didn't feel much, but as they approached, she realized it was truly massive. Ark? Standing before the enormous promised ark, Yilan gently tapped the wall and called out again. However, as expected, the promised ark gave no response at all. Unable to awaken it physically, Yilan instinctively began to try an abnormal method of awakening. Psionic energy fluctuated, but Yilan had to stop abruptly. He had originally intended to stimulate the promised ark by devouring a small piece, but he felt both too embarrassed and found it difficult to do. It's already so damaged. Devouring another piece, wouldn't that be a bit too much? Little cat, what do you think? Hearing Yilan's call, the mind cat quickly bounced out. It's so resilient now, meow. The mind cat looked at the promised ark, a little emotional. It seems it's been through a lot these past 60 years. Meow. Unlike me, meow. I haven't changed at all, meow. Noticing Yilan's somewhat exasperated gaze, the mind cat realized and answered Yilan's question, which it had almost forgotten. You can try devouring a piece, meow. To be honest, meow, I feel like it wouldn't die even if it took twice as much damage, meow. Of course, meow, whether it can recover is another question, meow. Yilan's mouth twitched slightly, the mind cat's words made him even more hesitant to try devouring a piece. However, its strength was normal. As the headquarters of the wasteland's primary power, who knew how many abnormals and humans pass through it every year? Various high-risk ability objects were stored there constantly. It would be strange if it didn't become increasingly resilient. TSK, speaking of which, the situation was very similar to Nighthouse. He wondered if Nighthouse would feel a sense of fellow sufferers if it saw this. After a moment of internal complaining, Yilan suddenly paused. Little cat, did you sense the mirror prison? The mind cat froze for a moment, feeling very embarrassed to admit it had almost forgotten about that guy. No, meow. Yilan's brows furrowed. He also hadn't sensed any trace of the mirror prison's power. Let's go, let's look inside first. I believe all the answers will be there. Pushing open the door of the promised ark, Yilan strode in. Like every building and landscape in Yuguangland, spacious, bright, and refreshing to body and mind for anyone passing through. As for the rest, it was quite ordinary. He didn't sense anything too outrageous. Various departments, warehouses, office areas, reception areas, research areas, etc., etc. Its interior was like an important building, with all sorts of architectural facilities meticulously arranged. For a moment, Yilan inexplicably felt like he was window shopping. But he didn't have the time or leisure for that, so he turned to look at Xia Man. Man, you're familiar with this place. Take me to the key areas. Xia Man nodded gently. How should I define what's important and what's not? Or rather, what are you looking for? Looking for what? That was indeed a good question. This is our most important goal at the current stage. Yilan took out the somewhat strange glass shard, displayed it briefly, then put it away again. Of course, there's no evidence yet that this thing exists here. So for now, let's set 2 goals. Yilan said, deep in thought. First, take me to the path leading into the mirror prison. Secondly, take me to find the location of the promised ark's penetrating wound from the inside. I want to examine it. Xia Man nodded, a relaxed expression on her face for the first time in a while. This small task sounded a bit simple. The promised ark sustained a top-down penetrating wound, estimated to go from the 7th floor all the way through to the 2nd floor on the side. Xia Man said, thinking, from the closest distance, if we go straight to the 2nd floor and around to that side, we should be able to see the promised ark's wound. However, the direction to the mirror prison is precisely the opposite. It's from the 1st floor on the other side, heading down to the basement. You might need to make a choice of where to go first. This was not a difficult question, and Yilan immediately gave his answer. Let's go see the mirror prison first. From all the information and clues currently available, the mirror prison was a very important intermediary, holding the biggest clue. And such a guy, who should have been here, had disappeared without a trace. If this matter wasn't clarified, the exploration within the promised ark would also be very unsettling. Xia Man immediately led the way, practically with practiced ease. After several turns, they had entered a long corridor that exuded a chilling sensation. On both sides of the corridor were warrior-style stone statues glowing with light. Their steel bones and dignified faces, combined with the glowing weapon designs and overall color scheme, created a sense of psychological pressure for Yilan as they walked deeper. This design. This is called the corridor of self-reflection. Xia Man's feeling was like introducing a local specialty, with a hint of pride. We're still fine, but for criminals being escorted down here, the pressure is truly immense. One could say, this is the last place where criminals or suspects have a chance to do something before being imprisoned in the mirror prison. Some would be driven mad, others would struggle desperately. Throughout history, there have been countless examples of people breaking down and confessing or fighting with their backs against the wall on this path. Of course, we are well prepared, so their actions are meaningless. Yilan listened as if to a story, shaking his head with a smile. It seems you're quite scared, chattering away as you walk here. Finally, the two reached the end. At the end was a massive valve whose material was indiscernible. The valve was extremely heavy, with a texture that seemed to block everything. Yilan hadn't detected anything, but just looking at it, he could feel it. This was something resistant to psionic energy, and perhaps even an ability object. Xia Man glanced at the door, then seemed to suddenly remember something, a little embarrassed. This place requires fingerprint verification. Fingerprint verification? Yilan's eyes twitched, and he turned his head. Can't your fingerprint open it? Theoretically. My authority is sufficient. Xia Man was a bit hesitant, but the situation of the Twilight God cult is no longer the same as when I left. As the victors, I don't know if the Pope changed the fingerprint password. If verification fails? Xia Man showed a great deal of discomfort, then the corridor of self-reflection we just passed through will activate all its mechanisms to trap us like jailbreakers, closing the door and beating the dog. Listening to Xia Man's choice of words, Yilan's eye twitched slightly. Does anyone really use an idiom like closing the door and beating the dog to describe themselves? It's fine, you try it. Yilan said, not too concerned. This. Xia Man hesitated for a moment, but still decided to warn him. I know you're very strong, but I still hope I can make it clear. This is a prison capable of holding abnormals, with countless mechanisms and no less than dozens of ability objects bombarding you. Even if your true body is fine, your human body is very vulnerable. Alright, stop testing me. What true body, human body? This human body is my true body. Yilan rolled his eyes and waved his hand helplessly. Just go for it, I told you, I'll cover you. Opportunity is found in danger. If one is always timid in everything, then the result will only be unchanging. The simplest example, if he hadn't been a bit reckless at Dawn Fortress, he wouldn't have discovered and entered the shattered space, nor would he have seen the true body of the shadow of the past. Then he wouldn't know these secrets, and even now, he might not have a clear direction for investigation. Xia Man took a deep breath. Yes. Immediately after, she pressed her thumb against the large door. Beep. With a crisp sound, Yilan looked up. Unlock successful. Click. Wounds. The sound of countless gears turning rang out, and the mechanical gate in front of them opened layer by layer, like a 1,000-layer cake unfolding. Layer after layer, stacked upon each other. This was a 1,000-layer gate forged from an unknown number of different structures. The gate opened, revealing the interior. It was a small room, only about 20 meters across, with walls of the same quality on all sides. I've almost forgotten how this gate was originally built, Xia Man said with a sigh. There should be a special record in the database. Anyway, it went through too many procedures and also had the assistance of abnormalities, including solidifying abnormal phenomena, making concentrated ability objects, and so on. Just hearing these few words, one could completely imagine what a massive project it was. It's no exaggeration to say that as long as this door is closed, even continuous nuclear explosions inside would leave it unharmed, Xia Man said. With a hint of pride. Even if the rotten spear launched another despicable sneak attack, it wouldn't be able to penetrate this outer shell. That hard? Yilan raised his eyebrows, unable to resist reminding her. The rotten spear even pierced the promised arc. It can't pierce this? That's different, Xia Man stammered. This is an ultimate creation built for defense, while the promised arc has many abilities, and defense isn't her strongest power. Yilan nodded slightly, accepting this explanation. He just wondered. Could the ancient god's spear penetrate this? Seeing Yilan's serious expression, Xia Man couldn't help but shiver for the gate. What? What are you thinking? HM? Oh, nothing. Yilan smiled awkwardly. I was just thinking about how to evacuate if I get locked in here later. Xia Man. Then. Is there a way? Don't mention it, Xia Man was a little panicked after hearing that possibility. Right. If they got trapped here and couldn't get out, it would be over. Yes, Yilan said, then calmly walked into the small room behind the 1,000-layer gate. Stepping inside, Xia Man felt a bit uneasy. Yilan glanced at her and gently patted her shoulder. It's okay. Xia Man nodded, then looked down and began searching for the mechanism from memory. But before she could do much, a hint of confusion appeared on her face. What's wrong? Yilan asked. There should be a switch for the entrance here, Xia Man said, sounding very unsure despite being certain. Yilan looked at the spot she was fumbling with. It was flat, collapsed, and empty. That's very strange. Yilan frowned slightly. Just now you also said that this 1,000-layer gate wall has countless layers and was forged using various methods, including abnormal level procedures. Yilan pointed out the key contradiction. In other words, at most, late-stage installation could be achieved here, but late-stage dismantling is unlikely. Xia Man didn't want Yilan to think she had misremembered and was speaking carelessly, so she became a little anxious. But it definitely exists. We always opened the secret passage from here to enter the mirror prison before. Yilan's eyes flickered as he considered the various possibilities in this situation. Finally, he waved his hand. Then let's not dwell on the switch. Do you remember the location of the underground passage? Secret passage? Xia Man was stunned, then suddenly realized. Right, the monk may run, but the temple won't. The switch might be gone, but the thing itself is still there. I remember. She searched the room with certainty. Before long, she squatted down on a 1,000-layer floor tile in the middle. It's right here. Normally, when the secret passage opens, this spot would open too. Open. Yilan strode over, and Xia Man slightly moved aside. After half-crouching, Yilan gently tapped with his hand. Thump, thump, thump. He lifted his hand, his brows tightly furrowed. Solid. After saying that, Yilan continued to observe. No gaps, no signs of it being able to open. Yilan didn't look at Xia Man, to avoid putting more psychological pressure on her than expected. But even so, Xia Man was still a bit lost and didn't know what to say. Just like that, Yilan pulled out the chaos bell and aimed it at the ground. Only practice can determine the truth, mere analysis is useless. If he couldn't find it, he might as well open it and see. But then Yilan remembered the defense of this thing, fearing that ordinary means couldn't open it, so he took out the strongest single-target killing intent on him. However, before pulling the trigger, Yilan suddenly hesitated. A very realistic problem. The promised Ark was already severely injured, and this place was actually inside the promised Ark's body. Thus, there was even a small chance of hurting it. Stay away from me. Xia Man obediently moved back a bit. Yilan put away the chaos bell, half-crouched on the ground, and pressed one palm flat against the surface. Illusion. As Yilan's psionic energy surged, his left hand became completely illusory, passing through the ground. Yilan's illusory hand probed downwards, from a squatting position to a prone one, finally stopping when it was completely past his shoulder, and paused. His arm circulated and swayed underground, and Yilan pulled his arm out. The psionic energy retracted, the illusion stopped, and Yilan gently shook his head. Completely solid, no path. Xia Man lowered her head. I'm sorry, I couldn't help you. It's not your fault, there are many possibilities. Yilan gently shook his head, having clearly been thinking about this situation for a while. For example, the simplest logic is that the mirror prison and the promised Ark themselves are two abnormalities, and they were not originally connected. The reason they were connected in Yuguang City might be that the mirror prison was located somewhere underground in Yuguang City, and the promised Ark was placed above it. So as long as the promised Ark didn't move, they were connected. Conversely, since the promised Ark went to Sky City, the two were separated. Thinking of this, Yilan's heart stirred, feeling that the truth was about to be revealed. How long has the promised Ark not left Yuguang City? Xia Man was slightly stunned. According to records, decades? Yilan nodded, feeling that he had probably found the answer. That's right then. Looking at it this way, the mirror prison is most likely still in Yuguang City. Xia Man also nodded gently. It could only be this way. Let's go, let's examine the promised Ark's wound. As Yilan moved, the two returned the way they came. There was no melodramatic scene of the two being locked in a secret room. They passed through the path of inquiry, walked back to the main hall, and then went upstairs via the spiral staircase. The lowest point of the promised Ark's wound was on the second floor. Xia Man led the way, only subtly starting to feel a bit flustered as they went upstairs. Would there be another unexpected event this time? Rather than the second floor, it was actually between the second and third floors. Because the spear had pierced downwards, it had already penetrated the third floor's floor, so this position was actually easier to inspect from the third floor. However, from here, the scene of the wound was already basically visible. A large hole had been punched through the wall, and multiple colors condensed at the opening. On one hand, there was a burnt sensation, and on the other, a somewhat darkened, brilliant luster shimmered at the edges. In addition, a certain rotten black gas continuously spread from the opening, drilling like tiny worms in all directions. That darkened luster was actually the promised ark's own aura and the black gas clashing and cancelling each other out. At this moment, Yi Lan's pupils constricted. He had always assumed the promised ark was recovering, but looking at this scene, he suddenly realized what was strange. In terms that humans could easily understand, it was: why hasn't even the wound been cleaned? Data room. Yi Lan. Xiao Man suddenly spoke, pointing to the side. I think it's necessary to go and see over there. Yi Lan, with a hint of worry, withdrew his gaze and looked in the direction Xiao Man had indicated. The plaque identifying the room type had long fallen to the ground, but Yi Lan pieced together the fragments to read the line of text. Data room? That's right. Xiao Man nodded. In every sense, the Judgment Tribunal's data room is more comprehensive than the Punishment Tribunal's data room. Alright, let's go take a look. Yi Lan nodded lightly. Prioritize finding the information on the promised ark and the mirror prison for me. Beep beep. Another classic fingerprint on lock, and the severely damaged door opened with a creak, as the two slowly walked inside. As soon as he entered, Yi Lan frowned. The quiet, scholarly library I imagined is nowhere to be seen, because it's as messy as if an earthquake hit. There were clearly over a dozen shelves in the room, each of which should have been filled with data and files. Unfortunately, they were now askew and in disarray. Various dossiers were piled on the ground, almost like a granary, filling the entire floor. Oh my! Xiao Man's scalp tingled at the sight. Why is it so messy? Normal. After all, Yi Lan had already anticipated this scene the moment he saw the plaque. The promised ark was heavily damaged, teleported, and then fell. Any one of these stages would cause the world to turn upside down. Not just here, I guess most of the rooms inside are similar, more or less. Xiao Man felt her head ache for the future staff. Oh my goodness. It's a disaster. I can hardly imagine how the staff will clean and categorize everything then. Yi Lan frowned slightly. What did you just say? Xiao Man was momentarily stunned. I said cleaning and categorizing. Yes. Yi Lan narrowed his eyes. That's right, the Pope defeated the Judgment Tribunal, so this place naturally belongs to them. Why, even after several days have passed, have they still not sent anyone to clean and take over? Xiao Man was also slightly taken aback. It felt both strange and somewhat normal. Perhaps all the gathering points are in trouble, and they're too busy to handle it? No, taking over here doesn't require many people. Even without considering abnormal level combat power, the Judgment Tribunal's database is a trophy that could most increase the Pope's prestige. Yi Lan shook his head. In fact, if he were a little more ruthless, a single punishment squad working day and night would be enough. Imagining that scene, Xiao Man, for once, felt that the punishment squad was quite pitiful. Never mind that for now, you just mentioned categorizing, right? Xiao Man was slightly startled. Yes. Yi Lan walked further in and soon saw a label on the foremost shelf. Yuguang City. Yi Lan glanced at it, then walked to other shelves, finding similar labels in the same position, which were labels for other cities. Then, Yi Lan turned his head. The dossiers in this data room are categorized by city? Xiao Man nodded lightly. Yes. Look at the shelf positions. Shelves for the same city are placed very close together, making them easy to distinguish. Basically, there are 2 bookshelves corresponding to each city here. Yi Lan walked straight to the back, his gaze sweeping across rows of bookshelves, finally stopping at an empty shelf at the very end. Yes, there was nothing on this shelf, and the floor was clean, without any scattered dossiers. There was no label on the side of the bookshelf either. Then that means this is the shelf for Dawn Fortress. Xiao Man was startled, recalled briefly, then nodded vigorously. Yes. That's right. I remember. Because it's the shelf closest to the wall, I always noticed it whenever I came here. Yilan nodded, performing a simple scan of Dawn Fortress's bookshelf. Unfortunately, there was nothing, no signs of use, as if it had never held anything. After searching for a long time, Yilan finally arrived in front of Shattered Light City's bookshelf. Indeed, it was different from Dawn Fortress. The data here was scattered all over the floor, but it hadn't been forgotten. Shattered Light City was the city he had seen in the shattered space, also having disappeared within it. What are you looking at? Xia Man asked curiously, following Yilan's gaze. Although she had suggested coming to the data room, Yilan's focus seemed completely different from her own thoughts. Spotting differences. Yilan said, I want to see what differences there are between Shattered Light City, a city that has already disappeared, and other cities. Xia Man nodded, also thinking this was a very good direction for investigation. After flipping through the shelves, Yilan pondered for a moment, then looked down. Don't you think there's a bit little? Huh? Xia Man's mind short-circuited for a moment at Yilan's question. Didn't you just say that due to the shaking, more or less all the dossiers on the shelves spilled onto the floor? So, it's normal that there isn't much left on the shelves, isn't it? Normal? Yilan gently shook his head. I said they fell all over the floor, but I didn't say they became fewer. Yilan squatted down, simply clearing the edges and corners of the piled dossiers on the ground, leaving only the dossiers within about 2 meters. Around the bookshelf. These are basically all the files for Shattered Light City here. Yilan said, if I were to put them all back on the shelves, at most they would only fill 2/3. Xia Man took a closer look and was also stunned. It really seemed to be the case. Is it because Shattered Light City had fewer affairs, and thus less data, so it wasn't filled? That's not very convincing. Yilan shook his head. It has 2 shelves, and it's normal for one not to be full, but if all the files on the ground combined can't even fill one of them, then there's a shortage. Xia Man nodded blankly. But what does this mean? It means. Yilan's voice held a certain shock for her. Even if the dusk bell didn't ring after the anomaly occurred, it doesn't mean it won't be forgotten, rather. It's a small amount of forgetting. Yilan narrowed his eyes. And the parts they forgot must be the most crucial parts, related to the deep secrets of the shattered space. Xia Man was at a loss for words for a moment. Oh, right, where's the mirror prison and promised arc data I asked for? Should I go look on Yuguang City's shelf now? Xia Man found herself inexplicably unable to keep up with Yilan's thoughts recently and decided to speak less. Temporarily splitting up, Xia Man quickly searched the Yuguang City area, while Yilan went through Shattered Light City's data. Time ticked by, and Yilan gradually showed a very subtle expression of regret. The data here was truly too varied, from abnormal disasters to wasteland customs, making it difficult to find a breakthrough. But in the very next instant, Yilan's gaze suddenly sharpened. On the shelf 2 rows to his left, the remaining stock seemed a bit low. Frowning, Yilan walked over. He looked down, and it was still different from Shattered Light City. There was a lot piled on the ground here, enough to fill 1.5 bookshelves easily, which was within the normal range. But the moment he withdrew his gaze, Yilan lowered his head and focused on a document on the ground. Then, he picked it up. Looking at the handwriting on it, Yilan narrowed his eyes. Records of major events in Yuguang City. Yilan quickly bent down and started searching, finding a large number of Yuguang City files on the ground. Man. Yilan raised his head, sweeping his gaze across the bookshelves in front of him. Yuguang City shelves, are there 2? Xia Man was startled. She was already nearby, so she turned her head and looked. I forgot to mention, Yuguang City has a lot of affairs and collects a lot of data, so it should have 3 shelves. 3 shelves? Yilan's pupils contracted. That means, the abundant file storage on this ground, nearly half of it belongs to Yuguang City. If these were removed, the shelves for this gathering point would definitely not be full. In fact, Even less data than what remained for Shattered Light City. Yilan's expression was solemn as he ran his hand over the wrinkled label on the bookshelf, clearly seeing the name of the affiliated gathering point. On it. Xianguang City. What was going on? Could this be normal? It's normal for a shelf not to be full. Or, on that day, it wasn't just Shattered Light City. Another city also. Ah. Just as he was thinking of something crucial, Xiao Manman's scream suddenly came from behind him. Yilan abruptly turned his head, and Xiao Manman was frozen in place, staring at the air as if she had seen a ghost. Sister. Unbelievable. Sister? Without a doubt, Xiao Manman's sister is Xiaqingyu, isn't she? Man. The situation had a hint of strangeness. Yilan, without hesitation, first let out a shout to steady Xiao Manman's mind, then strode over and helped her up. The moment he helped her, Yilan's brow furrowed even tighter. Whether in a physical sense or in terms of psionic fluctuations, there was nothing in front of Xiao Manman, it was completely empty. What's wrong? Yilan wasn't worried about triggering anything and asked directly. What's wrong? I'm not sure. Firmly supported by Yilan, an undeniable sense of security instantly filled Xiao Manman's entire body, and her emotions quickly stabilized. I just felt something suddenly appear from there and walk towards me. Xiao Manman said in a somewhat flustered voice. And that feeling was very familiar. Really very familiar, it was sister, no doubt. Xiao Manman was very nervous because she felt it had been like this the whole way. It was said that the switch for the mirror prison was there, but it wasn't. It was said that the secret passage to the mirror prison was on that piece of ground, but there was nothing. Now, even stranger, she said she felt her sister's presence. Even she herself began to feel that her statements were a bit outlandish, and she was restless. Has Manman's mysterious sensing ability activated again? This was Yilan's entire thought at the moment. But it shouldn't be Xiaqingyu no matter what. According to his own deductions and the results of interrogating the Yuhui Pope, Xiaqingyu should be in the shattered space. There was no way she should be here. Little cat. Yilan called out to the mind cat, have you found anything? No, meow. The mind cat's answer was quite honest. Yilan pondered for a moment, then asked a new question. Is there a possibility that some power, very similar to your anomaly, is precisely rewinding this scene? Meow. The mind cat thought for a moment, then shook its head hesitantly. There shouldn't be anything in this world that can rewind my anomaly, meow. The mind cat became more certain as it spoke. And if it's my future self rewinding to my past self, meow, I can't guarantee anything else, meow, but I can definitely sense it, meow. Is that so? Yilan gently patted Xiao Manman's back and began to ponder. Can't Future's Gate do it? Meow. The mind cat seemed to have never considered this possibility, but in the end, it still shook its head. Maybe it can, meow, but it connects to the future, meow, and that kind of consumption is unbelievably huge, meow. Besides that, I think the shattered space could also bring a similar feeling, meow. Shattered space. Yilan narrowed his eyes. After going in circles, did it all come back to this? It's alright, don't panic yet. Yilan stroked the little cat and looked at Xiao Manman, who had calmed down. Is the signal still there? It's gone. Tears were subtly flowing from the corners of Xiao Manman's eyes. Did we miss something? Is sister asking us for help? Yilan was silent for a moment, then spoke softly, don't panic. Immediately after, Yilan took out his communicator. Lu Zhang. God of War? How did you know I arrived? Yilan was slightly stunned. Su Lezhan was still excitedly saying. I just got off the plane. You called already? Yilan was a bit helpless. No, I didn't know. have Zhao Taihui and the other one arrived? That's right. Su Lezhang said, I've already done the ideological work for them. This battle must be fought with great fervor and shake the mountains and rivers. Yi Lan's mouth twitched slightly. What kind of battle, with whom? Release the mechanical colossus to guard the Dawn Fortress blockade zone. Leave half of the existing army, and you bring the other half to me with forced marches day and night. Alright. Su Lezhang quickly asked, where to? Feeling Su Lezhang's excitement and fervor, Yilan didn't want to say anything for a moment and directly sent the picture over. The location circled on the map. There was a brief silence in the communication, probably while Su Lezhang was looking at the map. Then, an even more excited voice came through. Holy crap! Isn't this next to Yuguang City? God of War, have you finally decided to? Yi Lan's eyebrow twitched. Attention, also, all those exploration teams, research teams, etc., currently stationed at Dawn Fortress, not a single one to be left behind, shift your focus to me. Su Lezhang's voice gradually lowered, and he mumbled somewhat dejectedly, exploration teams, huh? Alright. I understand. After hanging up the phone, Yilan refocused his gaze on Xiaomanman. Don't worry, there is indeed something strange here. I will investigate thoroughly. Standing up, Yilan pushed open the door to the data room and looked up. While waiting for them to arrive, there's one last thing. Take me to see the wound of the promised Arkansas. Xiaomanman composed herself and nodded. The two went upstairs one after another. As they ascended, Yilan recalled the latest discovery that had been interrupted. Xianguang City, do you have any impression of it? Yes. Xiaomanman said, that is a very special city within the Yuguang land. It is the true transit hub of the entire Yuguang land, and its status is irreplaceable. Simply put, Xianguang City's location is 200 to 400 kilometers from every other city, and because of this, the area around the city has the most branching roads in the entire Yuguang land. Yilan nodded slightly, found Xianguang City's location on the map, and slowly sketched a question mark. At this point, the two stepped out of the staircase and arrived at the third floor of the promised ark. The crack representing the wound was already close at hand, and from afar, one could still smell that somewhat decaying scent. It was very incongruous. Amidst the decay, there was also the brightness of sunlight, and a kind of grassy, revitalizing scent. It really is like this. Constantly suffering trauma while healing. Yilan mused, the two forces are evenly matched on the promised ark's body, which is why it hasn't awakened to this day. Yilan's psionic energy spread out, touched it lightly, and he frowned slightly. It seems the situation is even more serious than I imagined. Overall, the recovery rate is greater than the injury rate. The rotten spear really is something. Yilan couldn't help but sigh. Not only is its penetrative power incredibly strong, but even more formidable is this ability, similar to poison damage. It can be said that this is the most fatal blow. Perhaps many anomalies could withstand the initial wave of sneak attacks, but not the continuous, never-ending, sustained erosion. It looks so painful, meow. The mind cat suddenly said this. And its words struck Xiaomanman's heart, making her expression dim for a moment. Unlike any other institution of the Twilight God cult, the Judgment Tribunal's feelings for the promised ark were the deepest and most special. This was their base camp, and one could even say their second home. Wait. Yilan suddenly thought of something and was momentarily stunned. How is it recovering? Why is it recovering? Man, you must have heard of this theory, right? Anomalies recover power by drawing on faith. Xiaomanman nodded in confusion. Yes, I know that. Yilan shook his head, his expression serious. But what I want to know is, how do your Twilight God cult's deity attendants recover power? That's simple. Seeing that it was something she knew, Xiaomanman nodded with confidence. Different deity attendants are assigned to different departments, and while believing in the main god, they also take into account belief in the Affiliated anomalies. Yilan lightly licked his lips. Finally, he felt like he was close to grasping the answer to all these unreasonable things. Then, for the promised arc, which department is taking into account its faith? That would naturally be. Xiaomanman had been speaking as if it were obvious, but halfway through, she suddenly froze. The Judgment Tribunal. Ah. As Xiaomanman spoke, a question that everyone had overlooked thus appeared. The Judgment Tribunal is already gone, but it is still recovering power? Who is restoring its power? Temple. Could it be that the Yuhui Pope arranged a new department to believe in the promised arc, to assist in its recovery? Xiaomanman racked her brain, guessing, belief doesn't need to be nearby, so it's normal that we can't see it. That department could be in Yuguan land. Impossible. Yilan shook his head. The current situation is that the Yuhui Pope's people haven't stepped foot into the promised ark to this day. It's clearly just one step away, yet they haven't even sent anyone to take over. It's like, they've forgotten it. Forgotten? That's right. Yilan lifted his head. The location of the promised ark itself is a forgotten area. Thinking about it this way, the process of asking the Yuhui Pope for the promised ark's location before was also very strange. Such an important matter, such a crucial role, yet it seemed he knew nothing else except that the promised ark was here. This is unreasonable. If this entire area, no, it should be the unfinished urban area of Yuguan land, has all been forgotten, then preventing the outside world from forgetting itself is already the result of the promised ark's full efforts. Yilan. Xiaomanman suddenly became panicked again, grabbing Yilan's sleeve. I feel my sister again. This time there's absolutely no mistake. Yilan nodded. His body, however, was very relaxed. Where? Just right in front of us. No sooner had she spoken than Xiaomanman froze, her voice urgent. She's gone again. Yilan couldn't help but narrow his eyes. Go. Follow her. Okay. Xiaomanman chased after her with a whoosh, and Yilan followed closely behind. Like a chase and an escape, not long after, both of them stopped at the same time. Because they had returned to a familiar place. This is, Yilan mused, the corridor of introspection? One more step forward was the entrance to the so-called mirror prison. That room with the 1,000-layered door walls. Should we go in? Xiaomanman felt a little uneasy. According to a normal plot, this kind of ghost that resembles an acquaintance luring people to a dangerous place is like a mysterious entity, enticing people step by step into a trap. Of course we'll go in, Yilan said decisively. You don't need to worry about anything, just make sure not to lose that signal. Okay. Xiaomanman gritted her teeth and rushed into the room with the 1,000 layers. Here. After entering and identifying for a moment, Xiaomanman rushed directly towards the wall. That life signal is right here. Yilan's pupils contracted. This is the location of the secret passage switch that Xiaomanman had pointed out earlier. Now what? Where is he? Yilan asked loudly. He went to the middle. Xiaomanman shouted. She stopped on a floor tile. As she spoke, she froze. That was also the entrance to the mirror prison that she had pointed out earlier. But in that moment of distraction, Xiaomanman's expression changed drastically. Oh no! It's over! Yilan! It's diving down! I can't follow it! Diving down? Yilan frowned slightly. Diving down, secret passage, mirror prison. Disappearance, forgotten. Yilan narrowed his eyes and made a bold decision. He grabbed Xiaomanman's left arm, then handed her a strange glass shard. Hold it in your right hand. Infuse psionic energy into it. Ha! Xiaomanman had to admit, she was a bit bewildered. But... okay. Boom. The moment the psionic energy touched the glass shard, Xiao Man almost felt dizzy from the impact. Similarly, the hand Yilan was holding on Xiao Man's arm felt like an electric current had passed through, and then a dizzying sensation rushed into his mind? Dizziness? In the next instant, there was a sensation of weightlessness as the ground gave way beneath their feet. Falling? Illusion. With the glass shard fully activated, Yilan decisively activated illusion, and then the two of them, following that falling sensation, completely fell down. Boom! Bang! After more than 10 meters of weightlessness, the next time they regained consciousness was when they made contact with the ground. Swish! The first thing Yilan did when he opened his eyes was to determine the distance. More than 10 meters above their heads, but this place might not have existed before using the glass shard. And then, so bright. For a dark underground, this brightness was a bit too dazzling. Just as he turned his head to look around, Yilan froze. People. So many people. Even, so many powerful people. They were looking at his side, some astonished, some wary. This is a temple? This was the first time Yilan's expression showed confusion since entering Yuguan land. Yes. It was also amidst Yilan's confusion that Xiao Man finally remembered something. No, it's not. This is a place that simulates the structure of a temple. This is the main hall inside the mirror prison. Yilan was thoughtful. So, is there such a possibility? Yilan spoke a chilling sentence, word by word. When we were still in Sky City, the scene you saw through your method actually didn't happen in the temple of Yuguan land. But, here. In that scene, the Yuhui Pope fought within it, and then killed Xiaqingyu. Yilan suddenly felt several particularly intense gazes on him and couldn't help but turn his head. There was an old but spirited man, with complex eyes. And a more mature, yet weary woman, with tears welling up in her eyes. I'm sorry. The situation was urgent then, and I had no choice but to terminate the original plan and withdraw the people from Sky City. The figure leaned forward continuously, as if wanting to gently place all her weariness aside. But, thank you for still being willing to come, Yilan. Immediately after, the girl who was about to embrace Yilan suddenly felt a somewhat strange and surprised gaze from behind her. It was Xia Tianan's. And so, at the last moment before the embrace, she turned slightly and tightly hugged Xiao Man. I've missed you so much. Man. Xiaqingyu. How long ago? Sister. Sister? It was such an exciting moment, yet Xiao Man's brain was basically completely shut down. Is it really you? Of course it's me, Xiaqingyu said with a radiant smile. After parting ways in Sewage Town, how did you get so thin? Does Yilan make you work all day? Yilan. However, even though Xiao Man tried her best to use the art of language to alleviate the surprise of this meeting, she still became a conversation. Stop her, staring blankly. You're really not dead? Xiaqingyu. How could this child be so silly? However, her apology only deepened. I'm sorry, I made you worry. Watching this scene, Yilan smiled faintly, not joining the conversation. Finding the person was enough, he wasn't very good at catching up. Gazing at the people gathered here, Yilan asked Xiaqingyu. Judgment Tribunal? During the inquiry, Yilan's gaze swept over Xia Tianan. The other party wore a somewhat complex smile, and Yilan nodded slightly. Yes, Xiaqingyu confirmed Yilan's guess. How many members of the Judgment Tribunal are gathered here? Xiaqingyu's answer was very firm. Over 80%. Yilan nodded. This was incredibly good news for him. At least in the beginning, everyone had prepared for the complete annihilation of the Judgment Tribunal. Perhaps it wasn't enough to deal with anomalies, but the Judgment Tribunal was undoubtedly the strongest force among the Wasteland's humans, and the most fundamental guarantee for maintaining order and dealing with minor disasters in the Wasteland. So, the only interesting question now was whether Hui Pope was aware of this situation. If he wasn't, then it would be truly hilarious. He would have taken enormous risks, endured the displeasure of several main gods, and after a hard-fought battle, only managed to scratch his opponent's surface. So, what exactly is going on? Yilan asked with a frown. This should be inside the mirror prison, right? Unlike Xiao Manman's complete bewilderment, Yilan also seemed to not know much more. That's right, Xiao Qingyu nodded. Let's go inside and talk. Yilan readily agreed. Then, Xiao Qingyu and Xiao Tianan led the way, and Yilan and Xiao Manman walked together into a small room off to the side of the hall. Creak. Closing the door, Yilan showed great interest in the layout and construction of the place. From the outside, the room looked more like a guard's office, with a screen-like object resembling a surveillance terminal inside. Of course, this thing was neither a monitor nor an electronic product. The screen displayed various red dots of different sizes, as well as a misty, peculiar circuit diagram. This is an ability objects, used to get a general overview of the entire interior of the mirror prison, Xiao Qingyu introduced. The mirror prison's interior automatically blocks all electronic devices, so there can be no signal. But our personnel stationed here must find a way to ensure real-time monitoring of the mirror prison's interior to prevent extreme situations like escapes or infiltration. Yilan nodded, not surprised by this. In the past few decades, due to the close relationship between human beings and main god-level existences like Pure Remnant Sun and the Rotten Tree, human exploration of anomalous powers was not rare, and many ability objects, combined with technology, had developed completely unexpected functions. Away from the crowded situation outside, only the four familiar people remained in the room, and Xia Tianan bowed to Yilan. Greetings, Eternal Night God. Eternal Night God? Xiao Manman's expression didn't change much, but Xiao Qingyu's shocked expression flashed and disappeared. She hadn't experienced everything that happened in Radiant City, so it was understandable that she knew nothing about it. However, Xiao Qingyu quickly became at ease and accepted this possibility. After all, even if she hadn't gone to Radiant City, she had gone with Yilan to the shadow of the past in Sewage Town a little earlier, and those shocking scenes were still vivid in her mind. Yilan nodded slightly. By now, his influence and connections were gradually growing, and sometimes, especially when facing acquaintances, there was no longer a need to hide. And he did not deny the title. However, Xia Tianan's expression was slightly puzzled. His two daughters' reactions were a bit too calm, weren't they? Knowing his two daughters' personalities quite well, he couldn't help but remind them. Qingyu, man, this is a true main god. You must show respect. Don't be so formal, I don't like this kind of thing. Yilan, without any godly airs, helped Xia Tianan up, his gaze sweeping over the three of them. The help each member of your family has given me, if not unparalleled, has been crucial. From now on, don't always focus on this distinction in status between a person and a god with me. Yilan joked. It's just that I won't turn people into anomalies, otherwise your three merits would be enough for me to deify all of you. Xia Tianan gave a dry laugh, Xiao Qingyu gave a wry smile, and Xiao Manman pouted unhappily. Didn't you already deify by Tao Tao? Yilan. That was an accident, he sighed. It was the inevitable result of being pushed step by the tides of fate. Or if you ask Tao Tao yourself, you'll get the same answer. She may not have wanted to become a god, nor did she necessarily want to be the Pope. I understand that, Xiao Qingyu, for once, found a common point of agreement. I also don't want to be the Pope at all, but if the last battle had been won, I'm afraid I would have directly ascended to the position of Pope. Yilan's expression was slightly odd. Why are you all like this? And Lin Jiao, she's also someone who would rather be a saint than a Pope. Tell me what happened. Why did the war suddenly start? As soon as Yilan finished speaking, all the other questions that had been suppressed these past few days rushed into his mind, one after another. Why are you all staying here obediently? Didn't you try to leave? Why didn't the Pope conduct further searches and pressure here? After asking this long string of questions, Yilan himself felt he had asked a bit too much. But there was no helping it. The Judgment Tribunal was just sitting there, safe and sound, in the promised ark, hidden within the mirror prison. This fact alone was already more absurd than all his imaginings. Even Xia Qingyu seemed a bit at a loss as to where to begin for a moment. Let me tell you, Xia Tianan sighed. This is a long story. Yilan nodded, not afraid of a long story, as long as he could explain things clearly. This matter began 30 years ago. Put. The mouthful of coffee Yilan had just sipped sprayed out directly. How? How long ago? Twin cities. That's too absurd. I only asked you to talk about what happened in Yuguangland these past few days. How did it start from 60 years ago? Wait, Yilan took another sip of coffee to calm himself. Then let's not make it a long story. Just tell the short version. All right. Xia Tianan nodded, but the story still has to start from 60 years ago. Although it's a bit absurd, Xia Tianan's voice was somewhat embarrassed. It's only because you asked that I'm starting from 60 years ago. If it were someone else asking, then I would have to start from Sewage Town 60 years ago, otherwise I wouldn't be able to explain why I was helping you in Radiant City 60 years ago. Yilan. And it's related to Radiant City 60 years ago? Xia Tianan shook his head. That's not quite right. The incident itself has nothing to do with Radiant City, but it served as a catalyst. Yilan finally accepted this explanation. Go on, I'm ready. Everyone was in position. Xia Manman and Xia Qingyu were both a little curious, and Xia Tianan did not drive them away. Everyone had different blind spots and different surprises. 60 years ago, when I led a team to deal with the ancient god's touch problem in Radiant City, I met you. Because of my experiences in Sewage Town and my conjectures about your identity, I fully cooperated and helped you with the aftermath. But then, an awkward problem arose. Speaking of this, Xia Tianan's expression showed great dissatisfaction, of course, not directed at Yilan. I promised to help you with the aftermath, but when I returned to Yuguangland immediately afterward, I couldn't mobilize enough manpower, simply because the Yuhui Pope was obstructing it. Yilan narrowed his eyes. The Yuhui Pope was obstructing it? Were you already at odds back then? Wait, does that mean you told the Yuhui Pope about my appearance in Radiant City? No, Xia Tianan shook his head, which made Yilan sigh in relief slightly. I only mentioned the Five Gods Covenant. As for who the Yuhui Pope might have guessed it was, I have no way of knowing. Yilan nodded gently. This answer was acceptable. If I wanted to comprehensively arrange for people to infiltrate the four great families and maintain the long-term, wasteland-wide anti-proliferation defense line that followed, I found that the manpower required was far, far more than initially estimated. Such a group of people was impossible for me to secretly transfer. It had to be fully coordinated within the Twilight God cult. And sure enough, after I spoke with the Yuhui Pope, it was completely rejected. Yilan nodded gently, offering no comment. One could only say that while he didn't approve, he could understand the Yuhui Pope's actions. 60 years ago, the Twilight God cult was at its peak, described as being in its prime. How could it bear to mobilize so many elites to become long-term, unusable hidden agents, risking a drop in overall strength to second place in the wasteland? Then very quickly, it was probably also an accident. In short, a major event suddenly occurred in Yuguangland at that time. Xia Tianan's voice was serious, clearly indicating that the situation he was describing had reached a crucial point. For some unknown reason, Chunjing City failed to ring the dusk bell. Yilan was stunned for a moment. A city name he had never heard before appeared. Chunjing City? Yes. Xia Tianan nodded, indicating that he had not made a mistake. It is one of Yuguangland's two satellite cities. These two satellite cities are located on the left and right, less than 50 kilometers from Yuguangland. One is called Chunjing City, and the other is called Kanyang City. Yilan. You guys are really a bit lazy with your naming.
At that time, Chunjing City and Kanyang City held immense significance, also known as the Twin Cities.
Chunjing City served as the headquarters of the Judgment Tribunal, while Kanyang City served as the headquarters of the Punishment Tribunal. And it's worth mentioning that Mirror Prison was located in Chunjing City at that time. Yi Lan's expression shifted slightly. Leaving aside the Mirror Prison for now, why was it the Judgment Tribunal again? Dawn Fortress was supposed to be the future headquarters of the Judgment Tribunal, but then it disappeared. The situation at that time was extremely dire, shocking the entire Twilight God cult. After all, the sight of an entire city completely disappearing was terrifying and unprecedented. It can be said that if I hadn't happened to be leading half of the Judgment Tribunal to Radiant City for a mission at that time, the entire Judgment Tribunal would have disappeared. The entire Yuguan land fell into panic. For the first time in a long while, everyone was united, and all departments dispatched their full elite forces. Even the abnormalities were sent out. Finally, we searched the entire city, completely confirming that all people, abnormalities, and anything else had disappeared, with only one thing remaining there. Yi Lan narrowed his eyes. Mirror Prison? That's right. Xia Tianan nodded. I can barely remember the specific process, but after countless difficulties, we entered Mirror Prison. Fortunately, although the Yuhui Pope and the Punishment Tribunal provided people an effort under such strange circumstances, they were still consciously preserving their strength and unwilling to be the vanguard. As we were anxious about our own people, I led the Judgment Tribunal as the first group to enter Mirror Prison. Xia Tianan paused. Then I discovered that almost all of the half of the Judgment Tribunal members who were at the headquarters at the time were safe and sound, all hiding in Mirror Prison. Hearing this, Yi Lan was rarely astonished. Just like you guys? Xia Tianan hadn't actually thought of that point and was a bit embarrassed for a moment. Yes, I suppose? But there are still some differences. He composed himself and continued his narration. According to the description of a chief inquisitor who was on duty at the headquarters at the time, the moment the dusk bell failed to ring, Mirror Prison was already nearly out of control. Uncertain of how great the danger of the dusk bell was, and with sunset already irreversible, he decided to take everyone to Mirror Prison and activate the emergency plan for Mirror Prison's loss of control. Xia Tianan's expression was serious, as if even after more than 60 years ago, recalling such a scene still made him feel a bit. According to some abnormal information that the main god once provided to the high-ranking members of the cult, for example, we accurately left a record that once Mirror Prison loses control, it will directly transform a city into a prison filled with the power of Mirror Prison, irreversibly. He sighed. It was a fortunate coincidence, but precisely because of this, the people of the Judgment Tribunal, who had been prepared to die, were preserved. At that moment, a flash of inspiration struck me, and I made a bold decision. Yi Lan seemed to have thought of something and looked at Xia Tianan with some astonishment. Sure enough, he slowly spoke the answer. I transferred half of those people, faking their disappearance, and sent them to Radiant City. Disappeared data. Yi Lan opened his mouth, suddenly finding it a bit hard to accept. He was somewhat moved, yet also slightly self-reproachful. These people were simply too important. Without their presence, the mess he had left 30 years ago couldn't have been cleaned up, and he wouldn't have been able to arrive 30 years later. And at this very moment, these people were so busy that their homes were almost impossible to defend. A city just disappeared. Aren't you afraid that by moving so many people, you wouldn't be able to defend the Yuguan land at that time? After a long pause, Yi Lan finally asked. Fortunately, Xia Tianan's plan was complete and didn't involve robbing Peter to pay Paul. I left half the people behind, he said. All we needed to do was ring the dusk bell, not continuously fill it with people like a battlefield. Xia Tianan's thinking was very clear. If the highest combat power of our entire Twilight God cult cannot ring the dusk bell, then having that extra half of the people is meaningless. Even if the Twilight God cult is completely annihilated, at least a radiant city with strength rivaling the Twilight God cult will emerge because of it.
During a brief silence, Xiao Man coughed lightly, interrupting the increasingly lofty topic of mission, and took over the conversation.
So the position of that group of people became very awkward. When they completed their mission, which was a few days ago, after your decisive battle in Radiant City, the Pope would not acknowledge their existence or their affiliation as members of the Twilight God cult. That is to say, if they wanted to return to the Judgment Tribunal and regain their identity within the Twilight God cult, my brother bringing them back after the battle in Sky City was the only chance, but the result. Everyone knew the outcome. The rotten spear turned against them, severely damaging the promised ark, then successively inflicting heavy damage on Xia Chengfei and killing Li Jichuan. So at that time, I had no choice but to withdraw everyone to Yuguang City. Xia Qingyu's eyes held a hint of apology. Only this opportunity allowed them to be directly brought back via the promised ark, returning to the Yuguang land and then reporting to the Judgment Tribunal's headquarters before the Pope noticed, making it a fait accompli. So that's how it was. After all this time, some of the questions from back then were finally answered. No wonder Xia Qingyu had been so anxious when withdrawing the people at that time. But the changes didn't stop, and I don't know who betrayed me. Xia Tianan took back the conversation. 30 years ago, I transferred half of the people to Radiant City. After all, there were many people, and the other half almost all witnessed that scene. I think someone let something slip. This matter was soon learned by the Pope, and he imposed a punishment on me. But fortunately, I brought up the Five Gods Covenant. He didn't have the authority to forcibly convict me and had to wait for the latest divine revelation from the main god. But then again, the main god had not yet returned from civilization's end at that time. Xia Tianan recalled the distant events, a hint of melancholy appearing on his face. So, he could only imprison me in the mirror prison as a major suspect. Yi Lan's eyes flickered slightly. The clues once again began to converge at the same place, the mirror prison. This wouldn't take my life, it merely showed an attitude. Imprisoning me under the public, I could already achieve half of his goal. Xia Tianan shook his head. I had already passed my impetuous youth at that time. I didn't like scheming, nor did I covet any power. I had already thought that the task you entrusted to me would be my last, and then I would completely retire. But he paused. During the time I was confined in the mirror prison, I discovered a very strange place. A strange place? Yi Lan asked cooperatively. Yes. During that time, the people imprisoned in the mirror prison kept disappearing, without any pattern, causing widespread panic. The situation was so severe that some of my old subordinates even wanted to break me out of prison. Thinking of the situation back then, Xia Tianan subtly pursed his lips. However, the Pope still didn't release me. I guessed he was very much looking forward to me also gradually becoming one of the disappeared, but the outcome didn't go his way. Under my careful observation, I discovered many strange things about the mirror prison. Remembering the scene from back then, Xia Tianan's expression grew more and more serious. Compared to its usual peacefulness, the spiritual energy in the mirror prison during that period had a lot more ferocity, and other such details. Although inconspicuous, there were many. And then, something that had never happened in the mirror prison before, a lot of exuvii were found. Exuvii? Yi Lan's pupils suddenly constricted, and he pulled out a flawless glass shard from his pocket. Are you talking about this? The moment he saw that object, Xia Tianan's expression immediately changed slightly. Exactly. It's this thing. Yi Lan's eyes flickered, then he nodded gently. Continue. Yi Lan's ability to gather information gave Xia Tianan immense confidence, and his words immediately flowed more smoothly. Then, not long after, the Pope sent many people to the mirror prison. Every now and then, they would carefully collect those things and transport them to an unknown location. 7 days later, because my reasons were sufficient and the Pope's reasons were not enough to supersede the Five Gods Covenant, I was released. After leaving, I immediately went to the Judgment Tribunal's archive to look up information on the mirror prison, only to find that all of it had vanished into thin air. Yi Lan's pupils suddenly constricted. Do you understand? It vanished into thin air, and I clearly remembered those things. Even after many years, mentioning this matter again, Xia Tianan's emotions were still very unsettled, because they didn't remember any such information at all. My old subordinates initially thought I had been confined in the mirror prison for too long and my memory was confused. It wasn't until several subsequent discussions that they gradually felt something was wrong, because when they recorded the mirror prison's information after that day, they remembered, why had we not recorded anything for over 30 years before? With the strictness of our rules, such an oversight would be impossible. At this moment, Yilan, due to a certain conjecture, was no longer eager to continue listening and turned to look at Xia Man. Man. When you and I were looking at the Shattered Light City's data in the archive just now, did you see any unusual data related to Shattered Light City? Xiao Man was stunned. I didn't look at much, but the part one did look at indeed had none. Yi Lan's expression grew even more solemn. Then the remaining part was what I looked at, and there was none there either. Yi Lan felt that a certain truth was finally gradually surfacing. Dawn Fortress was directly forgotten, but the seemingly just disappeared Shattered Light City also appeared to have been affected by the forgetting. In the disappeared cities, information related to anomalies would be forgotten. Outrageous possibility. This is why the situation had made a breakthrough, but Yilan still couldn't sort out anything more useful. Something was still missing, some crucial clue. Yilan took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down again. You continue. Xia Tianan nodded. He knew that such matters required time to sort out. 2 days after that, the main god probably returned from civilization's end and finally delivered a divine revelation. The divine revelation was only 6 short words: observe the 5 gods' covenant. Xia Tianan sighed, a worry that only the most devout believers possessed. The main god rarely delivered divine revelations after that. From then on, every divine revelation was conveyed with such brevity. In short, perhaps for this reason, the main god had no spare energy to address whether I was guilty. This was then exploited by the Yuhui Pope, and I was ultimately demoted from my position as Grand Inquisitor. Yilan felt a bit uneasy hearing this. After all, it was ultimately a result of his own actions. However, just as he began to ponder whether he should go educate the Yuhui Pope a bit later, Xia Tianan's face lit up with a triumphant, smug expression. But, you see, the Judgment Tribunal only has a handful of people, and those who could inherit my mantle were my most trusted subordinates and old friends. Then, less than 10 years later, my son Xingfei had fully grown. He was exceptionally talented, rising like the sun, and eventually ascended to the position of Grand Inquisitor. Alright, Yilan temporarily didn't want to hear the Xia family's full House of Heroes family history, so he opened his mouth and asked. After you left Mirror Prison, didn't you do anything? Yes, Xia Tianan immediately said. I reported all the unusual details discovered in Mirror Prison, the missing Mirror Prison data, and most worryingly, what the Yuhui Pope had sent people to collect and take away, all to the main god through prayer. Yilan nodded, his mouth twitching. He felt considerably more relieved. In such large-scale bizarre events, the most feared thing was not having a main god of his level, or the second or third level, to take over and hold the line. Yilan increasingly understood the 5 gods' covenant. He felt very reassured today upon hearing that this matter had been reported to the third main god back then. Presumably, 30 years ago in Radiant City, they would have also felt very reassured when they heard he took over Radiant City, right? What did Pure Remnant Sun say? I don't know, Xia Tianan shook his head. But a few days later, the main god delivered a divine revelation to me, also a few words, brief and to the point. Simply put, it was handled, no worries. Xia Tianan said. Because it was the main god's personal reply, I stopped investigating the matter. Yilan nodded slightly. Indeed, since 003 already knew about it, it should have been handled.
Then came the current problem. My son's style is much more aggressive than mine.
Over the decades, he has become completely irreconcilable with the Yu Hui Pope's faction, and has spent a great deal of effort fighting them,
attempting to unite with the punishment tribunal.
Finally, all of this led to the events of a few days ago, gradually reaching the end of the unfolding narrative.
But he was still a bit naive. The punishment tribunal ultimately sided with the Yu Hui Pope. Xia Tianan shook his head. Chengfei was severely injured and unconscious in Sky City.
The Yu Hui Pope was already stirring, and this mess was dumped onto Qing Yu's shoulders. Qing Yu planned very well, declaring an all-out war on the rotten god cult to divert the conflict. The Yu Hui Pope's private squad and the punishment tribunal were not the main combatants, so as long as Qing Yu intentionally controlled it according to the plan, it wouldn't spiral out of control.
As long as she held out until Xia Qingfei woke up and then ceased hostilities, this crisis would pass.
But an unexpected and awkward situation arose, Xiao Tianan said, finding it quite unbelievable himself. The rotten god cult simply vanished. At the same time, Qing Yu's decision to withdraw the group of people who went to Radiant City 30 years ago was also exposed, completely agitating the Yu Hui Pope's nerves. After all, our judgment tribunal was already very strong, and with the addition of so many people, it was quickly disrupting the balance with him.
All of this began.
Next, the Yu Hui Pope secretly mobilized his forces, and Qing Yu also began to move between the three major fortresses.
For a time, the entire Yuguang land became turbulent.
Xia Tianan sighed deeply. I was still too soft-hearted. I didn't want the Yuguang land to fall into turmoil, so I didn't humble myself to travel between the three major fortresses, only trying to contact some deity attendants of our faith to see what help I could get. These were all things Yilan had somewhat guessed, until the next sentence, which made Yilan pause.
We finally secured the help of the Wandering Butterfly. Wandering Butterfly?
Yilan's expression was slightly strange, and he immediately thought of the good friend of the little cat, that cute little butterfly, whom he had
just met a while ago.
It seems that people on the same path, even if they don't say it, eventually become people on the same path. Qing Yu meticulously set up a trap targeting the Yu Hui Pope. For this trap, we preemptively withdrew almost all of the Judgment Tribunal's active forces into Mirror Prison.
Xia Tianan finally came to the climax of it all.
Because Mirror Prison is directly beneath the Promised Ark, and our headquarters is also the Promised Ark, such a large-scale deployment would not be
noticed as unusual by the Yu Hui Pope.
But for some unknown reason, when we had all entered Mirror Prison, the Yu Hui Pope suddenly launched an all-out attack.
Yilan frowned. Wait.
You said he suddenly launched an attack. Where did he attack? Xia Tianan was stunned for a moment, thinking carefully, and realized that he hadn't even paid attention to this inconspicuous little detail.
He launched an attack on all Judgment Tribunal strongholds throughout the entire Yuguang land.
Yilan immediately noticed the most unusual part and interrupted him.
In other words, he didn't send a single soldier to the Promised Ark, to Mirror Prison?
That's right, Xia Tianan also became puzzled.
Not only that.
It's so strange. He didn't even send people to surround or guard this place.
Yuguang City is right next to it, isn't he afraid of us launching a surprise attack? At this moment, Yilan's expression grew even stranger.
He thought of an absurd possibility, and this absurd possibility could very well be the truth.
Is there such a possibility?
Because Mirror Prison disappeared, Xia Qingyu and everyone from the Judgment Tribunal you moved into Mirror Prison have all disappeared. Yilan's expression was still strange. So, from the Yu Hui Pope's perspective, he has completely forgotten about you all here. At that time, when he assessed the strength of both sides, he only had that very small number of people who hadn't withdrawn into Mirror Prison.
So he thought. The Judgment Tribunal is that weak? Yilan's mouth twitched slightly, finally revealing the full picture of this absurd truth. Then, he decisively made his move. Day of ambush.
The air was silent for a long time, so much so that even Xia Tianan didn't know what expression to make. If this deduction was correct, then wouldn't the Judgment Tribunal's full withdrawal into Mirror Prison be the fuse that led Yu Huipope to launch a full-scale war? I felt it was strange before. Yilan shook his head. Your Yu Huipope is not shrewd, nor is he powerful. The strength of the Punishment Tribunal and Judgment Tribunal is vastly different. As long as the three major fortresses weren't crazy, even for the future of the wasteland, they should know which side to take. But incredibly, all three major fortresses sided with Yu Huipope. There's only one reason. Yilan spoke the truth, because at that time, the outside world had completely forgotten the members of the Judgment Tribunal here, so they thought the Judgment Tribunal was too weak, and ultimately helped Yu Huipope. Xia Qingyu opened her mouth. But that's not right, is it? If entering here means being forgotten, Yu Huipope shouldn't remember my father and me either. How could he continue to treat us as imaginary enemies? I'm not sure of the reason. Perhaps you are among those closest to a god, and thus not so easily forgotten. Yilan shook his head, becoming increasingly certain of this answer. It's like Yu Huipope still remembers Promised Ark, but seems to have forgotten most things about it. Xia Qingyu was speechless. Continue. Only one last mystery remained regarding Yu Huipope and the Xia family's storyline. How did they come into conflict with Yu Huipope again? And how did they die? Oh. Xia Tianan glanced at his daughter, noticing she was already in a state of disarray, so he took over the explanation. The situation was urgent, so we immediately initiated Qing Yu's original assassination plan. The wandering butterfly created a bewildering effect, successfully causing Yu Huipope to lose his way. On his way to the temple, he eventually entered the main hall of Mirror Prison, which is exactly like this mirrored place. And then... Wait. Yilan suddenly interrupted him. Since Wandering Butterfly was willing to help you, couldn't it just go and kill Yu Huipope directly? Even if Wandering Butterfly isn't good at fighting, wouldn't it still be easy to defeat a Yu Huipope? As he spoke, Yilan felt something stir on him, and quickly adjusted his words. Little cat, I wasn't talking about you. Although you don't have combat power, you're still very powerful. Mind cat. Your comfort made me even unhappier, you know. It said no, Xia Tianan explained. The god of wandering told us that there was once a mysterious cat-shaped anomaly who told the main god ancient historical stories from before the apocalypse. It was roughly about how ministers and princes always fought tooth and nail to support their favored crown princes to ascend the throne. The main god was therefore worried that in his absence, various deity attendants would fight over supporting different humans as Yu Huipope, escalating from human wars to god wars, and strictly forbade all anomalies from interfering in human disputes. Yilan suddenly looked at Mind Cat. Possessing ample extracurricular reading. A mysterious cat-shaped anomaly. Mind Cat, meow. Is something wrong? Xia Tianan felt the atmosphere suddenly become inexplicably strange and couldn't help but ask. Nothing. Yilan hesitated, then spoke, then hesitated again. You continue. Xia Tianan nodded. In short, that's how Yu Huipope was led into Mirror Prison. At this moment, Xia Tianan showed a look of fear for the first time. But for some unknown reason, the moment he entered Mirror Prison, he suddenly lost control. Yilan was also stunned for a moment. Why was it Mirror Prison again? Could it be that the problems it had before were not completely dealt with by Pure Remnant Sun? He lost control terrifyingly, instantly shattering our ambush and causing all of us to be teleported and imprisoned in different mirror prisons. Within it, with no one able to leave. He swallowed hard. Only a few people remained in the main hall, including Xia Qingyu and Yu Huipope. Xia Qingyu finally recovered from her previous days and took over the narrative. Because up to this point, Xia Tianan couldn't explain clearly. Yu Huipope was terrifyingly strong at that time, Xia Qingyu said softly. I felt like I was fighting Mirror Prison itself. In short, besides me, there were 7 elites from the Judgment Tribunal in the hall at that time. We almost possessed the top-tier human strength, but they were quickly slaughtered. I was also no match and ultimately died by his scepter. Just a few short sentences vividly described the one-sided battle at that time. This was indeed not the strength a normal person should possess. Yilan knew Xia Qingyu's strength well. But the situation at the time was almost an instant kill. Immediately after, Yilan suddenly froze. So you really died back then? Xia Qingyu nodded. Yes, and then strange things happened. Mirror Prison's state gradually recovered. Soon after, I woke up to find all my wounds healed, and Yu Hui Pope was nowhere to be seen. She spread her hands. That's the whole story. After hearing everything, Yilan was silent for a moment. Something was missing. Still something was missing. Yilan vaguely sensed a hidden hand behind the scenes, but just couldn't pinpoint what was missing. Why didn't you leave? It's not that we didn't leave, it's that we couldn't get out, Xia Qingyu sighed. I don't know if it was sleeping or what, but Mirror Prison seemed to have lost consciousness. We tried every method but couldn't wake it up. In the final battle, Mirror Prison had already activated its ultimate lockdown state. We had no ability to get out, unless Mirror Prison's consciousness returned and lifted the lockdown here. Listening to this analysis, Yilan, for once, really wanted to complain. You are not just locked in Mirror Prison. You, including Mirror Prison, should have been trapped in a certain layer of shattered space. Don't worry about leaving, I'll find a way to solve it. Yilan's eyes flickered. He first gave them a reassurance, then suddenly paused. Qingyu, you guided Man to bring me here, right? Yilan once again grasped the key point. Since you can't get out, how did you manage that? I don't know. Xia Qingyu had never doubted Yilan's sharp thinking ability, so it wasn't surprising that he thought of this. But after my resurrection, I seem to be able to temporarily leave here in a soul-like form, but the range cannot exceed Promised Arkansas. She was a little emotional. This is the only opportunity we had to learn about the outside world during the time we were trapped here. During this period, most of my time was spent standing at the highest point of Promised Ark, gazing at Twilight City, for example, confirming that Yu Hui Pope was not dead. Yilan looked at her deeply, and nodded. The 7 people who died with you in the temple at that time, do you remember who they all were? Xia Qingyu was stunned, then nodded as a matter of course. I remember. Very good. Yilan took a sip of coffee. Bring all of them in, every single one. He paused, and said word by word. Bring them in separately, and they must not be aware. Exponential growth. Creak. About a minute after Xia Qingyu left, the first stranger walked in. He looked around the room, and not recognizing Yilan, he immediately bowed to Xia Tianan. Greetings, old bishop. Xia Tianan was expressionless, and lightly waved his hand. I no longer hold any position in the divine cult, there is no need for honorifics. After speaking, Xia Tianan looked at Yilan with a puzzled expression, a clear hint of unease showing on his face. He wasn't sure what was happening, but it was clear that something seemed to be wrong. A serious problem that even the eternal night god took seriously. Yilan leisurely kept his eyes closed, neither scrutinizing the incoming stranger nor explaining anything to Xia Tianan, simply continuing to wait. Creak. More sounds of doors opening and people entering kept coming, and a few minutes later, the not-so-large room became somewhat crowded. With the sound of the last door opening, Xia Qingyu led the final person in. At this point, besides Yilan and the 3 members of the Xia family, there were now 7 additional people in the room. Yilan opened his eyes in the center of the room and slowly spoke. Qingyu, come stand by me. Okay. Xia Qingyu didn't ask anything and walked towards Yilan. Man, take your father over to the corner. I have something to discuss with them. Yilan paused, then said, word by word, your father is old, don't let him be scared, but. Xia Man was slightly startled. The 7 newcomers didn't find anything amiss, at most thinking that this young man spoke rather unpleasantly, but Xia Man at least understood the subtext. He was telling her to take Xia Tianan further away, to protect him from behind. For a moment, she was both puzzled and uneasy. After getting a nod from Xia Qingyu, Xia Manman no longer hesitated and took Xia Tianan to the furthest part of the room.
Grand Inquisitor, what exactly is going on? Among the 7, a dignified-looking man spoke to Xia Qingyu.
During this time, Xia Qingyu had been acting as the interim Grand Inquisitor.
How could Xia Qingyu know?
So she looked at Yilan.
Then, the 7 people all simultaneously looked at Yilan. It's nothing.
Yilan showed a smile and put down the coffee in his hand. In the next instant, without any warning, Yilan's psionic energy erupted throughout his body, and blue psionic energy swept across the entire room.
Bang!
Without any pause, Yilan immediately gripped the strange glass shard, and psionic energy surged into it. Undoubtedly, in an instant, Yilan's brain was severely impacted, becoming dizzy and disoriented, followed immediately by a strong sensation of
falling.
Fortunately, this was within Yilan's expectations, as he had activated the glass shard more than once or twice before. Although his combat power would be affected, he could at least completely control the physical discomfort.
Hiss! It was in this flash of lightning that the 7 unsuspecting people all underwent a transformation. It was as if they had been exposed to a demon-revealing mirror, their entire bodies becoming grotesque and eerie. They were clearly intact people, yet their entire bodies seemed to switch repeatedly between 3D and 2D images, and from time to time, their whole bodies undulated like an electrocardiogram.
This.
You. Xia Qingyu stared at them in disbelief.
This.
Absolutely not human.
Finally, the 7 people also reacted.
They exchanged glances, and then their individual expressions vanished, transforming into identical ones.
Then, the 7 people, with identical sinister smiles, looked at Yilan. This. A little further away, Xia Manman watched, her hair practically standing on end. Then, she suddenly stiffened. These 7 people shared one commonality with her older sister: they had died together.
Xia Manman's entire body stiffened, an unprecedented fear.
She was looking at Xia Qingyu. Yilan was also looking at Xia Qingyu. Fortunately, Xia Qingyu did not show such an expression, only surprise and confusion. This.
Bang! The facial features of the 7 people vanished simultaneously, turning them into faceless beings, and then, like ghosts split into 7, they pounced on Yilan.
Swish! Yilan was already prepared, having drawn his illusory blade, and with a swift cut, he unhesitatingly stabbed into the body of one of the faceless beings.
Put!
The blade went in and out without a single drop of blood, and one of the 7 faceless beings died on the spot.
Ha! Just died?
Yilan was momentarily stunned. It was precisely because of the immediate success that it was even more unbelievable. Hidden so deeply, with such a massive conspiracy behind it, and such endless future troubles.
Was that all?
But soon, Yilan noticed that the body of the faceless being he had killed vanished like dust, and then that dust began to uniformly drift towards the
other 6 figures.
This.
Yilan's pupils constricted.
With psionic energy covering the entire room, Yilan's perception was incredibly clear. The power of the remaining 6 faceless beings had eerily increased.
The most illogical part was the extent of the increase.
The one he had eliminated was like an ordinary person, yet the other 6 had more than doubled their power.
At this moment, those 6 figures at least possessed the strength of gene enhancers.
Swish! A burst of light appeared in the room, a mixture of sunlight and flames. Xia Qingyu, holding aloft her lightsaber, which glowed like flowing fire with infused psionic energy, split the second figure in 2. The faceless being died instantly, though this time it struggled a bit more, and the dust it became uniformly surged towards the remaining 5 faceless beings. Again, an eerie surge of power, and at this moment, the remaining 5 grotesque faceless beings actually possessed true strength capable of standing
their ground in the wasteland. Bang! Boom!
In a flash, the exchanges among the group grew more intense, and Yilan narrowly avoided physical injury several times. But fortunately, the illusory blade finally seized an opportunity and stabbed into the third figure. Put! The illusory blade completely pierced through it. However, this time, the opponent did not die, instead, it showed an intrigued expression. Put! But no matter what evil it was brewing, it ultimately did not succeed. Xia Qingyu moved in from the side, delivering a supplementary strike with her sword. The illusory blade and the lightsaber, one after the other, completely annihilated the third figure. Boom! After continuous exchanges, Yilan staggered slightly. It wasn't that he was outmatched by enemies of this current strength, but rather that he had been constantly enduring the dizziness and falling sensation from being pulled by the shattered space. Maintaining this state, Yilan felt a violent wave of nausea. Swish! Swish swish! The remaining 4 eerie figures charged at Yilan with ferocity, their angles tricky, creating afterimages in an instant. Their speed was so great that it was almost at the limit of a gene enhancer before an abnormality, and Yilan could no longer dodge with his own speed. Just as Yilan was preparing to take the hit head-on, they suddenly all turned their direction, delivering a surprise, all-out attack on Xia Qingyu. From all sides. Not good. Yilan had a strange feeling that their intelligence and judgment were also increasing with the dust. Realizing it was impossible to kill me with one strike, so they decided to first eliminate Xia Qingyu, who could potentially be killed with one strike. Whoosh! Yilan also rushed towards Xia Qingyu, but he simply couldn't keep up with their speed. They were like a checkmate set up in chess, aiming at all possible positions Xia Qingyu could move to. No matter which direction Xia Qingyu tried to move from, she would inevitably run into a killing blow. Qingyu! Rush towards me! Put! The two were once comrades who cooperated tacitly, and Xia Qingyu immediately understood Yilan's tactic, fiercely thrusting her lightsaber to the left, piercing the faceless being attacking her from her left, and then sprinting towards Yilan. Put! Yilan materialized the illusory blade, and while rushing towards Xia Qingyu, he pierced the faceless being attacking Xia Qingyu from the front. Then, both of them exerted force simultaneously, flinging the faceless beings impaled on their respective swords in the same direction. Bang! The two faceless beings overlapped. The moment they collided, they didn't fly away as expected, instead, they fused together. But it didn't matter, because the goal had already been achieved. Man. Boom! A thunderous explosion suddenly erupted from afar, and Xiao Man's hand cannon accurately blasted over. Boom! The two figures were annihilated simultaneously, turning into dust, causing them to miss the stage of strengthening into 3 formidable enemies. But at this moment, Yilan's expression grew even more grim. With the clash of psionic energy, the entire room began to sway, but the two remaining faceless beings became increasingly stable. It was as if they were becoming more and more real. Facing each other, Yilan's expression turned ugly. The two remaining faceless beings, their entire body's psionic energy fluctuations had already reached an abnormal level. Even surpassing ordinary abnormal levels. Sense of disharmony. Qingyu, retreat. In the standoff, Yilan gave Xia Qingyu an unquestionable instruction. Xia Qingyu did not act strong, and quickly retreated. Although she was very strong-willed, she still knew that she could not be an abnormal opponent. If she didn't retreat, she would only be dragging Yilan down. The standoff continued, and the two faceless ones opposite began to squirm again, growing facial features, and their expressions even started to show a hint of playfulness. But Yilan didn't care if their expressions were playful or not. Since you're spacing out, I won't be polite. Whoosh! Put! Yilan charged forward, gripping the illusory blade, perfectly piercing one of them through the heart. But the opponent's aura didn't even fluctuate, and their smile became even more playful. Then, he spoke with a somewhat clumsy voice. Is that all? I've completely figured out your attack method. Yilan frowned. It was clearly a chilling voice and words, clearly an extremely strange scene, but Yilan just had a sense of incongruity. Staring at the eyes that had just grown on the opponent, Yilan knew what this sense of incongruity was. Because he had always attacked with the illusory blade, it thought that this was his only ability and had completely figured it out? It seemed to understand nothing. The feeling it gave Yilan was a monster that had just gained consciousness, with a learning ability like a machine gunner, but actually didn't understand many basic things. I've always attacked with the illusory blade, does that mean I have no other attack methods? Click. Bang. At this extremely close, face-to-face distance, Yilan unhesitatingly pressed the safety of the chaos bell with his other hand, and then, without giving it a chance to react, pressed it against its head and pulled the trigger. Bang. As Yilan expected, the opponent's last expression was one of astonishment. That second bang was the sound of him falling to the ground, astonished. Boom! With his death, the dust billowed almost filling the room, and then, even Yilan was powerless to stop it, all the overwhelming dust surged into the last person's body. The last faceless one's expression was also very astonished, but it still couldn't compare to Yilan's astonishment. Its power, with the death of its last teammate, increased nearly tenfold. To describe it most directly, with them facing each other like this, the opponent's psionic level had almost entered the top 30 abnormal sequence. What exactly is this thing? If increasing power could be so simple, what enemies would there be in this world? You're so strong. His consciousness seemed to be fully developed, more like a complete life, oh right, although you've always used that transparent little knife to attack, how could you only have one attack method? That shot of yours just now was so strong, I'm quite afraid you'll bring out even stronger attacks, so I've decided to play it safe. His voice was half yin and half yang, a bit chilling. Even if this makes me a little weaker, splitting off some power, but welcome to be my companion. Yilan's pupils constricted slightly. Although he didn't know what this strange thing was, theoretically, it shouldn't be his opponent. But the problem now was that his condition was really a bit poor. Maintaining the glass shards operation, constantly resisting the feeling of being pulled into the shattered space, persisting until now was already a miracle. If it lasted any longer, he felt like he was about to fall in. At this moment, Yilan unhesitatingly fired the chaos bell. Bang bang bang. Put. Several consecutive shots accurately hit the opponent's body. Unfortunately, the opponent's psionic energy had already reached the standard of a strong god, and could not be instantly killed by the chaos bell. It was also at this moment that Yilan, whose speed was never strong, didn't even have a chance to dodge, and the opponent also launched an attack. A shadow-like thing instantly emerged from its body, and then, at a speed that could not be captured by sight, it rushed directly into Yilan's body. What? The F***CK. Yilan almost lost his expression in an instant. He was already in a lot of pain and in extremely poor condition. The moment this strange creature's unknown ability passed through his body, Yilan felt as if his entire being had left his soul. Buzz. Buzz buzz. Yilan gritted his teeth, feeling dizzy and seeing double. His own reflection in his eyes even appeared as a phantom, as if he was about to become two people. Wait. A phantom? Yilan froze, then tried his best to stabilize his vision, and finally looked at himself again, making sure to be serious. There was still a phantom. That wasn't an illusion caused by his dizziness, but there was really a phantom appearing within his body. What the F***CK? An unspeakable terror swept through Yilan's heart. This was not an illusion. This was not dizziness. This was something, a feeling of an identical self, separating from his body. Boom! At this moment, Yilan disregarded the pull of the shattered space, disregarded any concealment, and all his power erupted. His left half transformed into the deep blue of eternal night power, and his right half transformed into the strange power usurped from the ancient God's touch, covering his entire body like a transformation, one on the left and one on the right.
Boom! The two forces simultaneously felt the threat and rushed from Yilan's two arms, one from the left and one from the right, towards the center. Then, they violently collided. Yilan felt as if his body had taken a direct hit from the clash of eternal night blue and ancient god's touch, making him extremely uncomfortable. But fortunately, the phantom in his body disappeared. That was close. In the brief moment he sighed in relief, Yilan actually noticed that the last strange figure opposite him was in a daze, as if contemplating a century-old problem, and he unhesitatingly condensed a weapon and stabbed it out. Ancient God's Spear. Boom! The ancient god's spear, wrapped in a strange psionic gale, plunged forward, entering the muzzle of the chaos bell from before, piercing the last faceless one through. The devouring of eternal night power and the devouring of ancient god's touch ultimately formed an annihilating effect, draining the faceless one dry. Amidst its dazed expression, the strange aura in the entire room dissipated completely, and before Yilan could even catch his breath, he felt another loud bang and a dizzying sensation. Looking down, he realized that without the obstruction in the middle, because he had just simultaneously guided the two forces from both sides to the center, the eternal night power and ancient god's power were fighting each other. Damn it! Yilan almost spat out a mouthful of old blood, quickly retracted all his psionic energy, and also stopped injecting psionic energy into the glass shard. The moment his entire body relaxed, the strange aura in the entire room also dissipated completely. After calming down, Yilan couldn't help but want to curse. What exactly is hidden beneath the Yuguan land? Why does a fatal thunderbolt always pop out when you're not paying attention? Clang! A crisp sound of something falling echoed, and Yilan noticed something falling to the ground from the last strange figure. This is... Yilan strode forward, then his pupils contracted. This was a flawless glass shard. Conjecture. Hesitating for a moment, Yilan picked it up, then didn't input any spiritual energy into it. But, an anomaly still occurred. The glass shard on Yilan's own body seemed to be pulled by some force, flying around. Before long, the two merged together. Yilan was incredulous, and Mindcat also meowed in shock. They've synthesized, meow. Our item has become stronger, meow. Yilan. You've played too many games, haven't you? However, it really seemed to be the case. The two glass shards perfectly fit together, without even a tiny gap in between. It became larger, and the strange power contained within it became more complete. Most crucially, they seemed to be synthesizing a part of some special shape. But it couldn't be seen yet. If likened to porcelain, with the two glass shards synthesized together, it was still only the base and one side of the shape. Yuguan land. Shattered space, Yilan narrowed his eyes, uttering a startling guess. Is it that every time a gathering point disappears, such a thing is eventually born? What would happen if I collected all of these things? Thinking of this, Yilan felt another chill. What if they weren't discovered, and the things born outside after a city disappeared entered the wasteland? What would happen then? These 7 faceless people, who had long become anomalies, were truly too strange. Just thinking about them still sent shivers down his spine. If he hadn't discovered them, they would have blended in as members of the Judgment Tribunal, perhaps even traveling the wasteland as a judgment squad, mingling among the crowds. What would be the outcome if such things lived silently in the wasteland? Eternal Night God? As he was thinking, in the room where the dust had settled, Xia Tianan stroked his beard, looking somewhat surprised and uncertain. What's going on? Never mind this strange thing, his brain was almost completely short-circuited right now. After all, he clearly saw Yilan's final appearance. That was the power of the ancient god's touch. It's a long story, so let's not bother. You wouldn't want me to start from 30 years ago, would you? Yilan originally just made a casual remark, but after saying it, he realized that it really could start from 30 years ago. Now, there's a more crucial question. After speaking, Yilan quickly reined in his emotions, looked deeply at Xiaqingyu, and presented the glass shard before her. Dare to prove yourself? Xia Tianan also gradually reacted. Indeed.
Among the current 5 gods, Future's Gate had no trace. The last he heard of Barrier of the World was that it remained in Sky City, following Eternal Night God, while Pure Remnant Sun and Rotten Tree were simply lost. If Eternal Night Blue really had a connection with the ancient god's touch, then this world should already be easily destroyed with no one to stop it. At this moment, Xia Tianan remembered Yi Lan's earlier words, then his expression changed drastically, and he looked over sharply.
Yes, Qingyu. These people got into trouble with Qingyu. They were all like this, so could Qingyu also? I dare.
Xia Qingyu unhesitatingly grabbed the glass shard and activated her spiritual energy into it under everyone's watchful eyes. After that, everything was normal, nothing happened. Yilan felt Xia Qingyu being pulled away as if she were about to fall, and his spiritual energy surged throughout his body, separating Xia Qingyu from
the glass shard. Alright, no need to worry anymore.
Yilan put away the glass shard and comforted Xia Qingyu.
He had basically confirmed Qingyu's safety before the battle.
The reason he still did this was to ensure no seed of doubt was left in anyone's mind about her. Some things, if not clarified at the very beginning, would be difficult to prove later. Xia Qingyu nodded gently, and Xia Tianan and Xia Manman also let out a huge sigh of relief.
How did you know they had a problem? As core members of the Judgment Tribunal for decades, professionals among professionals, and elites among elites, the 3 Xiaos present felt utterly ashamed.
They had been trapped here for so long, with nothing else to do, yet they hadn't discovered a single problem with these strange guys.
It's not your fault.
After all, before coming here, I had always been pursuing the threads of disappearance and forgetting, Yilan said.
I've always had an imagined enemy. Although I don't know who it is, and there's no evidence, I've presupposed its existence.
Yi Lan's words were thought-provoking. The morning bell and evening bell cannot fail to ring without reason, there must be some entity secretly sabotaging them. As for whether the saboteur is from the outside world or the shattered space, I don't know.
So we can only think from another angle. What does the hand behind the scenes gain by sabotaging the ringing of the morning bell and evening bell? My current speculation is that something will be brought from the shattered space into the real world.
Yi Lan gazed in the direction of the recent
battle. However, I don't have enough samples. Listening to Yi Lan's analysis, Xia Tianan looked thoughtful.
So, this mysterious glass shard will be brought out from inside?
Not yet certain.
Yi Lan shook his head. Although this glass shard is strange, it shouldn't be as strong as that thing just now.
I'm more inclined to believe that strange things will leave from inside.
And this glass shard is the carrier for these strange things. After he finished speaking, the scene was somewhat quiet. This was a chilling thought. More than one city in the entire Yuguan land had already disappeared. Had other things already escaped? At the location of the promised Ark, at most only 1/10 of the urban area had disappeared, yet such strange things had already escaped.
If? Was there really an if?
Forget it, thinking about this now is useless. After we get out, I will start investigating. After speaking, Yilan looked at Xia Qingyu, still a little uneasy. Of course, it was the worried kind.
Can you recall? Yilan asked, was there any difference between their deaths and your death?
Xia Qingyu was stunned, only feeling that this question was quite strange, with so many points to complain about that she didn't know where to start. Yet she had to ponder seriously.
If I absolutely had to say a difference. Xia Qingyu finally thought of something different.
Then it is, they died at the bottom of a weapon with a Pope's scepter, while I died at the handle of that scepter, which is glass.
Glass? Painting style.
Xia Qingyu suddenly shivered and looked at Yi Lan.
Is it this thing? Yi Lan nodded lightly. It seems we have an answer.
And besides that, you also have the power of Pure Remnant Sun on you. You are a god's chosen of Pure Remnant Sun, which might also be a contributing
factor. Incredible. Xia Manman felt that her many years of experience in the Judgment Squad were completely insufficient. Isn't this too outrageous? What's the principle? I don't know, and the point where we can get an answer isn't with us, but... Yilan paused. Why did the Pope have this glass shard? Why did he dare to use it so openly? Behind this, is there authorization from pure remnant Sun? After a moment of solemnity, Xia Tianan quickly began to analyze. This swiftness was probably also to dutifully speak a few words for the main god. Although we dislike the Pope, he shouldn't have betrayed the main god, nor has he betrayed Twilight. But this doesn't mean the main god instructed anything. He was responsible for recovering it at the time. What if, for some reason, the main god couldn't take all of it, and left a small part stored in a location he knew of? Yilan shook his head. He shouldn't have been completely unaware of this thing's function, and the Pope might also have a small secret, otherwise, it's unexplainable why he urgently enchanted this thing before his decisive battle with you. Oh no, was it inlaid with abnormal power? Inlaid with abnormal power? Xia Tianan and Xia Qingyu were a bit confused, as this was something they were completely unaware of. Xia Man quietly explained to them, while Yilan rubbed his head, feeling a bit overwhelmed. Speaking of which, the enchantment of the Pope's scepter was done for him by the Bottle of Edge, but the Bottle of Edge is still in good standing. With him. Heavens! What is all this? Yilan himself felt quite overwhelmed. After a long while, Yilan shook his head. The truth will surface during the investigation. For now, let's first solve the problem of how you can leave here. These words struck a chord with Xia Qingyu and Xia Tianan, but Yilan was again feeling a bit overwhelmed. Because he actually didn't know how to leave the shattered space. The last time he left, it was the shadow of the past who took him out. But this isn't strictly speaking the true shattered space, it's a place slightly more superficial than the current location of Dawn Fortress. Otherwise, he wouldn't need to look for an entrance anymore, he would already be there directly. But what is the mechanism here? Yilan suddenly thought of the glass shard again. Instead of saying it's falling, it's more like connecting. Connecting two worlds, but because the location is a bit higher, it will instinctively fall. That is to say, if one can overcome the fall during the connection process, ascend all the way up, and then release the spiritual power used on the glass shard, it's possible to leave? This shouldn't apply to the true location of the shattered space, otherwise, he could just dig through Yuguan land and use the glass shard. However, given the special location of Mirror Prison, it might be worth a try. But... Yilan sighed softly. Then there's still one problem. It's easy for him to leave, but how can he take so many people with him? Immediately after, Yilan had a flash of inspiration. Changyu, you can. In that special state, return to the promised ark, right? Xia Qingyu was stunned for a moment, then nodded. Yes. Can you find a way to attract others over? Yilan already had a preliminary idea. No. Xia Qingyu shook her head with certainty, except for Man, others probably won't be able to sense it. No. Yilan shook his head, although the principle is still unclear, no matter how special it is, it's still a form. Speaking of this, Yilan showed a very comfortable smile. This was the comfortable feeling of having a continuous stream of powerful teams. And now, on the promised ark above us, there are all of Sky City's most elite research teams and various technological equipment. Perhaps there's some equipment that can detect your presence. Sky City? Xia Qingyu looked puzzled, unfamiliar with the name of this city. Yes. Yilan explained casually, without intending a lengthy discourse. Su Lezhang is up there right now. You go up now, and then try to lure Su Lezhang to the entrance of Mirror Prison, which is that 1,000-layer secret chamber. Xia Qingyu nodded strangely. Alright, then I'll try to float towards where the most instruments are. Yilan's expression was also quite strange. Why is the atmosphere getting more and more eerie? Outside Yuguang City, on the surface. Thump thump thump. The gate of the promised ark was pushed open, and a vast crowd looked around, both curious and excited, like treasure hunters discovering a treasure. Vault. Let's go, we're going in.
Su Lezhang strode forward, waving his hand, calling on the large contingent to surge in. As he walked in, he shouted loudly. God of War! God of War, I'm here! His voice echoed in the air, and then there was no response. For a moment, even Su Lezhang felt a bit awkward. It seems the God of War isn't here temporarily. He scratched his head, then waved his hand again, this time exuding the aura of a city lord. However, the God of War has already assigned me a task. Inventory all equipment. Begin comprehensive testing. City Lord. A deputy Su Lezhang had recently trained looked a bit helpless, asking the question most team members wanted to ask. What exactly are we supposed to be testing? Testing what? Su Lezhang's expression paused slightly. I don't know either. But on the surface, he showed no weakness, confident of victory. You don't need to worry. Just search. Any suspicious signal, once detected, report it to me immediately. Yes. Although there were still many doubts and helplessness, the Eternal Night God's prestige in Sky City had reached its peak, and Su Lezhang, as one of the people closest to the Eternal Night God, had also left behind many legendary deeds. So, for a short time, his prestige as the City Lord of Sky City still remained. Beep beep. Thump thump thump. After several minutes, even Su Lezhang began to feel it was a waste of effort and was about to switch to other rooms to continue exploring, when suddenly a strange device rang. He was slightly startled, then rushed over in big strides. What's wrong? What's wrong? Buzz buzz buzz. The machine was still flashing wildly, and the staff member in front of it was frantically operating it, flustered. I don't know. I've never seen this kind of signal. And my equipment wasn't even preset for this kind of signal. Su Lezhang felt the signal was getting weaker and quickly pressed on. What is this equipment for detecting? This is buzz. The machine's signal grew weaker and weaker, startling Su Lezhang. Whatever it was, the signal was moving away? This. His expression changed repeatedly. He couldn't just let it go. If he didn't catch up now, it would be too late. His past experiences with Yilan told him that he must not miss any suspicious clues. Forget it, tell me later. He grabbed the device and turned to leave. I'm going for it. Today, I'm going to earn the first merit. Turn around. Buzz buzz. Buzz buzz buzz. As the sound of the unknown signal grew louder and louder, Su Lezhang breathed a sigh of relief, but then fell into deep thought. This was definitely not a coincidence, this was something moving. In a flash, he chased it to the Hall of Questioning Hearts. Standing there, he finally stopped. The 2 rows of majestic statues and the corridor stretching forward created immense pressure. For a moment, he couldn't help but feel uneasy. Although he had grown a lot, he was still a little timid when it came to acting alone. He turned his head and happened to see a suspicious gaze fixed on him. But on the contrary, Su Lezhang felt as if he had been granted a great pardon. Brother Arthur. Are you busy? Can you protect me? Arthur. Protect my ass. Your combat power is stronger than mine now. Archbishop. Dear Archbishop. Lezhang was in a dilemma. He wanted to go back and face Arthur one-on-one, reasoning with him, but he was also afraid that the signal would disappear in a flash, so he kept howling, please. Arthur sighed and shook his head helplessly. Then, he waved his hand and led the most elite squad of the entire Eternal Night Divine Church to follow. Even he, who believed in the saying that fools have their own blessings, started to think that Lezhang might actually discover something earth-shattering. Finally, after Arthur arrived, Lezhang let out a long breath and, following the strange signal, sprinted along the path of warmth. Then, he arrived outside the 1,000-layered door. Wait! In front of the door, Arthur urgently stopped Lezhang. Seeing that this was the end of the road and the signal should have nowhere else to go, Lezhang turned his head with a slight sense of relief.
What's wrong? Bang bang.
Arthur didn't speak. He drew his small chaos bell and fired 2 shots at the 1,000-layered wall.
Crack. The bullets hit the wall, and the casings flew right back. Touching the wall, Arthur's expression was serious.
The defense of this door is quite formidable.
If we go in and it closes, I'm afraid we'll never get out again.
Lu Zhang's pupils constricted.
This situation. Could it be a trap? But don't panic.
Arthur waved his hand, took out the car key from his pocket, pulled one off, and a faint stream of psionic energy flowed into it.
Whoosh! In the next instant, the small chain rapidly grew, transforming into a thick iron chain.
Then, Arthur's squad conjured another iron chain.
You left, I right.
The two, one on the left and one on the right, connected the large door with the iron chains. Arthur and the elite of the Eternal Night squad each pulled the chains to the furthest position.
You go in.
This is an ability object left by the god of the world, which should be enough to prevent this valve from closing.
Lu Zhang secretly clicked his tongue in amazement. Good heavens, how many treasures is Yilan using to nurture your squad? No problem. Once I achieve the first merit, I'll definitely credit you with a second-class merit. Arthur.
Without wasting any more time, Lu Zhang entered this special small room, the end of the path. Then, he was completely dumbfounded. According to the signal from the device in his hand, that signal.
It went underground.
Lu Zhang's face was full of disbelief.
Isn't this ridiculous? How do I do it? How do I go down? Am I supposed to dig through? This was inside the promised ark. That.
Lu Zhang had no choice but to call for outside help, pulling out a gradient-colored glove from his pocket. Oh, god of non-appearance, what?
Do you suggest? Buzz.
The formless hand seemed about to answer, but before it could make a sound, it was forcibly torn from Lu Zhang's hand by some external force in an
instant. Lu Zhang was startled. What was that?
If he lost the formless hand, forget about achieving the first merit, it would be like failing before even starting.
He immediately searched, but the next moment, he was so scared he almost fainted.
In his line of sight, a transparent hand suddenly emerged from the underground of this sealed room. That hand grabbed the formless hand and then pulled it down.
Oh my god! It's a ghost! Lu Zhang howled and attacked the hand, shouting while attacking. God of War, save me!
Rewind a few minutes ago, inside the mirror prison, Yilan saw Xiaqingyu descending from above.
Good news!
She said to Yilan without wasting any time, Lu Zhang has already discovered me, and he's directly above now.
Do whatever you want to do quickly.
Yilan nodded, giving her a big thumbs up. Immediately after, vast spiritual energy surged into the glass shard in his hand. No, as the two merged, it would be more appropriate to call it a glass block now.
Illusion.
With a low roar from Yilan, his entire being completely became illusory. Then, countless tentacles surged and spread in all directions, stacking up like a human pyramid under Yilan's feet, lifting Yilan upwards. Climbing upwards, Yilan was deep in thought.
Indeed. When not using the glass shard, this place is normal rock.
But when using it, one can directly return to the surface through here. Thinking this, Yilan had already gradually climbed to the very top, and just happened to see Lu Zhang squatting there, annoyed and urgently pondering
countermeasures.
Smiling softly, Yilan reached out his hand, then partially materialized his palm, grabbed the formless hand, and then became illusory again.
Descending.
Leaving the bewildered Lu Zhang, Yilan redescended into the mirror prison, lowered his head, and extended his hand to everyone from the judgment
tribunal. Don't resist.
Then, Yilan brought his thumb and index finger together.
Snap.
With a snap of his fingers, everyone was absorbed into the formless hand.
Boom!
The power of the ancient god's touch surged again, lifting Yilan all the way up, and then, the moment he crossed the surface, Yilan jumped out. The moment he came out, it coincided with the peak of Lu Zhang's wailing.
God of War, save me Seeing Yilan land steadily, he couldn't help but blurt out. Holy crap, God of War, do you love me too much? Yilan stumbled, almost unable to maintain his composure. Scram! Turn into darkness. P snap, /P. P as the dust settled, Yilan snapped his fingers, releasing everyone, /P. P this, Xia Qingyu's face was filled with shock /P. P we're out? /P. P yes. /P. P Yilan didn't explain in detail, instead, he pondered what kind of upheaval the Judgment Tribunal's re-emergence at this time would bring, /P. P Lezhang, you've rendered a great service. Go organize the people outside first. Don't stay in the hall, and don't block the exit. Your current mission is to prevent them from knowing that Xia Qingyu and these people appeared here, and ensure they are not discovered when they leave later. /P. P ha, /P. P Su Lezhang had a bit of a headache. You're making this quite difficult, /P. P both groups had many people, /P. P I'll try. /P. P as Su Lezhang left, Yilan looked at Xia Qingyu, asking with a more serious tone, /P. P what are your plans now? /P. P plans? Xia Qingyu didn't notice Yilan's seriousness. I want to fight the Pope. /P. P Yilan, /P. P after a pause, Yilan spoke again /P. P that's fine. But after defeating him, can you take over the entire Yuguan land as quickly as possible? /P. P Xia Qingyu, /P. P she finally read the seriousness in Yilan's eyes and quickly said /P. P I was joking. With so many massive crises before us, even if the Pope is ignorant of the times, how could I have the energy to contend with him? /P. P as she spoke, she couldn't help but confront the issue herself, /P. P are his people under your control now? Do they listen to the Five Gods Covenant? /P. P they do. Yilan affirmed, I have included the entire Yuguan land within the scope of this Five Gods Covenant, and can now mobilize all forces in the Yuguan land. /P. P ha ha. Hearing this, Xia Tianan couldn't help but sneer, this Pope. When I abided by the Five Gods Covenant, he disagreed and even mocked me. Now that it's him, it's fine? /P. P Yilan, however, chuckled softly, /P. P this matter, if it weren't for the eternal night god descending and personally dealing with him, he probably would never have agreed, /P. P since that's the case, I'm not in a hurry. Xia Qingyu mused for a moment, then gave her answer, once we show ourselves, we are bound to fight the Pope and the Punishment Tribunal to the death. The three major fortresses will also choose to observe, obeying orders but not declarations, and the attitudes of various gathering points will change. Reorganizing all of this takes time, and I don't want to delay your progress. /P. P Xia Qingyu looked at Yilan /P. P Yuguan land needs your salvation, how could I be a hindrance? /P. P Yilan thought for a moment, then gently shook his head, /P. P it's not that troublesome. There are too many ways to deal with him. For example, discreetly eliminating him or directly and publicly announcing support for you. I'll hold the fort for you, and there's a high probability he'll surrender without a fight. /P. P Xia Qingyu, /P. P indeed, many things are that simple for the eternal night god, /P. P you might think they are ignorant, but it is a loyalty to their main god that every person in Yuguang land possesses. Xia Qingyu sighed. Regardless of the reason, if you openly intervene and directly help us, it will cause dissatisfaction among the various gathering points in Yuguang land, leading to much non-cooperation. /P. P of course, I'm not interfering with your decision. Xia Qingyu paused, if you want to do it that way, then do it. But if it's to right our wrongs, it's best not to for now. P. P. It's not that I can't let go of my pride. Once the dangers in Yuguang land are over. Xiaqingyu smiled beautifully. I can personally pray to you, asking the eternal night god to help us get revenge. P. P. Alright. Yilan understood, then I'll agree in advance. P. P. After everything is over, I will help you reclaim all the grievances you've suffered during this time, and provide all the compensation owed by those people from 30 years ago. P. P. Xiaqingyu blinked. P. P. How will you punish the Twilight Pope? P. P. That depends on whether he can render meritorious service in the coming period. Yilan pouted. Right now, he deserves death. P. P. After a brief silence, Yilan was actually pondering the aftermath for the Judgment Tribunal. P. P. Since that's the case, you should go into the shadows for now. Yilan mused, already having a mature plan. P. P. Just right, I now have very important matters that are inconvenient to entrust to the Pope, which I can give to you. P. P. What is it? Xiaqingyu grew interested. You can't fob us off with trivial tasks, you know. P. P. Trivial tasks? You're thinking too much. P. P. Yilan chuckled softly. P. P. Strictly speaking, the seriousness of this matter might be even more severe than what Yuguangland currently faces. P. P. Following this, Yilan thoroughly informed the three members of the Xia family about his discoveries and conjectures after the battle in Sky City. P. P. This included the possibility that the ancient god's touch's numerous clones scattered everywhere might all be feigning death, with 70% of them in Yuguan land, potentially brewing a huge and difficult-to-handle threat. P. P. That's how it is. Yilan's expression was a bit solemn. The most troublesome aspect of this matter is that we cannot clear them out one by one. Otherwise, the ancient god's touch will discover us and directly erupt. P. P. In fact, we cannot just deal with those in Yuguan land alone. Instead, we must handle all the ancient god's touch clones across the entire wasteland simultaneously. Otherwise, Yuguan land might be saved, but the wasteland could be completely lost. P. P. Xiaqingyu was truly, incredibly worried, and Xia Tianan was also so solemn that he was at a loss for a moment. P. P. If this is true, it's probably more dangerous than the shattered space. P. P. Yes. Yilan affirmed his statement. P. P. But don't judge too hastily, this matter might somehow connect back to the shattered space. P. P. Xia Manman nodded gently. P. P. Do you have any plans or suggestions? She sighed. That's the ancient god's touch. For us to resolve even one with all our might is a huge undertaking. So many, how is that possible? P. P. Yilan pondered for a moment, then shared some of the plans he had considered. P. P. The first choice is centralized destruction. If that's truly impossible, then centralized transfer, or something more creative. How exactly, is up to you. Yilan said, what I need you to understand is that when you design this plan, you can consider me as a combat unit. When needed, I can provide necessary assistance. P. P. Hearing Yilan say this, Xiaqingyu finally felt much more at ease. P. P. This finally gives us some hope. P. P. Yilan smiled. Indeed, working with the Judgment Squad was always the most comfortable. P. P. Then that's settled. I won't concern myself with this matter for now. P. P. Understood. Xiaqingyu returned a reassuring smile. P. P. Our family will be fine. P. Moving to Guangcheng. Separated from the Judgment Tribunal, Yilan returned to the night house alone. Xia Manman's ability was still of considerable help to him, especially when dealing with people and objects related to the shattered space. It often produced unexpected results. However, he was currently in the preparation phase, and Yilan planned to call on her for the next mission, so as not to disturb the Xia families. Reunion for now. Creak. Pushing open the door, Bai Taotao, who was sitting rather ungracefully on the Pope's throne inside, turned her head, slightly startled. How rare, you're actually acting alone, Bai Taotao teased. Who are you bringing as support for the next mission? Do you want to pick me this time? Yilan. After a few days, Tao Tao, as Pope, had become much more confident in her personality. Alright, Yilan rolled his eyes. You'll come with me. By Tao Tao, ? Wait. Are you serious? Don't I have to preside over the overall situation here? Preside over nothing, Yilan rolled his eyes again. Just bring your communicator. Bai Taotao blinked, suddenly excited. Are you serious? Yilan nodded. I'm just here to deploy the night house. Or rather, are you planning to temporarily act separately from the night house? Bai Taotao blinked, her adventurous spirit already burning brightly. However, she still held a bit of anticipation, blinking her eyes with a small expectation. Is there any other reason? Yes, there is, Yilan nodded, but it was an answer Bai Taotao hadn't expected. Not many people among humans can keep up with my combat strength now. Bringing you makes it easier, so I don't have to go all out every time. Bai Taotao. Although she knew Yilan was joking, she also realized something. Is the next mission very dangerous? Not necessarily, Yilan shook his head. But there will definitely be a fight. The not necessarily depended on who they were fighting. Yet, the mastermind behind the shattered space incident, Yilan had still not been able to uncover. Alright, I've just been getting more and more skilled at controlling my power recently, Bai Taotao giggled, as if at this moment she had shed all the shackles of being Pope and returned to being the little girl who adventured everywhere with Yilan. Where are we going? Yilan spread the map on the table, examining each marked point he had made on it, and pondered for a moment. Shattered Light City, then. Shattered Light City was a city in the Yuguan land that disappeared at the same time as Dawn Fortress. While it could have been ignored before, it was absolutely impossible now. If his previous deductions in Mirror Prison were correct, that something had escaped from every disappeared place, Yilan absolutely could not ignore. Shattered Light City. Besides that, there was the search for the entrance to the shattered space. Although he couldn't be sure which one, it was almost certain to be in a gathering point within the Yuguan land. There was also the issue of the morning bell and evening bell every day. Yilan had once again emphasized and warned Yu Hui Pope, conveying the meaning of eternal night god to the anomaly in Yuguang City. If, under such circumstances, the morning bell and evening bell still failed to ring, Yilan would truly be furious. But before going to Shattered Light City, we still need to make some preparations. This includes, but is not limited to, a complete blockade of the Shattered Light City area, and the supplies needed for investigation. Bai Taotao nodded, immediately getting involved. Our forces in the Yuguan land are currently distributed in 3 locations. One is the blockade around Dawn Fortress, currently including the Zhao family's cybernetic legion, Zhao Taiyue, Zhao Yuanyuan, and the mechanical Colossus. Another is the fan-shaped belt where the promised ark is located. The current forces are Su Jian, Su Lezhang and the Gene Enhancement Military Corps, as well as a large number of exploration teams and research teams. Then there's our night house. Which ones do you want to deploy? Yilan gently shook his head. The blockade lines of Dawn Fortress and Promised Ark cannot be moved, it's not time to withdraw yet. There aren't enough people here at the night house, so you and the night house are assigned to my operational unit. With that, Yilan waved his hand. You contact Yu Hui Pope. We'll go to Qianguang City first, and have him deploy forces there. Okay, Bai Taotao skillfully pulled out her communicator. What should I ask him for? Yilan immediately rattled off a list. 1 military corps, more than 10 elite punishment squads, and 1 of each other type of team. Such as research teams, exploration teams, rescue teams, etc.,
to assemble in Xianguang City and await my deployment.
By Tao Tao. You? Isn't that a bit too much to ask for? Bai Tao Tao expressed deep concern. Can they give it?
I'm helping them clean up the mess in their Yuguan land, Yilan emphasized the nature of the matter. If they don't give it, then forget it, I'll find someone who can cooperate normally. Yilan truly didn't need to worry so much now, after all, Xia Qingyu had returned.
Oh, I understand.
Bai Tao Tao immediately pressed the communicator, even feeling a little thrill. It had to be said that ever since Yilan had approached Yu Hui Pope, it had been the happiest time for her as Pope. Constantly pointing fingers at Yu Hui Pope, how could she not feel thrilled? The next day, morning. Day. Accompanied by the sound of a helicopter's rotor, a helicopter landed steadily about 500 meters outside Qianguang City. After several consecutive landings, 3 people jumped out of the helicopter. The rotor's wind made Yilan slightly adjust his hair, then he looked at Bai Tao Tao beside him. How long until the people I requested from Yu Hui Pope arrive? He said they'd arrive tonight, Bai Tao Tao replied. That late? Yilan couldn't help but frown. This would likely delay the Shattered Light City operation until tomorrow. Where is the night house located? 3 kilometers away, Bai Tao Tao confirmed. No matter what happens, with the night house's speed, they should be able to reach Qianguang City within 5 minutes. Yilan nodded, walking towards Qianguang City while refining his original plan. The sunlight in the Yuguan land will consistently rise at 6 in the morning. We still have half an hour, so we can first go and see if the morning bell of Qianguang City can ring smoothly. Yilan briefly arranged the day's action plan, although he didn't think everything would truly go so smoothly and simply. After the morning bell rings, we can just stroll around the city, experience the local customs of this largest hub in the Yuguan land, and maybe wander around Mist Antiques or something. It sounded like a rare, leisurely, and pleasant day. 2 young men and women walked in front, with a middle-aged man reluctantly following behind them. I say, you 2 dog men. No, what I mean is, why do you 2 young people have to drag me along when you go out shopping? Hearing the sarcastic voice behind him, Yilan coldly turned his head. Do you want me to pursue the evil plan draft found in your laboratory? Old Doctor of Sewage Town. That was a discarded draft, brother messenger, he sighed. It's from so many years ago, I just sometimes regretfully take it out to look at. It better be, Yilan snorted coldly. How is Xia Qingfei's condition? Well, the old doctor instantly became extremely proud, feeling as if he was just short of waving a palm leaf fan. He will definitely wake up within 3 days. This time, Yilan was truly stunned for a moment. Then, he rarely let out a genuine smile and praise. Good. When Xia Qingfei awoke, the influence of the Xia family of 4 should have already reached the pinnacle of the Twilight God cult. Including Xia Qingyu, the acting Grand Inquisitor, 3 consecutive generations of Grand Inquisitors in one family meant they had connections across all generations. Don't look so reluctant, Yilan's mood gradually improved, and he didn't mind making the old doctor's mood better too. I brought you here today to procure special supplies. Besides what I need and might use, feel free to buy whatever you need. Yilan said. Although the Eternal Night Divine Church has started, it still lacks resources in the wasteland. Conversely, the resources in Qianguang City should be more comprehensive than those in the main cities of major powers. Yilan smiled. This is the hub of the entire Yuguan land. What the F dash? The old doctor of Sewage Town's eyes widened. You've had a change of heart? Yilan was non-committal. He probably began to understand why Pure Remnant's son used to let Sewing Doll do things for it. When your strength is sufficient, you can confidently suppress certain more bizarre individuals. Although it carried risks, he was useful enough. All Yilan needed to do was avoid making 2 careless mistakes. However, Yilan sighed. This plan for a peaceful, even enjoyable, day of tranquility was based on nothing happening. And clearly, since entering the wasteland, not a single place he had visited had been without incident. He had never experienced a city where he could relax and enjoy a moment of life. Sure enough, Yilan, who had already reached the city gates of Qianguang City, paused. The city gates were tightly shut. The city was under martial law. Normal. Standing before the fortress gate, Yilan hesitated to take the next step. What's going on? I think it might be normal, Bai Taotao said after a brief pause. The Yuguang land has been so plagued recently, first with the shocking civil war of the Twilight God cult, and then with the terrifying disappearance of cities. It would be strange if there wasn't a full alert and lockdown. And I think other gathering points should be the same. Hearing this, Yilan nodded slightly. It made sense. Perhaps it was just that he happened to see this scene as soon as he arrived, which made him instinctively think it was something directed at him. Should we sneak in? Bai Taotao asked eagerly. The initial scenes of the Radiant City incident reignited her excitement. To her surprise, Yilan simply rolled his eyes. Why should we sneak in? Bai Taotao was stumped by the question. Huh? Isn't it under martial law? But what does that have to do with us? Yilan shook his head. I've already made an appointment with the Eternal Night Pope to wait here for their people to arrive. It seemed that was indeed the case. The three continued to walk under the city gate. They didn't even need to worry about how to inform those inside that someone had arrived. A small, square opening was suddenly pulled open from the back of the city gate. After exchanging a glance with the person, Yilan understood. Behind the city gate, there should be a checkpoint-like room. For a moment, Yilan felt a slight regret. Looking at the tall city walls, and for once not needing to sneak in, he had thought he might get to experience a scene from the ancient dramas he used to watch. For example, archers peering over the city wall, loudly demanding, "Who goes there?" The person in the checkpoint scanned the attire of the three, paused slightly, and spoke clearly. "Excuse me, which Eternal Night Divine Church member has arrived?" The air fell silent for a moment, and Yilan and Bai Taotao, by unspoken agreement, both took a step back, one putting on a mask, the other a veil. The old doctor of Sewage Town, who suddenly found himself in the front row, was bewildered. "You too?" Yilan spoke softly and leisurely from behind him. "Whether it's the Eternal Night Pope or the Eternal Night Envoy, if it's confirmed to be us, we won't be able to shop in peace today." Yilan suddenly felt like a celebrity going out. If their faces weren't covered tightly enough, they'd probably be surrounded and unable to move in minutes. Old doctor. Damn it. You two tricksters. So, he bit the bullet, cleared his throat, and shouted loudly. "I am the Chief Medical Archbishop of the Eternal Night Divine Church. I am responsible for the handover here." The person at the Qianguang City checkpoint naturally looked puzzled. What in the world? Chief Medical Archbishop? Is there even such a position? However, for him, as long as it was confirmed to be someone from the Eternal Night Divine Church, that was enough. Rumble, rumble, rumble. With the somewhat heavy gates opening and closing, the gate of Qianguang City slowly opened. After the city gate opened, a fully armed squad from behind the checkpoint quickly came forward to greet them. "Hello, friends from the Eternal Night Divine Church, I am the captain of the mobile squad on duty here." The person came forward and quickly extended his hand. The old doctor looked serious, reluctantly extended his hand, and they shook firmly. "Damn it, I knew Yilan calling me would never be for anything good. Turns out I'm the one taking the fall. Who are these two behind you?" The squad captain looked at the two strangely dressed people behind the old doctor, his intentions undisguised, and asked directly. The old doctor's mouth twitched, and he forced a smile. "They are the personal guards of our Eternal Night Envoy, not convenient to show themselves publicly, but absolutely trustworthy." "Is that so?" The squad captain nodded, indicating he understood. "You've arrived." A bit early, the squad captain hesitated before saying, How about I take you to the cathedral to rest first? No need. After stating their identities, Yilan stepped back to the front, taking charge of the interaction. We'll just stroll around the city ourselves. The captain's brow furrowed visibly. But at a time like this, and under martial law. But no matter how strict the martial law, it shouldn't apply to us, should it? Yilan retorted coldly. We came by the Five Gods Covenant to help you solve problems. The reason for your martial law is the very thing we intend to solve. Do you think we should be included in the martial law? The captain's brow was deeply furrowed, revealing his difficulty, but he ultimately did not insist. Alright then, do you need a guide? This reaction slightly surprised Yilan, and he couldn't help but look at him again. So cooperative? This clearly showed that the other party had nothing to hide. Yes. Yilan thought about it. He wasn't doing anything secretive now, and having a guide would actually save him time. Take us to the tall tower. I want to observe the morning bell ringing. As for after watching the morning bell, when he truly began to investigate the city, he naturally wouldn't need a guide anymore. All right. Hearing this request, the captain was stunned for a moment, but immediately led the way. Yilan estimated the distance to the tall tower from here was no more than a kilometer, so he directly declined the squad captain's invitation to take a car. The group walked leisurely towards it. As they walked, Yilan constantly observed the scenes within the city. Lights flickered faintly in the houses and tall buildings on both sides. The sun had not yet risen. These lights must have been lit by early risers. Through some windows where the curtains weren't drawn, one could seemingly see wisps of cooking smoke rising from some homes' kitchens. In some places along the street, stalls had already begun to set up, offering steaming buns and various street noodles. Isn't it already under lockdown? Yilan asked. This bustling, ordinary scene of human life clearly indicated that everything was as usual, and nothing had happened. The captain was surprised for a moment, then responded to Yilan. The martial law is mainly for external purposes, to prevent suspicious individuals from running rampant throughout the Yuguan land during this special period. Yilan nodded, completely unaware that he himself might resemble a suspicious individual, and instead pondered the information revealed by Qian Guang. City situation. So, life in the city is completely normal? That makes sense. For a high-level game of abnormal events, it's useless to make ordinary people nervous. On the contrary, if panic spreads, even greater hidden dangers will arise. Thinking, Yilan asked again. To whom do you belong? We belong to the Qian Guang Guard, the squad captain replied with a touch of pride. We are the force responsible for the public security of Qian Guang City. Come. Yilan was pensive. The military corps of Yuguan land all came from the three major fortresses in Qianguang City. All other cities were in the hinterland, with only small garrisons, and these garrisons were military corps from the three major fortresses who came to assist in defense. Additionally, every city had security forces like the Qianguang Guard and Dawn Guard. The Dawn Legion should no longer exist. This makes me begin to understand why the military corps strength in Yuguan land suddenly became strained. I don't think it will take long before they themselves gradually realize what is missing, right? They chatted casually for a bit longer. As they walked down this path, it was peaceful and uneventful. For a moment, Yilan didn't know if he should breathe a sigh of relief. He had suspected Qianguang City before, but now, was it just a misconception? This city was too normal. Just like that, the group arrived on foot at the high tower and the Qianguang Plaza below it. Almost identical to Dawn Fortress at that time, the plaza was filled with a large crowd, praying devoutly. The only difference was Yilan, who now understood the situation a little better. This time, Yilan stood there, paying full attention. He would not let the situation at Dawn Fortress repeat itself. Dawn. A short morning bell rang, and Yilan looked up. This was the warm-up morning bell before the sun rose, which had successfully rung. At once, Yilan turned his head.
Who is ringing the morning bell?
The squad leader naturally replied, of course, it's our Qian Guan guard. This seemingly reasonable answer made Yi Lan frown slightly.
Shouldn't the anomaly be responsible for this now? The squad leader shook his head. No. The anomaly is responsible for preventing unexpected situations. They only act if we are unable to ring the morning bell.
Yi Lan frowned slightly, feeling a subtle conflict between the actual situation and what he understood.
Dong, dong, dong. More than 10 minutes passed in an instant.
At 6 o'clock, the sun rose from the horizon, and the long morning bell was successfully rung, awakening a new day with light.
Embrace the twilight.
After a series of devout prayers and praises, everything concluded smoothly. Yi Lan, who was always ready to act, felt as if something was missing.
Friend of Yangye.
The Captain Qian Guan guard beside him smiled, facing the rising sun. Would you like to rest in the cathedral? Yi Lan pondered for a moment, weighing his goal for the day, and gently shook his head. No, we plan to explore on our own.
Explore on your own, huh? The expression of the Qian Guan guard wasn't very happy. Yi Lan noticed this but didn't think much of it.
In this situation, it was perfectly normal for them not to want you, Yangye, to wander around freely in their home.
What are your general plans, if I may ask?
Yi Lan smiled at him, expressing his refusal to disclose in the most polite way. Perhaps, have breakfast first? This was just a polite refusal, but the other party seemed not to understand, enthusiastically taking over the conversation.
Then I'll take you there.
I know where to find the most authentic breakfast in all of Guangland. Yi Lan paused and exchanged glances with Bai Tao Tao.
All right then. Having received Yi Lan's approval, the Qian Guan guard quickly led the way.
The group returned to the street and walked in a new direction. After about 10 minutes, they could already see the cathedral of Qianguang City in the distance. The Qian Guan guard turned to lead everyone into a breakfast shop. This is the place, he said. Because it's close to the cathedral, we often eat breakfast here. After speaking, he found a large table and greeted the breakfast shop owner.
Boss. 2 baskets of steamed buns.
Oh.
All right.
These weren't small steamed buns, but large ones from a big steamer.
Buying them by the basket was definitely a large order.
Yi Lan sat opposite the Qian Guan guard, with Bai Tao Tao and the old doctor on either side of him. Yi Lan's slight movement, seeing that the Qian Guan squad didn't suspect anything, he no longer paid attention to such small details that could
expose his identity as a core figure. Looking around, Yi Lan didn't find anything.
This was a very ordinary small shop. While waiting for the steamed buns to be cooked, the atmosphere was quite quiet. It seemed that the Captain Qian Guan guard was not talkative either. He just didn't want to let them act freely and was finding it difficult to get
along with them.
Before long, 2 steaming baskets of buns were brought out, almost filling the entire table. The rising steam suddenly made Yi Lan hungry.
He grabbed one and took a small bite.
However, with one bite, Yi Lan's brows furrowed tightly. He looked at Bai Tao Tao, who had the same expression as him, stopping after one bite. Even more exaggeratedly, she seemed to be considering whether spitting it out would be too impolite.
Yi Lan quietly glanced at the Qian Guan squad, who were all eating very happily.
Yi Lan found it truly difficult to describe how bad these buns tasted, so much so that he carefully looked at the menu again, confirming it said,
exquisite soup buns. Never mind that the dough was completely solid and heavy, like it hadn't risen properly. Soup buns? Where was the soup? Where was the juice? If that was all, it would be fine, but why did even the filling seem undercooked?
The experience was so indescribably bad that Yi Lan couldn't help but recall some popular, bun-related horror legends from before the apocalypse. For a moment, Yi Lan looked at the old doctor. He didn't seem to enjoy eating them much either, but his state was much more relaxed compared to Yi Lan and Bai Tao Tao.
Don't worry, they're not human meat buns.
The old doctor was just putting the last bite of his bun into his mouth, putting down his chopsticks and wiping his mouth, clearly having no intention of eating another one. The meat might just be a bit stale. Yilan nodded and likewise put down his chopsticks, but he noticed that the Qian Guang squad was eating very comfortably, and even the other customers in the room were eating happily, so he couldn't help but sigh softly. Perhaps, is it our problem? Is this a local culinary specialty? Finally, after more than 10 minutes of effort from the Qian Guang squad, the 2 baskets of buns were completely eaten. Wiping his mouth, Yilan stood up. Thank you for your hospitality. We shall part ways here. Seeing this, the Captain Qian Guang guard nodded regretfully. It has to be this way. After saying that, he remembered something else and enthusiastically said, "Oh, by the way, I just helped you urge the Yuhui Pope. You shouldn't have to wait until evening, all the supplies you requested should arrive by noon." Noon? Yilan's brows furrowed. It was directly moved up by half a day. Could it be that the Yuhui Pope was still playing for time with him even now? As if in another world. It's like this. As far as I know, the original schedule for tonight was because the Pope was fully prepared to prevent any accidents with the morning bell, Captain Qian Guangguard explained. But this morning, the morning bell across the entire Yuguan land was normal, and no city experienced any accidents. The Pope immediately decided to dispatch people to assist you all. So that's how it is. This reason was perfectly sound, beyond reproach, and Yilan praised him. Then I'm grateful for your trouble. However, the Captain Qian Guangguard hadn't finished speaking. Because the military corps will be mobilizing towards Qianguang City, we must increase the scale of our alert, he said apologetically. Before this morning, all shops in Qianguang City will close, and residents will be strictly forbidden from leaving their homes until the military corps arrives at noon. If there are any inconveniences, please forgive us. Yilan narrowed his eyes. Reason? The military corps of the 2 major fortresses possess a large number of anomalies, ability objects, the Captain Qian Guangguard explained. We also possess a large number of anomalies, ability objects. This is like a powder keg that could ignite at any moment. We must minimize harm to civilians. Yilan narrowed his eyes and pointed out the impropriety in his statement. But if I haven't misunderstood, shouldn't this danger only begin with their arrival? With such a sudden morning-long lockdown, it was hard for Yilan not to suspect it was specifically to guard against him. It takes time to issue citywide directives, and our Qian Guangguard also needs to make emergency preparations and investigate potential hazards. Across the city, the Captain Qian Guangguard sighed. Because the original plan was for the afternoon, but the military corps' mobilization was moved up to noon. Seeing Yilan remain silent, he felt somewhat uneasy and couldn't help but speak again. However, we will certainly do our best to provide you with assistance. If you want to go anywhere, just let me know, and I will immediately take you there. Narrowing his eyes, Yilan stood up. No need. The 2 groups dispersed. Yilan strode out of the breakfast shop, with Bai Taotao and Old Doctor following him, one in front and one behind. Upon reaching the next turn, Yilan slightly turned sideways, and the 3 of them slipped inside, after which Yilan activated psychological invisibility. Snap! A grappling hook shot out, and Yilan knocked down the monitor above his head. The 3 of them gathered together. Are they guarding against us? Bai Taotao asked with a frown. Yes, Yilan confirmed her guess. But not necessarily with malice, because wherever we want to go, they would mostly be willing to take us. They just don't dare let us wander around the city unchecked. Yilan paused. From their actions, it's also clear that they even helped us urge the Pope. Bai Taotao blinked, then let out a chuckle. Do they feel the small temple can't hold you, and are eager to send the Buddha away? Yilan. It was a bit difficult to comment on that remark, so Yilan shook his head. Let's go, we'll look around ourselves. I don't want to see what they've prepared to show us. With that, Yilan led the way, and the 2 stayed within Yilan's range, the 3 of them returning to the street together. As soon as they returned to the street, Yilan was stunned. It was as if an entire era had passed, in just a few minutes, all the bustling activity on the road had vanished, visibly becoming desolate. Along the entire street, all the residential buildings and shops had their doors completely closed. A cold wind gently blew, making it as bleak as a small city's winter night. This, Bai Taotao felt deeply astonished. It's too fast, isn't it? It wasn't strange for such a scene to appear, what was strange was how quickly it happened. Hadn't they just issued the decision to upgrade the alert? This strict enforcement was even more exaggerated than the military corps, in just the time it took for them to chat for a few moments, in the blink of an eye, all the shops were closed, and the streets were empty? Perhaps, because this street is right in front of the church, the information was transmitted the fastest? Bai Taotao suggested a possibility. Yi Lan's eyes flickered, and he suddenly sprinted forward. Whoosh! Sprinting along the street, Yi Lan's footsteps finally stopped outside the 3rd street. Judging by the density of high-rise buildings here, this should be the most prosperous commercial street in the entire Qianguang city. Bai Taotao chased quickly, while Old Doctor was a few seconds slower and a bit out of breath. Youngsters, slow down. My old bones can't keep up with you. Yilan paid him no mind, only looking at the situation here, feeling slightly more relaxed. Perhaps because of the tall buildings, most of the shopping malls and companies had not yet completely closed, and people were steadily rushing to close up and go home. This road was unprecedentedly hurried. But this was how it should be. The lockdown order was issued from the church and transmitted outwards, the closer streets evacuated faster, while this area had not yet completely cleared out. Although Yilan still felt something was strange. So many people were hurrying about, coming and going, yet it wasn't crowded at all, and no collisions even occurred. In the most congested areas of a big city, even crossing a traffic light would be more chaotic than this, with people jostling each other. Yilan couldn't find the source of the strangeness and patted Old Doctor beside him. Do you feel anything amiss? No, Old Doctor spread his hands. If you can approve me to stitch 2 people together, then I'll know if they have a problem. Yilan. He gave him a dangerous look, then Yilan slowly spoke. Your ideas are too dangerous. It seems you still need time to mature, so I've decided to reject your latest experiment application submitted a few days ago. Old Doctor? I was just offering an idea. Do you have to punish me so severely? No, The crowd had gradually dispersed. Yilan looked around and walked towards a rather prominent building. This was a large urban commercial complex. It's locked, Bai Taotao said. Yilan thought for a moment, took out the illusory blade, and with a swift motion, cut downwards. Crack! The chains on the mall's main entrance shattered, breaking into 2 pieces. Old Doctor's eyes widened. Look! What kind of behavior is this? Don't you think you're even more unscrupulous than me? The chains on the door broke with a clang, and Yilan frowned. It seemed that a certain conjecture might not hold true. Let's go inside and look around first, Yilan said. When we leave, I will notify the Qianguang guard that the destruction of the door lock was necessary for the mission. If the mall incurs any further losses, the Eternal Night Divine Church will bear double the cost. Old Doctor. There was no fault to find with Yilan's reasoning here. The first floor of the mall had various items, but mostly cosmetics and jewelry. Bai Taotao watched with great interest, though filled with regret. So many things that Sky City doesn't have. It's a pity the owner isn't here, so I can't buy them. Yilan glanced at her, then chuckled softly. It's fine, take pictures of whatever you like first. He waved his hand generously. I'll send a message to the Qianguang guard then, and they can procure it and send it to the night house. Bai Taotao was stunned. Oh? Is that so? After receiving Yilan's confirmation again, Bai Taotao happily went to explore the first floor. Old Doctor felt like he had inadvertently taken a large bite of something unpleasant, silently pouting. Divine Emissary, aren't you also going to help me procure things? Let's go. Yilan swept his gaze over him.
I've already halted your experiments for next month, so what's the use of materials? Old doctor. You? Alright, just kidding. Yilan shook his head and walked towards the second floor. The first floor is for Tao Tao. We'll start from the second floor. Temporary consultation. As he reached the connection between the two floors, Yilan again felt an inexplicable strangeness. Before long, Yilan frowned slightly. The mall elevator hasn't stopped? Yilan always had a strange, unexplainable feeling. Although each of these oddities was small, too small to prove anything. Following the elevator's ascent, he reached the second floor of the mall. The second floor was a large supermarket. Yilan glanced around. As expected, it was empty, with no one present, so he skipped it and went up to the third floor. By the way, Old Doctor finally couldn't help but ask, what exactly are you looking for? I don't know. Yilan shook his head. I just feel it's a bit fake. I'm looking for anything to corroborate my view. Fake? Old Doctor chewed on the word, falling silent for a moment. The third floor was an entire large clothing factory, with very new styles, cheap prices, and a distinctive Yuguan land characteristic. This characteristic had undergone some subtle extensions, to the point where Yilan felt that even the Twilight God cult's robes should be redesigned. Based on what was here. He picked up two rather appealing and inconspicuous jackets from the hangers. Yilan carefully stroked them, then swiftly put them on. Then, he stood in front of the mirror and looked at himself. Old Doctor. I feel like you've really come to shop at the mall. After gazing at himself in the mirror for a moment, the psionic energy on Yilan's body slowly condensed, lightly covering his entire body, encompassing the whole jacket. However, both his reflection in the mirror and he himself showed no change. Ah! Yilan sighed softly, and some of the most terrifying conjectures gradually dissipated. He didn't know whether to be happy or unhappy. A very bad possibility had been ruled out, but with it came the loss of a direction for exploration. It's real. Yilan stated the answer in a declarative manner. After thinking for a moment, Yilan still carefully selected a few items, put them into his formless hand, and then placed the mist blue coins on the cashier's counter according to the tag prices. This could also be considered a mission requirement. He had been so busy that he hadn't prepared any spare clothing, always wearing the same outfit to save trouble. But, he couldn't pretend to be the deadly duo every day. If this continued, this identity would soon lose its meaning. In the future, people in the wasteland would think Yilan had arrived whenever they heard the deadly duo had come. After patrolling the clothing store again, Yilan returned to the first floor via the elevator and reunited with a satisfied by Tao Tao. Did you find any problems? The first words upon meeting, Yilan asked, made by Tao Tao stiffen. Did you mean I was supposed to investigate this floor? Yilan. Never mind, you walking around this floor can also be considered part of the investigation. Let's go. Pushing open the main door once more, the bustling street was now empty. The tall buildings, however, seemed even more desolate than the street had been earlier. Now what? Tao Tao asked. There's probably nowhere else to go. Yilan sighed and unfolded the map, but I'm still not at ease, let's look around more. After scanning the map thoroughly, Yilan's heart suddenly stirred, and he looked thoughtfully at the displeased old doctor beside him. Let's go, I'll take you shopping now. Old doctor? What, it's actually my turn today? Where are we going? He rarely asked with such excitement. The hospital. Yilan pointed on the map, Qianguang City Medical Center. Under the influence of psychological invisibility, the three navigated through Qianguang City, twisting and turning. The way was completely empty, to the point where Yilan sometimes even wanted to turn off psychological invisibility. There were no people, so why be invisible? After continuous travel, the group finally reached the hospital. Looking at the scene before him, Yilan was still a bit stunned. People, so many people. After the desolation of the entire city,
seeing so many people here felt as if everyone in the city had gathered here. This was a hospital with an area approaching 1/10 the size of a small park, yet the queue stretched in a long line from the outpatient building to the main gate. Not only that, but people were constantly being stopped at the hospital's main entrance and sent back. Yes, this was the breakthrough Yilan had carefully thought of. No matter how much Qianguang City's lockdown escalated, it was impossible for the hospital to completely shut down. But, why did it feel so strange, even though it matched the reasonable scene in his mind? It was as if there should be people here, so there were people, but there were a bit too many people. Yilan narrowed his eyes and looked at Old Doctor. Go check if they are really sick. Old Doctor? Is this what you meant by shopping? Why do I have to see patients when I come out with you? The three walked towards the main gate. Before they even got close, the security guard loudly stopped them. No more admissions. No more admissions. Come back this afternoon. His voice, perhaps hoarse from continuous shouting, sounded very real. What's going on? Why are there so many people today? Yilan asked loudly, like a chatty passerby. The security guard paused, as if crashing for a few seconds, then immediately waved his hand. I don't know. How would I know? Don't ask me. Yilan frowned and returned to his previous, slightly position. One security guard naturally couldn't stop him. Revealing his identity and walking straight in, or using psychological invisibility to climb over the wall, were both foolproof plans. It was just that it didn't need to be so troublesome. Yilan didn't actually need to enter the hospital. All he needed to know was whether these people were queuing here to act without being sick, or if these people were real. No need to go inside yet. Aren't there still many people continuously coming here? Go forward and ask them. Old Doctor sighed. All right. Soon, people rushed from the distant road again, heading straight for the main gate. Whoosh! Old Doctor immediately flashed out, blocking the person's path, revealing a somewhat awkward smile. Hello, do you need to see a doctor? The person was startled, especially with the rather unsettling appearance of the person blocking their way. He quickly retreated cautiously, without saying a word, and walked around the side towards the hospital gate. Old Doctor. Without any surprise, the person was still stopped by the security guard. As he returned indignantly, Old Doctor once again composed himself and stepped forward. Look, you can't get in, and your illness can't be delayed. Why don't you let me take a look? Whoosh! This time, the person didn't even look back and ran away. Old Doctor. He scratched his head, quite puzzled. Do I look like a quack doctor? Yilan couldn't hold back and rolled his eyes directly. Aren't you? New breakthrough. In the following time, many people rushed to the hospital here, and the old doctor himself became temperamental, trying more actively each time. Of course, he ultimately failed completely, hanging his head in dejection and letting out a long sigh. Alas! In all my years of practicing medicine, when have I ever encountered such a cold reception? Seeing this, Bai Taotao also sighed softly, feeling that it was time for her to contribute. Let me try. There was no helping it, the old doctor of Sewage Town's appearance truly did not look like a good person. Before long, the somewhat petite Bai Taotao stood pitifully in front of the Qianguang City Medical Center's entrance. Someone else went there. This time, it was a middle-aged man who looked somewhat sickly. Hello, Bai Taotao stepped forward, her voice polite and adorable. I'm an intern assistant to the chief medical officer of the Divine Church, and I'd like to understand the situation here. She smiled sweetly. It's a free clinic, no charge. Would you allow my teacher to examine you? Finally, someone didn't just run away immediately after being stopped. However, his expression remained suspicious, as if he were looking at a swindler, and then he shook his head. What chief medical officer of the Divine Church? There's no such position. Are you a swindler? Bai Taotao. No, I. Alas, at such a young age, you're out swindling. I still advise you to think carefully and get on the right path.
Bai Tao Tao.
After several more such encounters, Bai Tao Tao returned to Yilan's side, disheartened.
Alas, it seems it won't work.
Yilan's brows furrowed slightly.
These people were indeed alive. But was it reasonable?
It was one thing for a person to be cautious, but in this situation where they were desperately ill and couldn't get into the hospital, with the
saying a desperate illness leads to desperate remedies, was there truly no one willing to try? Was this a normal psychological state?
Just as Yilan was starting to think about trying it himself, a hospital entrance suddenly became empty.
No one else came. Where are the people? Yilan frowned.
Perhaps the hospital has temporarily stopped admitting patients, and these people have spread the word, so they're no longer coming here?
Bai Tao Tao analyzed.
Yilan remained non-committal, but the old doctor could no longer hold back.
How about it? Divine envoy? Should we forcefully abduct one out?
He now, more than ever, wanted to treat a patient from here. To sweep away his previous gloom and prove his superb medical skills.
Yilan's mouth twitched. Forcibly providing free medical treatment to others, why did it sound so strange? We can consider it, but there's no need to use force.
Yilan shook his head. Just say one sentence later to call over that Qianguang guard, and no
one should stop you from performing surgery.
Yilan circled this area on the map, thinking briefly.
Let's go to another place first. If we still don't find anything, we'll make this a breakthrough point.
Yilan narrowed his eyes, remembering something he had almost forgotten. When I was still in Sky City, I once entrusted the Wandering Balance to help me investigate the matters of Guang Land, but after it entered
Guang Land, it completely lost contact.
This matter puzzled me greatly at the time, but now, it seems I have found the answer. Bai Tao Tao was stunned. It was the first time she had heard of this.
The Wandering Balance completely lost contact? The Wanderer Camp directly ceased operations. What a huge event that would be in the wasteland. What answer? After it entered Guang Land, it happened to be in a certain vanished city. Bai Tao Tao's pupils contracted. This disappearance, could it even make such a high-level anomaly disappear? That was the Wandering Balance.
Therefore, we'll go to the management agency of the Wanderer's Task Board here, and we'll know at a glance. Yilan frowned slightly, searching on the map. The problem now is whether the Wanderer's Task Board in this city is managed by the Qianguang Guard or the Wanderer Camp.
Hearing this, Bai Tao Tao pulled out her communicator. Should I contact the Yuhui Pope?
Yilan was startled for a moment, then shook his head.
No, not everything can be asked of him.
After all, Yilan was looking for problems in Qianguang City.
If there truly were problems, who knew if the investigation would eventually lead back to the Pope?
After thinking for a moment, Yilan directly called Xia Qingyu.
Qingyu, who is managing the Wanderer's Task Board in Qianguang City?
Xia Qingyu on the other end was slightly taken aback, but quickly found it among a pile of documents.
It's self-operated by the Wanderer Camp. I'll mark it on the map for you.
Good. After comparing Xia Qingyu's mark on the electronic map with the map in his hand, Yilan immediately closed it and set off quickly.
Let's go.
This time it took a considerable amount of time, and the group arrived at a very distinctive courtyard. It had a touch of wasteland feel amidst its ancient style, giving rise to an exciting sense of adventure.
This is the place.
After confirming the plaque of the courtyard, Yilan knocked on the courtyard gate.
Dong. Dong dong dong.
He knocked twice, the second time even very loudly, but there was no response.
For a moment, Yilan frowned. In the current Qianguang city, people weren't seen on the streets because they had gone home. But if no one was home either, then that was strange. The Wanderer Camp was stationed in this city, it was the Wanderer's home. Where would they go if they weren't here? Dong dong.
Another heavy knock on the door, still no response. Yilan directly pushed the door open, and the three entered in a tacit understanding, one after another. It was a beautiful small courtyard, looking like a private garden.
Yilan glanced at the only house in the small courtyard and immediately made arrangements.
You two search the courtyard, I'll take care of the house inside.
Okay.
The three split up, and Yilan, without hesitation, entered the small building of the Wanderer camp, meticulously searching every detail. The hall had a fairly standard design, with the reception area inside and the resting area on the outside. On the left and right sides, one was covered with cool weapons, while the other was like a wall of honor, covered with the glorious history of the
Wanderer camp.
Yilan looked around, but there were no surprises.
He did not see the Wanderer's task board.
However, this was within his expectations. Since the Wandering Balance lost contact, the Wanderer's task board in Sky City had also disappeared. For this, Yilan had even contacted the Wanderer camp to inquire about the matter. However, they seemed unwilling to let the outside world know that they had lost something as critical as the Wanderer's task board, which would
severely shake their authority, so they were very vague.
Yet, despite their vagueness, Yilan had already guessed the answer. All the Wanderer's task boards in the wasteland had disappeared. Walking into the registration office, Yilan checked the registration form on the desk.
In an instant, Yilan's expression slightly hardened. The time of the last mission registration had to be traced back 7 days ago. Unexpected discovery. 7 days ago.
Yilan chewed on that time frame, countless conjectures sprouting in his mind.
Did that mean this place hadn't accepted a mission for 7 days? Or, had there been no one here for 7 days? Yilan frowned. What could have caused the Wanderer camp to completely withdraw from Qianguang City?
Yilan carefully looked at the registered mission information, besides the last client, whose name was unusually not a real name and was listed as
Mr. Wanderer. There was no other meaningful information.
Continuing further inside, Yilan successively passed through the data room and the operations room, both completely empty, all documents gone.
Taken away? Or destroyed?
Yilan checked around, unable to extract more useful information, and moved on to other rooms. Further in was the second floor, which was like an apartment building, with many small rooms, likely the living quarters for wanderers. Yilan occasionally pushed open a few of the doors. The beds were clean and tidy, so much so that one could clearly see a layer of dust covering them, evidently indicating they hadn't been lived in for a long time. After checking a few cabinets, which only contained personal belongings, Yilan did not look around further and left the area. He then conducted a thorough search, going up and down, but still found nothing, so Yilan left. Creak. Pushing the door open and returning to the courtyard, the old doctor had probably finished his search and came to meet him.
How was it? He asked Yilan.
Only confirmed that this place has been abandoned for 7 days, found nothing else.
Similarly, Yilan asked him. And you? I didn't find anything either. Bang. Boom.
Before the old doctor could finish speaking, a huge collapsing sound suddenly echoed in the small courtyard, followed by something falling.
Yilan whipped his head around like lightning, just in time to see Bai Taotao fall to the ground not far away.
For a moment, the embarrassed Bai Taotao frantically avoided eye contact.
I'm sorry, Bai Taotao said, a little nervous and ashamed.
I've already scouted once, and there were no clues, so... Seeing Yilan staring at her, her face turned as red as a monkey's bottom, feeling like she couldn't continue speaking.
And there was a swing here.
She felt like she couldn't face anyone, yet she had to try hard to clarify herself.
I really shouldn't have been leisurely swinging. I just couldn't resist sitting down for a moment. Oh my God, who understands?
Suddenly seeing a swing she hadn't seen in a long time, and no one was paying attention to her, a little girlish impulse arose, and she sat down.
Who knew it would collapse directly?
Yilan walked over, helped her up, then frowned. It wasn't a reprimand for her, but about this swing.
The structure is very sturdy, isn't it?
Yilan said, puzzled.
Ah.
Bai Taotao completely failed to grasp Yilan's point of focus, and then felt even more ashamed.
I I really didn't swing. I just sat down for a moment, didn't even sit steadily, and it just collapsed. Yilan nodded, even more suspicious. But you're not heavy? Even if this thing was old and about to break, it shouldn't have been broken by you. By Tao Tao. For a moment, she didn't know whether she should be happy to hear such words. Lowering his head, Yilan picked up the fallen swing and carefully examined the traces in the soil. It exists. Finally, the old doctor noticed something was amiss. Do you have some suspicion? Why, no matter what you see today, are you verifying whether it's real, or whether it exists? Yilan gently shook his head. Everything is too normal, which is why I don't know where to start. He paused, speaking words others couldn't understand. Why is this city so abnormally normal? Suddenly, Yilan felt something hard under his feet. Moving slightly, Yilan's pupils contracted. There was a bulge on the ground. Something was buried under the soil. Puff! Yilan materialized the illusory blade and plunged it directly into the ground. Then, he stirred the ground a few times, loosening the soil. Thump! Afterward, Yilan pulled out the illusory blade, grabbed the hard object with both hands, and with a simultaneous pull from both sides, forcefully yanked it out. Amidst a sound of breaking earth, the hard object from beneath the ground was fully revealed to them. This is, Yilan's pupils sharply contracted, then a huge look of surprise appeared on his face. A Wanderer's Task Board. This was momentous news. The Wanderer's Task Board had disappeared from the entire wasteland along with the wandering balance, so why was one still preserved here? Why was it preserved here? Yilan had no clue about this yet, but a direction for investigation had clearly emerged. Whoosh! Yilan's psionic energy surged, then slowly infused into the Wanderer's Task Board. As the psionic energy successfully made contact with the Wanderer's Task Board, Yilan's expression brightened with joy again. It was active. This wasn't just something that looked similar, it was, indeed, a Wanderer's Task Board. Clap! Without further doubt, Yilan pressed his legendary Wanderer badge onto it. Unfortunately, at this point, a problem finally arose. When the Wanderer badge made contact, it didn't, as usual, cause a surge of gray mist and a dazzling array of missions to be displayed like a social media platform. It seemed to be malfunctioning, stuck, and no matter how Yilan channeled his psionic energy, no new screen would appear. It felt like a web page failing to load. With a slight shift in thought, Yilan cancelled the advanced mission interface and activated the local mission panel with his psionic energy. At this moment, the gray mist began to stir, finally showing a new reaction. This was truly significant intelligence, and Yilan immediately began to examine it. The mission panel was empty. Yilan frowned, and activated his special authority as a legendary wanderer. Query accepted missions. This time, a large amount of information appeared on the mission board, and Yilan immediately looked at the most recent entries. Just as he had judged, the last mission was from 7 days ago. Yilan looked at several missions consecutively, all of them very, very ordinary. With a mix of disappointment and expectation, he looked at the last entry. Then, he was completely disappointed. Go to Taste of Yuguan. What kind of mission was this? Why did it sound like those casual missions Yilan used to ask Xiaqingyu to help him with back in Sewage Town? With a hint of anticipation, Yilan asked Bai Tao Tao. What kind of place is this? Bai Tao Tao actually felt she knew the place, but this answer felt out of place for such a critical clue. It's a buffet restaurant. Yilan? Forcibly dismissing the thought that this couldn't possibly have anything to do with the matter, Yilan, with a try-it-and-see attitude, forced himself to ask. Tell me more specifically. How should I put it? It's a chain buffet restaurant throughout the wasteland. As Bai Tao Tao spoke, a hint of craving actually appeared on her face. After the apocalypse, places like buffet restaurants practically ceased to exist. They couldn't afford to open, nor could people afford to eat there. This one is an exception, and it's a high-end establishment. Their food is really delicious. Yilan took a deep breath. The more he listened, the less relevant it seemed. Don't talk about how delicious it is, think about it, if you compare it to all the restaurants in Qianguang City, is there anything absolutely unique, something only it possesses? Bai Taotao pondered deeply and offered her opinion. If there's one most distinctive thing, it's that most restaurants in Qianguang City can source their ingredients locally. Even those that need products from other wasteland regions only restock every few months. But this one, its resources must be continuously transported from all over the wasteland, it can't go a single day without restocking. Needs large amounts of goods replenished every day. Meaning it must receive supplies from the wasteland every day. Yilan's brain was working at full capacity, instinctively feeling this was a huge clue, and he vaguely grasped something. He felt like he was about to connect all the discoveries and all the abnormalities of the day. But something was still missing. Just a little something was still missing. Sudden enlightenment. Drip, drip. Just then, Bai Taotao's communicator rang. She answered it, her brows furrowing slightly, then she nodded. I understand. The call disconnected, and before she could relay the message to Yilan, the communicator rang again. Bai Taotao answered once more, but this time her expression changed drastically. What? I understand, I'll tell Yilan immediately. The call disconnected again. What's wrong? Yilan's thoughts were completely stuck in a crucial dead end, and the more he thought, the further off track he felt he was getting. He might as well listen to something else first. The first call was from the Yuhui Pope, informing me that the military corps he sent has already arrived outside Qianguang City. Yilan was stunned, glancing at his watch, it was already 11 o'clock. The second? The second was from Xiaqingyu, she said they detected a problem with Shattered Light City. Shattered Light City? Yilan's pupils contracted. Wasn't that where he was supposed to go? What problem? The entire area of Shattered Light City has collapsed, Bai Taotao said gravely. It collapsed by several hundred meters, like a giant rift valley, for unknown reasons. Yilan became unprecedentedly serious. Shattered Light City was a place confirmed to have disappeared due to the shattered space, and it was also the place he believed most likely contained an entrance to the shattered space. Its sudden collapse was definitely not an accident, it had to be intimately related to all of this. He absolutely could not ignore it. Especially since, according to his analysis, something strange would emerge from every disappeared place. So, every step he delayed could create an opportunity for that thing to become a dragon entering the sea. But here, it was too strange, this sense of unease was simply too strong. He absolutely could not leave this place unattended. Glancing at the time, Yilan gritted his teeth. Return to the night house first. I'll figure something out. Walking towards the city outskirts, the city's quietness was somewhat chilling. Yet, overhead was such bright sunlight. Standing at the city gate, Yilan once again scrutinized the quiet city. Friend from eternal night. Suddenly someone called him. Yilan slightly turned his head, it was the Captain Shen Guangard who had led them into the city that morning. We finally found you. We've been terrible hosts, I apologize, the Captain Shen Guangard said, full of apology. I received your notification about the mall incident. It's fine, just take whatever you want, and we'll purchase it as listed. He continued apologizing. Next time you come to visit, we, the Qian Guangard, will be your hosts, all food, drinks, and entertainment will be reimbursed. Yilan slightly frowned, because at this moment he felt a little less strange about this city. The persistent eerie feeling seemed to stem from its emptiness, with no one interacting with him, as if he had never truly entered the city. Only when this Captain Qian Guangard spoke to him did that human touch return, and the place seemed normal again. Yilan nodded expressionlessly and continued to rush towards the night house. Da-da-day. Boom boom. Outside the city, there were already sounds of helicopters and cars everywhere. A vast military corps had already stationed themselves next to the night house, busily setting up.
Yilan casually glanced at them, didn't deal with them for now, and walked directly into the night house. He went all the way up, returning to the decision room. When he pushed open the door, Xia Manman was already alone inside. "How is your sister's side?" Yilan asked directly. Now, under his command, people from the Judgment Tribunal, people from the Pope, people from Sky City, his own people from the Eternal Night Divine Church. Yilan had never fought such an abundant battle, yet he still felt a shortage of manpower. Before coming here, Yilan had never imagined that the Yuguan land would be like a sieve, full of holes everywhere. Very smoothly, everything is normal now. Yilan nodded, quietly letting out a sigh of relief. Excellent. After speaking, Yilan was slightly taken aback. Xia Manman had been acting a bit strange since the beginning, constantly looking at Qianguang City through the window. What's wrong? I don't know. Hearing Yilan ask her, Xia Manman shook her head. I just feel very strange, very uncomfortable. Yilan was a little worried. Where do you feel uncomfortable? It's not physical discomfort. Xia Manman scratched her head. It's this city that makes me very uncomfortable. Yilan's pupils contracted. Right, Xia Manman's mysterious sensing ability. She also felt that there was a problem with this city? Is there something in this city? Yilan asked tentatively. No. Xia Manman shook her head blankly. I know it sounds strange, so I'm also very strange. But I can't feel this city at all. Yilan's pupils suddenly constricted, and he almost instantly sat up straight. Can't feel this city? What does it mean to not feel this city? Wait. Countless clues converged in Yilan's mind. In the promised arc, the data suggesting Qianguang City's disappearance. I understand. Yilan suddenly stood up. I always felt something was wrong here, but I couldn't articulate that feeling, but now I'm absolutely certain of its wrongness. Bai Taodao's expression was extremely puzzled, as she didn't know about Xia Manman's special sensing ability, leading to a lack of information. What's wrong? Everything's wrong. Yilan said decisively, although this city looks completely normal. But we haven't verified its normalcy from any angle whatsoever. The more Yilan spoke, the clearer his thoughts became. We had a meal, the Captain Chen Guangard took us there, but that was the only time we had contact with this city. After that, the mall was empty, we couldn't enter the hospital, and the wanderer camp, the people there had actually disappeared long ago. From the moment we entered the city and made contact with the Qian Guang squad, it was a series of events. First, an upgrade to the lockdown, closing all shops, then contacting the Yuhui Pope to speed up the process and rendezvous with us, and then the sudden incident in Shattered Light City. All of this, it's as if they didn't want us to see anyone. As if they were afraid of us staying too long. As if they were reasonably forcing us away. The more Yilan spoke, the more Bai Taodao also felt that something was wrong. It's true, although we had conversations with a few passers-by in the Qian Guangard, that seems to be all. But we actually haven't had a single true interaction with this city. The more Bai Taodao spoke, the stranger it became. Could they be the only normal people? Was the purpose of their conversations with us to make us mistakenly believe the entire city was normal? The only normal people. Yilan's eyes lit up instantly. I've finally grasped this contradiction. Everyone looked at him. The wandering balance disappeared, and I've already determined the reason. After he entered the Yuguan land, a certain city subsequently disappeared. Bai Taodao nodded. Yilan had already mentioned this conjecture before. However, she still didn't understand what Yilan meant by the point of contradiction. But, during this period, the only cities we know to have disappeared are Shattered Light City and Dawn Fortress. Bai Taodao also felt she was about to grasp something, but she was just a little bit short, like Yilan just now. But, Shattered Light City and Dawn Fortress disappeared on the day we arrived in the Yuguan land, while the Wandering Balance disappeared even earlier. This means he didn't disappear in these two places, but in another city.
Everyone in the room had a complete change of expression. Slap.
Yilan slammed his hand on the table, saying each word distinctly. There's another city that disappeared long ago.
This city is Xianguang City. The taste of afterglow.
Yilan's voice echoed in the room, and for a moment, everyone fell silent. Even the experienced old doctor of Sewage Town was a little stunned.
This city disappeared? Then what we're seeing? What is it?
I don't know, Yilan licked his lips. The situation he faced was incredibly difficult to imagine, even for him. Too real, truly too real.
An illusion? Puppets?
Or perhaps thousands of doppelgangers, and so on. There were too many possibilities. The deduction had reached this point, leaving only one question.
How to break it?
If the form of this strange power couldn't be determined, then a rash response might have the opposite effect.
But how could they confirm this without alarming Qianguang City?
Suddenly, Yilan was slightly startled. The entire city was operating normally, except for one place, the Wanderer Camp. After his exploration, the Wanderer Camp had been inactive for some time. There, he had obtained a Wanderer's Taskboard, which had inexplicably appeared when all other Wanderer's Taskboards in the wasteland had vanished.
The wandering balance had disappeared right here.
Therefore, this Wanderer's Taskboard was likely the clue the wandering balance had left for him.
A clue. Yilan paused again.
The only clue this Wanderer's Taskboard left him seemed to be the last mission 7 days ago.
Yilan thought of the registration form and showed an incredible expression. Whoosh!
Quickly injecting psionic energy into the taskboard, then pressing his legendary Wanderer badge onto it, Yilan once again saw that final mission.
Head to Taste of Yuguang.
Of course, Yilan had already confirmed this. His focus now was on the content below.
Publisher, Mr. Wanderer. The corner of Yilan's mouth twitched imperceptibly. This Mr. Wanderer, could it be the wandering balance itself? Seriously, can't you guys learn to be good?
When he was in Sewage Town and Radiant City, to gather intelligence, he would often climb through windows. Now, his entire Qianguang squad had this abnormal style.
Xiaqingyu, Xiaomanman, by Taodao, Su Lezheng. And now I've used the wandering balance to get a mission, and it's learned to give itself missions? What the hell is Head to Taste of Yuguang? Why do I smell a hint of sarcasm? However, it seems this Taste of Yuguang is the important clue the wandering balance left for him before its disappearance.
Tao, go to the nearby military corps now and make contact in the name of the Eternal Night Pope. Yilan stood up.
No matter what resistance you encounter, directly invoke the Five Gods Covenant.
You can act freely, constantly invoking the name of the Eternal Night Divine Church, the name of the Eternal Night God.
Use whatever divine revelation you wish. My only demand is that within half an hour, you take control of this military corps, ready to support Qianguang City at any moment.
Several people, especially Xiaomanman, twitched at the corners of their mouths.
Good heavens, use whatever divine revelation you wish.
However, this was a regular military corps of the Twilight God cult.
Taking control in such a short time would be very difficult for Bai Tao. Man, you come with me.
No matter what you sense, don't find it absurd and hesitate, tell me directly.
Xiaomanman nodded, her expression solemn. Okay. And then?
Yilan looked at Old Doctor.
Old Doctor? Are you going? Yilan asked.
I feel like you've become more and more of a slacker since joining the Eternal Night Divine Church.
Do you want to try to earn some merit?
Old Doctor replied with an emphatic refusal.
No. Very good.
Yilan nodded with satisfaction.
Then let's go. Old Doctor? No, you. Did you mishear?
I suddenly remembered Xiao Chengfei still needs a crucial tonic prepared.
Should I? Aha. Just a few minutes later, one person stood alone before the gates of Qianguang City.
A small opening quickly appeared behind the city gate, and then the Captain Chen Guangard poked his head out. For a moment, his brows furrowed slightly.
Chief Medical Archbishop? Why are you back again?
Honestly, hearing this title he had personally created once again, even old Doctor himself found it hard to keep a straight face.
I left something behind, I need to retrieve it.
It was a reason so simple it couldn't be simpler, and the Captain Chen Guangard frowned. But on second thought, he didn't seem to have any reason to refuse the current Eternal Night Divine Church.
Where is it? How about I take you? Or I could go get it for you. It's inconvenient to say.
Old Doctor slipped a bag of mist blue coins into the Captain Chen Guangard's arms.
It's just a personal matter of mine. Thank you for your trouble.
The Captain Chen Guangard's expression changed slightly, then, as if insulted, he righteously pushed the money bag back.
You? What do you mean by this? I found this in your city. Thank you for helping me find the owner and return it. He patted the Captain Chen Guangard's shoulder.
I'll be quick, just in and out, won't stay long at all.
The Captain Chen Guangard's expression was hard to conceal his difficulty. In that case. Creak.
The large gate slowly opened, and Yilan and Xiaomanman, under psychological invisibility, instantly flashed inside.
All right, goodbye.
Old Doctor smiled and waved, then also entered Qianguang City through the gate.
After entering Qianguang City, Old Doctor quickly turned into an alley, also entering the range of Yilan's psychological invisibility. Before entering, the group had already pre-rehearsed the map. Now, led by Yilan, they moved silently through the alleys. Soon, they finally arrived before the legendary Taste of Yuguang. Upon seeing the true appearance of the place, Yilan was slightly startled. It wasn't very large, just about the size of a small two-story villa. Creak.
Upon reaching their destination, Yilan directly forced the door open, and then the three of them filed in, instantly sealing the door shut.
Who's there?
Yilan was about to quickly split up to search, when he suddenly heard a terrified shout. Looking up, there was actually a person in the room, looking at them in horror.
How did they find us?
Yilan frowned. The three of them should still be under psychological invisibility.
You? What's wrong with you?
The person said in a panic.
How did you suddenly appear in my shop? Suddenly appeared here?
Yilan was slightly startled, then thoughtful.
So that's how it was.
The three of them opened and closed the door, and the shop owner, hearing the sound, looked towards the door with the thought someone's here, and their psychological invisibility was thus dispelled in his eyes. For a moment, several thoughts flashed through Yilan's mind.
Go in hard, force an investigation? Or scout things out first? After thinking for a moment, Yilan decided to be a bit more cautious.
The wandering balance had left him a clue here, but he still didn't know what kind of clue it was. Before understanding the essence of this place, Yilan temporarily didn't want to alarm this behemoth.
Don't panic, it's just a regional surprise inspection by our Qian Guangard. Yilan smiled. Please cooperate. Investigation. Dawn Guard? All right then. The owner reluctantly agreed.
However, as they started talking, his confidence seemed to grow. Don't you dare mess around. Our Taste of Yuguang is a top-tier chain store across the entire wasteland, not to be trifled with.
Yilan nodded with a smile. Naturally. All right. Seeing that these people were somewhat reasonable, the owner asked, troubled, what do you want to inspect?
Yilan didn't answer his question immediately but quickly scanned the entire storefront.
Then, Yilan looked thoughtful. Both floors are dining areas? Yes. The owner nodded, looking suspicious. Aren't you from Qianguang City? Haven't you been here before?
Yilan paused, showing an awkward yet polite smile.
Not everyone likes buffets. Immediately, Yilan looked towards a glass-enclosed area on the left. Then let's check the kitchen.
Yilan turned his head. Man, you come with me.
Old Doctor, you find a good spot first. This was Yilan's initial reconnaissance plan.
He would first investigate the kitchen, the only area outside the public dining space, while the owner would undoubtedly accompany him. Meanwhile, Old Doctor would check the entire room. After all, no one knew in what form or where the clues might be hidden. Leading Yilan into the kitchen, the owner was still a bit bewildered. What did this mean? Weren't they Qianguan guard? What were they going to do in the kitchen, inspect food hygiene? As soon as he entered the kitchen, Yilan frowned. No meal prep today? The entire kitchen was empty, with nothing in it. The city is under martial law, why would I prepare meals? The owner spread his hands, giving a reason so valid that Yilan couldn't refute it. Have you been operating normally during this period? Yilan asked as he walked around the large kitchen. Of course. The owner chattered, do you know how expensive the rent here is per day? Do you know how expensive the ingredients ordered from the entire wasteland are daily? Do you know how much money we lose if we don't operate for a day? Yilan had already surveyed the entire kitchen, his gaze slightly raised, pointing to a door at the back of the kitchen. What's in there? Oh. The owner glanced at it, his tone unchanged, the storeroom. Yilan paused, then nodded with a smile. All right, I'm done looking. With that, he walked out without stopping, causing Xia Man to look a little strange. Walking back into the dining hall, Yilan found that Old Doctor had already taken his seat on the first floor, so he walked over and sat opposite him. With Xia Man. Before he could speak, the owner had already followed them. Looking at the three people sitting at the dining table like customers, the owner's eyes filled with confusion. Are you done with the inspection? What are you doing? It's lunchtime, we'd like something to eat, Yilan said with a smile. The owner didn't know what expression to make for a moment, but this is a buffet. I haven't prepared any meals, how can I? You don't need to make so many dishes, just 2 small stir-fries will do. Yilan placed 520 value missed blue coins on the table, this should be enough, right? The owner's expression was unpredictable, then he sighed softly and took the money. Alright then, wait here. As he left, Yilan's expression quickly became serious, and he looked at Old Doctor. Did you find anything? I don't know if it counts as a discovery. Old Doctor said, sounding humble but in fact proudly displaying his findings, I can be very sure that no. Food has been on the tables of this store for at least 7 days. Yilan nodded slightly. Indeed, this contradicted the owner's previous description. He had stated that they had been operating normally every day recently. Man? Yilan looked at Xia Man. Xia Man's expression was a bit grim. I didn't feel his presence. Yilan's pupils contracted, then his expression quickly returned to normal. Then my conjecture is correct. The key clue left by wandering balance can be found in that storeroom. That storeroom behind the kitchen. Xia Man was a little confused. If that's the case, why did you just? If you can't feel his presence, then what is he? Yilan only asked this one question, and Xia Man stopped talking. If I don't know what he is, and what Qianguang City is truly like now, I don't know how to deal with him. Yilan shook his head, quickly thinking of a countermeasure. Soon, Yilan finalized his plan. Man, go to the second floor now and start a fire at the farthest point from the staircase. Make sure it burns fiercely, the kind that will spread if not quickly extinguished. Xia Man just felt that this behavior was a bit inconsistent with the character and status of the people at this table, and couldn't help but ask, isn't this bad? What if? The situation is urgent, no time for what ifs. Yilan shook his head, if it really turns out to be a misunderstanding, I will compensate him tenfold, so don't worry. Xia Man nodded, quickly got up, and rushed to the second floor. During dozens of seconds of leisurely waiting, Yilan, who was fully focused on the situation upstairs, heard a slight whoosh, and immediately shouted loudly. Fire! Fire! Boss! Fire upstairs! What?
The owner rushed out of the kitchen in a panic, his face full of alarm. Where? Where? Upstairs. Whoosh. Without a word, the owner rushed up the stairs. Clang. As the owner disappeared around the corner of the staircase, Xiao Man had already climbed down from the second floor using climbing claws and re-entered the restaurant through the main door. The three reunited, and Yilan immediately led the charge towards the kitchen. Go! Creak! After opening the kitchen, Yilan, who had already rehearsed the route, quickly pushed open the storeroom door and slipped inside. Upon entering, Yilan felt a rich aroma of spices lingering at his nose, and for a moment couldn't help but imagine the taste of food that could be made from these spices. Looking around, Yilan was at a loss for where to start. It was very clean and hygienic. There were various shelves for food, as well as transparent refrigerators, freezers, and so on, with all kinds of precious ingredients. But at this moment, old Doctor twitched his nose. What's that strange smell? Strange smell? Yilan was slightly startled, and sniffed carefully, but didn't detect any strange smell. What's wrong? Are you allergic to spices? Of course not. Old Doctor said uncomfortably, it stinks so bad. Answer. Rotten? Yilan didn't even know if it was his nose. Weren't these all spice smells? The spice smell is masking that odor, Old Doctor said, searching the scene. It's masking some kind of rotten smell. Rotten smell? This seemed to be a synonym for something bad, and Yilan instantly thought of several related situations. Are there bodies here? But this was impossible. The hygiene here was too good. There were no dead corners where bodies could be hidden. Doesn't seem like it. Old Doctor said, I think it's just rotten ingredients, a large amount of rotten ingredients. Ingredients? Yilan looked towards the refrigerator. There? Old Doctor sniffed there again, and sure enough, his eyes widened. That's right. It's over there. Yilan strode over. On the cutting board was the beef and mutton the boss had just cut, which looked very fresh. Then, Yilan opened the refrigerator, and inside were also chickens, ducks, beef, and mutton that looked very fresh. Yilan's eyes flickered. Fresh meat, yet emitting a rotten smell? Either this meat is fake, or all of this is fake. Yilan closed his eyes. Since he had the answer, how should he break through this point? Whoosh! Eternal Night's psionic energy spread out, enveloping the entire room, but there was no change whatsoever. This meant that this situation had nothing to do with psionic energy. Illusion? This was perhaps the most likely answer. Suddenly, Yilan opened his eyes. At least one thing was certain. Qianguang City had disappeared, and everything here now was caused by things that had escaped from Qianguang City. Since you want to play these mysterious games with me, I'll hit you with something harsh. Snap! Stay away from me! After shouting this, the strange psionic energy on Yilan's right half-body began to exert force, countless tendrils extending out, connecting every aspect of the entire room with Yilan's body as the center. Whoosh! At the same time, Eternal Night's psionic energy was injected into the synthesized glass shard. Boom! A violent sensation of falling rushed into Yilan's mind. Not only did Yilan not resist, but he even accelerated its transmission through his strange tentacles. Countless tentacles filled every corner of the room, and then finally, a sound like a shattering picture was heard. Swish! The scene before his eyes changed as if a filter had been applied, as if the real things had surfaced. Withdraw! Yilan roared, all psionic energy retracted, the glass shard stopped functioning, and the strange tentacles all dissipated into the air. So this is what this room looks like in the real Qianguang City. Yilan pinched his nose and murmured. Ugh! Xia Man covered her mouth, nearly throwing up. The entire room was piled high with all sorts of food. It was untouched, an unknown number of days' worth of supplies, simply left there, and most of it had already turned rotten, hence the foul stench.
This is what wandering balance showed me, Yilan murmured. I probably guessed the truth here.
Truth? No matter how disgusting, Xiao Manman couldn't help but listen intently as Yilan explained everything.
The entire Qianguang city is a giant illusion. It only looks real, but it's actually fake, Yilan said. Take this place as an example. It has real transportation, because it comes from the outside. But after that, the operation and cooking here are all part of the illusion. So in reality, none of this food was ever consumed, which is why it all piled up here and turned rotten.
But Xiao Manman still couldn't understand. If it's fake, why hasn't it been discovered until now? So many people come and go in this city every day.
Bai Taodao told me that Qianguang City has abundant supplies, and even if there are places with external procurement needs, once every half a month.
Or even a month is enough, Yilan said, his thoughts flowing smoothly.
Besides that, the illusion further simulates various situations to avoid contact with outsiders.
The simplest example is the endlessly crowded hospital. People passing through Qianguang City cannot genuinely seek medical treatment there.
Coupled with the blockade that isolates most non-essential intercity travel, Qianguang Guard dynamically appears before anyone at an inappropriate time, causing interference, which has created everything as it is today. Xiao Manman listened, dumbfounded, finding it incredibly hard to comprehend.
But what is the meaning of doing this? This Qianguang City, won't it eventually be discovered to be abnormal?
Yilan nodded, then suddenly asked a chilling question.
Do you remember what Shattered Light City and Dawn Fortress looked like after they disappeared?
Of course I remember.
Xiao Manman blurted out, they completely vanished.
Only a flat plain was left. Xiao Manman didn't finish speaking before her body completely froze. Here, in the completely real scene, it was still a room. In other words, the warehouse was real, Taste of Yuguang was real, and the buildings of the entire Qianguang City were also real.
So, the buildings of Qianguang City didn't disappear?
Xiao Manman was so surprised she forgot to cover her mouth and nose.
No, it disappeared.
At this moment, even Yilan took a deep breath, feeling a chill run down his spine. Next, what I'm about to say is the truth of all this. Qianguang City disappeared, and the thing that escaped from shattered space simulated Qianguang City with an illusion. And it is making this simulated Qianguang City into a true reality.
Yilan's voice was faint.
If we hadn't discovered it, then in a few more days, this illusionary Qianguang City would not only fail to expose any problems but would truly
integrate into Yuguang land. Then all of these illusions, whatever strange things they are, would enter the wasteland and merge into it.
In the foul-smelling warehouse, the three remained silent for a long time.
Yilan, what should we?
Creak.
You guys? How did you get in here?
At that moment, the door was violently pushed open, and a figure, roaring in anger, walked in and then rushed into the warehouse.
The moment he stepped in, his human form and angry features suddenly vanished, transforming into a faceless, humanoid mass of gas.
His faceless face seemed to look down, then looked up again. He forced out a strange smile. His voice was somewhat like a low, gurgling howl, still lingering and echoing.
What are you doing?
Suggestion. Swish. The humanoid, bizarre mass of air suddenly dispersed into fine particles, a black cloud rushing towards him. There was no time for terror. Psionic energy immediately burst forth, deep blue psionic energy surging, directly colliding with that strange particulate air mass. Then, Yilan was slightly stunned. Even though they had met head-on, there was no sensation of contact whatsoever.
Psionic energy can't harm it?
Yilan frowned, and several strange tentacles grew from around him, then crushed towards the air mass. The two intersected, but the final result was still a clean pass-through. Yilan narrowed his eyes. You two, get out first. After speaking, Yilan first dodged the air mass rushing at him, then controlled his tentacles, grabbing the old doctor and Xiao Manman separately, and
throwing them out of the storeroom.
Whoosh! Then, Yilan grabbed the illusory blade and swept it horizontally.
However, it still felt like sweeping through air. Physical attacks don't work either?
Not only was the thing unharmed, but it was even broken apart by this action, rushing at him from all directions like locusts, clearly making it even
more troublesome. This isn't right. Yi Lan's brows twitched.
He had already used multiple types of attack abilities consecutively, but it was still completely unharmed.
This was too exaggerated.
Although this thing was bizarre, it was still just a single entity, a mere hair's breadth in comparison to the entire Qianguang city, so it was
impossible for him to be unable to deal with it. Missing some key, because a certain mechanism hasn't been disarmed yet, so it's invincible? Yi Lan's eyes flickered, and very reluctantly, he once again took out something that had been unfailingly effective in the taste of Yu Guang. A fragment of broken space. Mysterious glass shard. Honestly, Yi Lan didn't like using this thing. On one hand, he didn't understand it very well, and on the other hand, every time he used it, it felt as uncomfortable as motion sickness. Immediately after, once his psionic energy connected with it, Yi Lan grabbed the illusory blade, transformed into an illusory state, and stabbed it head on. The illusory blade completely pierced through the bizarre air mass that the shop owner had transformed into, and the immense impact carried him flying backwards into the kitchen. It's effective. Yi Lan's spirits lifted slightly, and he quickly pulled out the illusory blade, following up with a horizontal sweep. Put. The shop owner's bizarre air mass was instantly cut in half, divided into two.
Under continuous impact, the bizarre air mass was sent flying into the kitchen. In the blink of an eye, a layer of blood mist sprayed down from thin air. Yi Lan rushed forward several steps, also following the air mass back into the kitchen within the illusion.
Bang!
Just then, the door of Taste of Yuguan was suddenly burst open, and a squad quickly filed in.
What's going on here? It's you?
The man's brow had just relaxed when he looked at the ground and suddenly stopped. You. His pupils constricted violently, and he raised his weapon, the entire squad going on full alert. Yi Lan held the dripping illusory blade, and on the ground before him lay the shop owner, dead with eyes wide open in a pool of blood, looking
exactly like a crime scene.
It was the Qianguang guard squad that Yi Lan had become somewhat familiar with.
What are you doing?
Listening to his stern questioning, Yi Lan remained silent for a moment, only giving Xiao Man a look.
Within just a few seconds, Xiao Man nodded gently at Yi Lan.
There was a life signal. However, such an answer instead brought confusion to Yi Lan. The presence of a life signal meant that this Qianguang squad consisted of real people. A look of suspicion flickered in Yi Lan's eyes, feeling that many things were starting to not make sense again. This squad, clearly, was like a part of the illusion, constantly playing a role in preventing him from fully understanding this city. But since they weren't bizarre entities, then there were indeed some things that needed explaining.
The answer is in the storeroom.
Yi Lan said, if you want to understand, you only need to investigate to know. The Captain Qianguang guard frowned. In just this short while, he had figured out a lot. It was unreasonable for the Eternal Night Divine Church to be causing trouble here at this time. Perhaps there was indeed some reason he hadn't considered. However, he still gestured to his team members to be fully on guard, while he himself strode past Yi Lan and entered the storeroom. During the time he entered the storeroom, Yi Lan kept his eyes fixed on the captain's entire body, not blinking once. But thankfully, even when he stepped inside, he was still in his former human form, and had not transformed in a bizarre direction.
Is there really no problem?
Yi Lan mused, his body relaxing slightly.
Cough cough, what exactly is going on?
The squad leader returned from the storeroom with a deep frown. The intense strange smell inside had clearly made him quite uncomfortable.
Who knows?
Yi Lan smiled, having made up his mind.
Would it be convenient to take me to your cathedral?
On the way to the cathedral, this squad no longer followed as casually as before, but rather formed a subtle, wary encirclement. However, this distance did not prevent Yi Lan and the others from conversing in low voices. At this moment, Xiao Man, who was entering this city for the first time today, was treading on thin ice.
Yi Lan. Everything we've seen along the way is problematic. Every building, every room is empty. If they were empty, yet each one actually contained one or a family of shop owner-like bizarre existences, then it would simply be too chilling. For a moment, Xiao Man clenched her fists, her voice low. To be safe, why don't we quickly contact Tao Tao and use the Twilight Military Corps outside to perform the cleanse here? Yi Lan's footsteps paused slightly, and he pondered for a moment. Actually, this wasn't a bad idea. While the situation here was bizarre, it seemed to possess some special defensive capability. At the very least, it wasn't within the scope of his eternal night powers, and the power of the ancient god's touch had even less effect. Under these circumstances, nothing was more foolproof than the Twilight God cult's The Cleanse. As far as Yi Lan understood, the Twilight God cult's The Cleanse should be a special nuclear baptism, with power personally imbued by the pure remnant Sun, possessing destructive capabilities on most levels. At least from the track record, it had been foolproof so far. No rush. Yi Lan shook his head, but he already had some idea in his mind. The things here in Xianguang City haven't fully formed yet, and now that they've been breached, I guess they'll find me very quickly. And with so many days of coming and going in this city, even if the original inhabitants disappeared long ago, there are probably still many real outsiders staying here, and I need to find a way to get them out. Yi Lan paused. Under these circumstances, I will reserve the Twilight God cult's The Cleanse plan. Cathedral of Light. Xia Man nodded lightly. Finally, after passing the giant tower and crossing the familiar Qianguang Plaza, Yi Lan stood before the majestic Qianguang Cathedral. Please, the Captain Qianguang guard said in a deep voice. Yi Lan ascended the long staircase, and then the Qianguang guard stepped forward, one on each side, forcefully pulling open the ancient doors. The spacious cathedral was revealed, and the scene inside was completely visible. Yi Lan's gaze swept across it, gradually sharpening. There were many people inside, and although the cathedral had no windows, a soft light emanated from everywhere, even the walls, filling everyone with a sense of security. A large number of Qianguang City residents were taking refuge here, and many more were praying with heartfelt devotion. At the same time, a significant number of priests were moving around, offering comfort and sermons, and a large number of Qianguang guard were coming and going. Though not exactly peaceful, it was remarkably orderly. Whoosh! But amidst this peace and tranquility, Xiao Man suddenly grabbed Yi Lan's wrist tightly, and Yi Lan understood everything. At once, Yi Lan spoke words that the surrounding Qianguang guard could not understand at all. Basically none, or absolutely none. Xia Man was extremely decisive. Absolutely none. Yi Lan's pupils contracted. He wanted to glance at the Qianguang squad behind him, but ultimately did not turn his head. Are they really okay? I don't know if they're okay, Xiao Man whispered. I can only confirm that my perception of them is completely normal. Yi Lan nodded, and then the Captain Qianguang guard behind him had already stepped forward. Please. His demeanor had changed at this moment. It wasn't that bringing people from Eternal Night into my Twilight Church meant he could easily control them. But now that they were in his own home, even if they were from the Eternal Night Divine Church, they could be a bit more courageous and confident. Clap. Wait. However, Yi Lan not only did not walk inside, but instead extended his hand to the side, blocking him. What is this? The Captain Qianguang guard, stopped by Yi Lan, looked at him in confusion. Yi Lan still said nothing, stepping forward first, with half a foot already inside the cathedral. The moment he stepped in with half a foot, Yi Lan's entire body stiffened. This feeling? Yi Lan looked around his body and found that some unknown thing seemed to be trying to change something, a strange feeling indeed. But at least, he could be sure that his body had not yet undergone any real changes. Ha ha. Ha 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 ha. Finally. Suddenly, Yi Lan heard a somewhat frenzied laugh from the eaves above his head. Over 10 days. Your people appeared in all sorts of ridiculous ways, with all sorts of reasons to dissuade me. I finally found an opportunity to approach the cathedral. The person was wearing an outfit somewhat resembling a paparazzo's, with eyes full of red bloodshot veins, as if he hadn't slept in a long time, making his mental state appear extremely concerning. Today, let me see what secrets your Qianguang city is truly hiding. Yilan turned his head, and Xiao Manman gazed at the person above. Perhaps due to the distance, it took a little longer. Then, Xiao Manman gave Yilan the answer. It's a real person. Whoosh! Yilan could only act after getting this answer. Immediately, without a word, his grappling hook shot out, hooking the figure that was rushing down into the cathedral. However, the immense impact still caused a slight error. When Yilan's grappling hook caught him, he looked utterly stunned, straining with all his might to stretch his arm towards the cathedral. And so, his arm finally reached inside. In the next instant, something happened that would terrify him for the rest of his life. It was as if an invisible eraser had wiped across his arm instantly turned into floating, dust-like black specks. My hand! What's wrong with my hand? He screamed at the top of his lungs, and the Qianguang guard behind him also recoiled a few steps in fright. This is? Yilan's brows furrowed, while the old doctor looked puzzled. What's going on? Didn't we just identify this? These strange things only take human form in the illusion, but in the real place, they turn into these strange gas masses? He showed a look of sudden realization, feeling that his deduction was not falling behind others. So, the Qianguang City Cathedral is safe and sound, and therefore the inside is still the real world, and also the only real place in Qianguang City. It's just that their Qianguang Cathedral also hasn't discovered that the entire city has turned into an illusion, and thus has been constantly deceived by the illusion, right? Yilan. How did you deduce something so far from the truth? Not at all, quite the opposite, Yilan said with a smile, seemingly pleased that every step he had taken in Qianguang City so far had been correct. The strangeness here is caused by a strange thing that escaped from the shattered space. So it might have heard of Yilan, but it doesn't know me. Therefore, when I entered Qianguang City under an assumed name, it still doesn't know that I am Yilan. Yilan paused, his voice becoming increasingly smooth. Under such circumstances, it sensed that the tasted Yuguang warehouse had a problem that we discovered, breaking the illusion, but it didn't know how we discovered it, nor did it know that Xiao Manman had such a mysterious sensing ability, capable of detecting things like life signals. So, it's still making its last struggles, trying to hide itself. Clap. Yilan pulled the paparazzo back from the Qianguang Cathedral, and indeed, his arm immediately ceased to be in gas form and returned to its normal human appearance. To create such a lifelike illusion, to conjure any fake person at any time, to create events, preventing others from accessing the city, just like what we saw when we went to the hospital to investigate. With such abilities, how could it allow this ordinary person in front of us to enter the Qianguang Cathedral without its discovery, without its permission, and just at the right moment in front of us? Yilan sneered. The purpose of creating such a scene is to lead us to a misjudgment, to misjudge that the cathedral is real, that there's nothing wrong, and that only the outside is strange. Only then can it have a chance to hide itself for a while, to hide until it no longer needs to hide. But Yilan patted Xiao Manman. We can confirm that there isn't a single living person inside, and this person it wants to portray as strange is actually a real ordinary person. The most dangerous place is the safest place. For some reason, Yilan's voice grew louder and louder. If this illusion has a core, it must be the place most prone to error. For example, the Twilight Church, which must constantly communicate with Yuguang City and all other cities. Yilan's voice echoed, sweeping through the entire Qianguang City Cathedral. Am I right? Boom! Rumble! After Yilan's voice resonated, the entire city seemed to be paused, becoming as silent as death for a moment. A little while later, all directions began to tremble like an earthquake, and a thunderous roar erupted. Rumble, rumble! The Qianguang City Cathedral lifted like a head,
pulling out a strangely stringy neck from the ground of Qianguang City.
Then countless rubble fell to the ground, and the entire city actually rose vertically.
It slowly ascended like an elevator, rising higher, so much so that when Yilan looked sideways again, he was already standing 100 meters in the air. The Qianguang Cathedral became its head.
The entire Qianguang city became its belly.
And then, from the 100-meter-high gap between Qianguang City and the ground, two withered, gas-like thighs slowly emerged. Those strange thighs were becoming increasingly solid, only a small portion remaining until they truly belonged to this world. The abnormally thick and strange thighs, like towering pillars, were covered with various spore-like things, which were simply chilling to look at. And within them, strange gas masses, like tadpoles, pulsed. Those tiny gas masses were already extremely similar to the human-shaped ones that had grown, and those gas masses were like the offspring of Qian Guang City. The strange Qianguang City finally revealed its full form here.
Final preparations.
Drip, drip, drip. Outside Qianguang City, the Twilight Legion's camp erupted in a frenzy, an almost insane alarm blaring across the sky and earth. Everyone stared dumbfounded at the city that had suddenly risen, eerily boundless.
What? What happened to Qianguang City?
The military corps leader of the Twilight God cult looked at this scene, his face filled with terror, feeling as if this sight had instantly obliterated all his previous understanding of the world.
Pope. He dared not waste a second in making an emergency call to the Yuhui Pope, uploading the scene in real time. Requesting instructions. What's going on with Qianguang City? It seems like there's a huge problem here. What should we do?
On the other end of the communication, the Yuhui Pope's expression was extremely solemn.
Damn it! Can you determine the threat level and intensity level?
The military corps leader looked at the other side, where the danger detector was buzzing and on the verge of exploding, and shouted loudly. The opponent's power level is close to that of a main god. The event's hazard rating is at least S+, we absolutely cannot let it spread to the wasteland.
Request the cleanse.
The Yuhui Pope suddenly fell silent at this moment, remaining so for a full minute. During the long wait, the military corps leader of the Twilight God cult suddenly, for the first time, realized the biggest difference between the Yuhui
Pope and the Judgment Tribunal.
Whether to the cleanse or not to the cleanse. In the face of such a catastrophic event, where every second of delay could lead to irreversible disaster, he couldn't make a decision for so long.
Finally, the Yuhui Pope spoke.
The Yuguan land has already been included in the Five Gods Covenant, so let the Eternal Night Pope beside you make the decision.
He quickly cut off, saying,
From now on, the situation in Qianguang City, and the decisions regarding it, have nothing to do with me. You must completely follow her arrangements.
Drip drip.
The military corps leader was stunned, the other end of the communication had already hung up.
Eternal Night Pope. He turned his head with difficulty, asking by Taodao, feeling utterly humiliated.
This wasn't humiliation from having to obey the Eternal Night Pope's command, but rather the shame brought upon him by his own pope.
He was passing the buck. He was actually passing the buck at this moment.
Bai Taodao gazed at the increasingly eerie, giant-like city, which was still incubating something all over its body, and gently pursed her somewhat chapped lips. The current state of this thing should be immune to most abnormal attacks, otherwise, Yilan, who was already inside, would never have allowed it to
stand up so smoothly. The Twilight God cult's cleanse plan seemed foolproof.
However, everyone outside didn't know the exact situation inside, which was also the reason for the Yuhui Pope's urgent cutoff. Inside Qianguang City, there might be an entire large city's worth of Qianguang City residents.
Prepare for the cleanse.
Bai Taodao's voice trembled slightly. I will listen to the divine revelation of the Eternal Night God.
If not received, I will proceed with final authorization.
Inside Qianguang City, the Qianguang Cathedral, which was almost reaching the clouds, lowered itself like a head, looking down at the insignificant
beings on the ground. Just a little bit more. Just a little bit more. Where did you come from? Why do you ruin my plans?
On the ground of Qianguang City, amidst countless strange encirclements, Yilan coldly watched that head, constantly exploring the form of its
power. Finally, Yilan suddenly frowned. You seem to have no offensive power?
The gigantic and eerie Qianguang City suddenly paused, then buzzed like an earthquake, as if a sore spot had been poked, and it was furious.
Bastard!
If I wait until my thousands of broken phantoms enter and take control of the wasteland, I will show you what true power is.
Had ha.
Yilan curled his lips.
So that means you look incredibly strong right now, but in reality, you can only rage impotently? Eternal Night Envoy. I advise you to be sensible.
The eerie voice echoed in layers, swirling around Yilan like a storm. I have completely sealed this place.
You can neither leave nor attack me.
If this continues, the Twilight God cult's cleanse will arrive, and neither of us will fare well.
It threatened and cajoled. My goal is only the Yuguan land. Why do you entangle with me so much?
What does the matter of the Yuguan land have to do with your Eternal Night Divine Church? Even if you insist on going your own way, do you want the entire population of Qianguang City to be buried with you? Yilan felt like he was being morally blackmailed, and this kind of rhetoric indeed carried some pressure.
However, do you really think I don't know?
Yilan's expression was strange. Qianguang City disappeared a long time ago. There are no ordinary people here. The Qianguang Cathedral paused slightly, then changed its tune. Heh, but there are still a few hundred outsiders who, not knowing their fate, happen to stay here these days and couldn't leave. It revealed a triumphant smile, though Yilan couldn't tell how the cathedral managed to express it. Your attitude has shown that you care about the innocent, but I'm truly sorry.
It roared loudly. Leave quickly. Let me go, or be buried together. Make your choice. Yilan. How did you manage to say let me go with such an imposing tone? However, buried together?
Yilan chuckled softly. Where do you get such confidence? Actually, in my opinion, both your blockade and your invincibility can be resolved.
And Yilan silently thought to himself, I doubt how outside should also be waiting for my signal. So, let me shatter your last illusion. Boom!
As his words fell, psionic energy surged in the right half of Yilan's body. Endless, bizarre tentacles erupted, charging in all directions, spreading by the thousands across the entire city.
How is this possible? The Qianguang city was filled with horror, ancient god's touch? You are ancient god's touch? No. How could you be ancient god's touch?
After a moment, the Qianguang city suddenly let out a sigh of relief.
Never mind. Even if you are ancient god's touch, so what?
Even if Eternal Night Blue were here today, he still wouldn't be able to attack me temporarily. Its words reminded Yilan of the ancient god's touch that possessed Li Jixin 30 years ago, making him feel slightly strange for a moment.
Is that so?
Yilan curled his lips, and countless tentacles connected to him, lifting him into the air. The other ends of the tentacles were already fully connected to all parts of the Qianguang city. In the next instant, Yilan held the fragment of broken space, and the power of eternal night flowed into it.
Boom!
Heaven and earth became unstable, and everything at this moment was terrifyingly grotesque.
Heaven and earth became unstable, and everything became even more terrifyingly grotesque. What? This? No! The Qianguang city roared, you won't succeed.
I don't want to return to the shattered space.
You can't destroy me. Your power is not enough. If you force it, even you will fall into the shattered space forever.
However, Yilan was not at all disturbed by its words.
Who said I was going to use my own power to destroy you?
Yilan sneered, then manipulated one of the thickest tentacles, which created gusts of wind. Even as it swayed, to wrap around Xia Manman's waist in layers.
Man. I will swing you around the entire city at the fastest speed. If you feel any real person at any location, fire a signal flare into the sky. Yes. Xia Man didn't know why, but at this moment, she just needed to obey. Whoosh! The thick tentacle swept across the entire city like an aerial swing. As it rotated violently, countless colorful signals were shot into the sky. At this moment, outside Qianguang City, on the top floor of the night house, the already eerie Qianguang City suddenly erupted with the ancient god's touch, and the military corps leader of the Twilight Legion, seeing this scene, was already numb. What in the world was going on? But then, things spiraled out of control in an unbelievable direction. Countless signal flares shot into the sky, like fireworks. What? What does this mean? He looked at Bai Tao Tao in confusion. Unbeknownst to him, Bai Tao Tao had a confident smile on her face. She saw and understood the message Yilan wanted to convey, and at this moment, she finally had a backbone. Immediately, activate all helicopters, head to the locations where the signal flares were launched, and evacuate the residents of those areas. The military corps leader's eyes widened. What? This? How can that be done? That city is currently. Go! Bai Tao Tao looked at him with an unquestionable authority, appearing incredibly majestic at this moment. But precisely because of this, the military corps leader felt much more at ease talking to her than he had with the Yu Pope. Yes. Also, contact Yuguang City to begin the calibration and preheating for the cleanse. Bai Tao Tao was birding up all over. She never thought that one day she would be the one to issue the cleanse order. Fortunately, with Yilan there, with Yilan handling all the intricate details inside, she wouldn't have to bear such an immense sin. Day. Countless helicopters rose from the camp, climbing all the way to the location of Qianguang City, which had transformed into a monster, and flew in. Majestically. Inside Qianguang City, the core of the bizarre creature, which was the fake Qianguang Cathedral, roared in anger while fully resisting its descent into the shattered space. Bastards! Bastards! You insects, how dare you! As it roared, it dramatically opened the great door of the Qianguang Cathedral. That should have been its mouth. Amidst a howling gale, the giant mouth of the Qianguang Cathedral spewed countless bizarre energy clusters in the form of psionic energy. They drifted vaguely, like anti-aircraft missiles, toward the large group of Twilight God cult helicopters. I said, your blockade has been broken by me, and your invincibility has also been broken by me. Yilan sneered and shook his head. Why aren't you smarter, and stop wasting energy on useless efforts? Boom! An endless hell of tentacles coiled between the upright Qianguang City, pressing it as if it could barely support itself, slowly kneeling towards the ground of the Yuguang land. Immediately after, a deep blue psionic energy swept through everything. And naturally, it directly obliterated its attacks heading towards the helicopters. What? What kind of power is this? The Qianguang City roared in astonishment, but then suddenly raised its head. That was a sight that should not belong to the Yuguang land. It was a night-like sky, and a deep blue long river. At this moment, it let out an unprecedented scream of terror. You are Eternal Night God? A little operation. Facing such a colossal entity with bizarre powers, even with a meticulously planned strategy, it was impossible not to feel any pressure. However, as soon as the opponent spoke, Yilan felt a slight breakdown. Basically, when opponents said things like that, they were pretty much guaranteed to lose, right? Bastard! You bastard! Why are you here? Qianguang City let out a hysterical, vast, and hissing, somewhat eerie sound. Yilan narrowed his eyes slightly. You're surprised? According to the original plan, Qianguang City in front of him should have been a product of the shattered space and shouldn't know much about external information. There was no reason for it to recognize the ancient god's touch, to recognize him, nor any reason for it to be so shocked by his appearance here. Did the shattered space still have channels to acquire information from the real world? Or there was another possibility. Woo-woo. Under the dual pressure of eternal night and the ancient god's touch,
Guang City's voice became increasingly muffled. Whether it was his imagination or not, Yilan always felt like it was cursing. Guang City became increasingly distorted, like a bizarre dummy being exposed, transforming into its original form. The enormous city-like exterior began to flow with a sticky liquid, like melting chocolate. The melting heat waves emitted a fierce psionic energy, permeating all directions layer by layer, gradually lowering in height, as if to merge with the Guang land beneath his feet.
What else do you want to do? Yilan frowned, still not giving up? Give up my ass.
The voice was surging, yet with a melting sensation, transforming into a wind that rushed towards Yilan. Whoever wants to go back to that ghost place can go back, you beasts. Do you also dream of sealing the Scarlet God in that lightless place?
Scarlet God?
Yilan's eyes flickered, deep in thought, recalling the scene he vaguely saw that day when the morning bell rang in Dawn Fortress. Above, in a place like another world, a red moon with a single eye seemed to be gazing at the underground.
Another high-level anomaly whose power was close to his own. The true target of the morning bell and dusk bell s?
Third brother wasn't slacking off either. It seemed he had done quite a lot of things. Suddenly, Guang City's tone became strange.
Aren't many of your people already trapped there?
You're wasting time with me here, it'll be too late soon.
Too late? What was too late?
Yilan was slightly stunned, narrowing his eyes.
If I may rudely interrupt, which my people are you referring to?
Sorry, but he seemed to have quite a lot of people now, unknowingly embracing the idea of strength in numbers.
And even in the shattered space, there were both people and anomalies.
However, Guang City seemed to have no intention of communicating further. Or rather, even if it wanted to communicate, Yilan wasn't going to give it a chance to stall. From its current state, it seemed to be on the verge of fully merging into the Guang land.
Yilan looked up. The helicopter fleet was gradually moving away.
Under Xia Manman's meticulousness and his own tentacle-controlled citywide scan like a giant windmill, all survivors with life signals had been
evacuated.
So, it was time for all of this to end.
You can say I'm pretending to be a gentleman.
Yilan's lips suddenly curved, inadvertently recalling the sewing doll who, despite being a villain, had spoken passionately in front of him back then.
But before annihilating an enemy, I usually give them one last chance to speak.
Yilan paused, his finger resting on the communicator he used to talk to Bai Tao Tao.
Give me a reason not to kill you, if you actually have one, of course. Bang!
The chocolate-like liquid on the ground spread like pollution, and the deepest areas began to resemble cocoons. Seeing this, Yilan couldn't help but show regret.
It seems you don't have a reason to convince me. Then, goodbye. Bang!
With a snap of his fingers, Yilan, wearing the formless hand, brought everyone around him into it.
Rumble rumble.
A tremor, from who knows where, was like the air boiling. Looking up again, the sky was already too bright to discern other colors.
Even Yilan himself felt a sense of disorientation, as if he was about to evaporate.
After the white light came a brilliant red mixed with golden light, like facing a solar flare at close range.
It descended with the power of world burning, crashing down with a roar. The cleanse, huh?
Yilan murmured, every alarm throughout his body blaring. This was the Twilight God cult's strongest and most fatal anomaly-level power. How spectacular! Xia Manman stood beside Yilan, also murmuring, completely oblivious that the bright light was already making tears stream down her
eyes. This is my first time seeing the cleanse too.
No sooner had she spoken than Xia Manman's expression suddenly changed.
Wait! It's the cleanse!
She suddenly looked at Yilan, her eyes filled with unconcealed terror. We're about to be hit by it too.
What do we do?
Upon hearing this, Yilan's lips twitched slightly.
So you're only realizing this now?
I thought you were always so calm. I assumed your mindset had already been honed. It's simple, actually. I originally wanted to take a hit to test its strength.
Yilan scratched his head. But ever since the Guangwei Road incident, I'd been wary of actively courting death, so I decided against it.
So?
Xia Man grew increasingly panicked. Take a hit? Do you remember the task I gave Xia Qingyu and the others? Yilan smiled.
Xia Man blinked, truly unable to figure out what this had to do with the current situation.
Secretly collect all the ancient gods' touches avatars?
Yes. Yilan nodded. It's a bit difficult for this thing to kill me, but it's not entirely without damage, as my physical body is a bit fragile.
After all. Yilan's lips curved. And isn't it true that there are so many ancient gods' touch avatars that can't be dealt with? Ha!
Xia Man became increasingly confused.
Whoosh!
The next instant, a fighter jet glowing with fireflies streaked across the sky. The moment it rushed into Qianguang City's range, several large containers were dropped.
However, the entire Qianguang City was already in a state of annihilation.
The helicopter that rushed in instantly melted into dust, and Yilan urgently used the formless hand to retrieve the pilot. Looking at the ancient god's touch, which was the first wave to come into contact with the cleanse in midair, Yilan watched intently. Finally, Xia Man moved, her expression extremely vivid.
This, will it alert the ancient god's touch? Yilan shook his head. Being aware and being alerted are different concepts.
If I were specifically targeting it, it might have noticed.
But, Yilan's lips curled into a mischievous smile. But at this time, just bringing a few of its avatars to take the hit. It wouldn't know what's going on. Besides being very displeased, what else could it suspect? Xia Man. That makes so much sense? No, is this really happening? Why does it feel like, after all your actions, the ancient god's touch is the innocent victim? Retract. Boom.
Finally, the scorching the cleanse, which seemed capable of destroying everything, crashed down.
Boom.
The vessel containing the ancient god's touch clone instantly exploded, and the ancient god's touch clone, which had been playing dead, erupted with power, spreading layer by layer in midair. Innumerable tentacles covered the sky and obscured the sun, yet under the crushing light, they showed signs of burning, like giant trees engulfed in raging fire, falling from the sky like a doomsday spectacle.
Boom!
The magnificent tentacles emitted layers of sound, and with a scalp-tingling glance at the cleanse descending directly, the strange giant eye darted
around.
Swish! Yilan's psychological invisibility activated, covering himself and Xia Man, then instantly retracted all of his power, standing as if non-existent
on the edge of an inconspicuous street in the giant city.
It naturally didn't notice Yilan, but it did discover the strange Qianguang City.
Shattered space? It was surprised, letting out an angry roar. My ****ing pure remnant son, why did you cleanse the shattered space and throw me in here?
Another ancient god's touch clone, fully protecting itself, emitted layers of sound.
Have our clones been discovered while in dormancy? Should we relay the situation to the main body?
No need, the main body already knows, the third ancient god's touch clone said calmly, as if it wasn't the one facing death. This should be an
accident. There are too many clones, they can't save them all, and the ****ing Twilight God cult wants to use the cleanse to destroy a few of us.
Clones once and for all. Another ancient god's touch clone nodded, and the overwhelming, strange tentacles gradually dissipated.
That's enough, don't show too much power and alarm them instead.
Another ancient god's touch clone lowered its head. This thing seems to be integrating into Yuguan land, the cleanse probably can't destroy it completely. It paused, then spoke an incredible statement.
Should we give them a hand?
In an instant, the three ancient gods' touch were so quiet you could hear a pin drop.
Who understands? These bastards brought themselves over to kill them, and now they still have to help them clean up their mess? ****ing hell.
One of the ancient gods' touch clones cursed again. It was hard to imagine that a clone with little autonomous consciousness would be so utterly enraged. The plan hasn't succeeded. It's best not to let this thing contaminate Yuguan land, or it'll be troublesome if eternal night blue is drawn over Its words received unanimous approval from the other two clones, and in the blink of an eye, the strange tentacles once again majestically descended, plunging into the ground like a net, completely blocking the expansion of Qianguang City's viscous fluid. Their voices were not hidden, perhaps they felt it didn't matter if they were heard. This was already an area covered by the cleanse, no matter who heard it, there was only one outcome, no one would survive. So Xia Manman heard their conversation and slightly parted her lips. Su Lezhang was right. Yilan really is a resource management master, isn't he? Even in this situation, he could kill two birds with one stone, completely solve the problem, and weaken and disgust the ancient god's touch at the same time. Hiss. The cleanse finally fell completely, destroying everything within its range, comprehensively and without blind spots. Looking at the ancient god's touch that had already begun to melt, Yilan couldn't help but sigh softly. The cleanse is indeed powerful, it truly destroys. Of course, Xiao Manman somewhat foolishly took over Yilan's words, but the cleanse comes at a great cost, even seeming to severely weaken the main god itself. Since the main god state isn't right, we haven't dared to use such a killer weapon for a long time. Most importantly, the ancient god's touch clones far outnumber the maximum usage times of the cleanse. Yilan nodded, smiling lightly. However, the situation is better than I imagined. Yilan spoke of the latest problem he had observed. The ancient god's touch clones indeed restricted the spread of this thing, meaning, specifically for the shattered space, it wasn't part of its layout. Of course, it might not be with good intentions, but I don't know its specific purpose. In other words, at least the high-level anomaly that might exist in the shattered space has a different stance from the ancient god's touch. Xia Manman parted her lips slightly, letting out a soft ah. Are you thinking of changing strategy, trying to win it over? Yilan was silent for a moment, then gently shook his head. We'll see. I know nothing about it, but from the current contact, it is definitely not an ally. Whoosh. The scorching heat wave, accompanied by layers of strangling, strange halos, fell beside Xia Manman, making her feel as if she was melting, almost unable to breathe. She took small steps to press closer to the blue halo radiating from Yilan, and only then did she recover. But the cleanse is about to hit us. Xia Manman said blankly, so what do we do? Yilan gave her a helpless look. Of course, we leave. Xia Manman? The reason I'm still here is just to confirm that everything is truly finished, and Shenguang City hasn't entered Juguan land. Yilan rolled his eyes. Otherwise, you think I'm just here to get hit by the cleanse? Xia Manman. The cleanse doesn't seem to be able to harm me. Yilan extended his hand, the psionic energy in his palm surging like a vortex. He wasn't going to say the next words, which would sound a bit like showing off, because he seemed to be able to devour the power of the cleanse. Indeed, is the essence of the cleanse actually the power of the third brother's main body? Narrowing his eyes, Yilan extended his hand and pointed to the side. The blue psionic vortex charged straight, piercing a path with a blue halo to the side, completely out of place with the scorching light. Let's go. Outside Qianguang City, it had long been surrounded by people from the Eternal Night Divine Church and the Twilight Military Corps. The people of the Twilight God cult knelt around the city, worshipping under the main god's miracle. Nighthouse remained quietly dormant 300 meters outside the city, unhurried and unmoving. Bai Taodao stood on the steps in front of the Nighthouse, her eyes rippling as she looked at Qianguang City, which was now only pure white, her delicate jade hands gently clenched. She knew there should be no problem, yet she was still a little worried. Swish! On the edge of the daylight like Qianguang City, a sky blue opening was created on the outermost side closest to the cleanse range, and then Yi Lan's solid figure stepped out. Swish swish! The viscous, strange power on the ground rapidly receded, like a receding tide, as if no strange things had ever flowed there. Xia Manman turned her head slightly, a little nervous. Has something changed? No. Yilan, who was already standing outside Qianguang City, turned his head and gazed at Qianguang City, his expression a little complex. It merely chose to survive in the end. Ha!
Its remaining power has retreated back into the shattered space. Aftermath. 10 minutes later, outside Qianguang City.
All indices are normal, no living creatures detected, no abnormal residue detected.
The cleanse was extremely thorough, with results far exceeding previous efforts. A Twilight God cult captain excitedly made a gesture as if embracing the sun. Why are the results so good? Could it be that the main god state is recovering?
Another person beside him, less fervent, professionally continued his detection.
Although the cleanse was completely successful, there are multiple traces of power erosion on the ground.
Based on past experience, the birth rate of ability objects exceeds 70%.
All other detections are normal. Qianguang City itself remains within the safe range of habitation standards.
The Twilight Military Corps commander listened to the technical staff's report, then turned his gaze to Bai Taotao, who was also listening to the
report. Bai Taotao remained impassive, yet felt a slight.
It must be said that the Yu Hui Pope's accidental wrong decision ended up benefiting her. Before she truly issued any commands that severely conflicted with their faith, this group of people would clearly, for the time being, sincerely obey the Eternal Night Divine Church's commands and deployments.
After a comprehensive understanding of the situation, Bai Taotao nodded, returned to Yilan's side, and reiterated the information.
Immediately, Yilan's expression became thoughtful. Birth of ability objects. Indeed, Yilan realized that many times he had overlooked this point.
After an abnormal conflict of this level, everything contaminated could lead to the birth of strange ability objects. If overlooked, they could grow over time into very troublesome abnormal phenomena.
This seemed unimportant, but that was for people of his strength. In the early days of the apocalypse, it was these ubiquitous ability objects that left humanity with nowhere to escape. Yilan began to understand why Pure Remnant Sun, despite being so powerful, still went all out to create the Twilight God cult. Someone always had to be responsible for the cleanup, and these were the most professional people in the wasteland. From the intelligence, the problem here should have been resolved, Bai Taotao said, then opened her mouth, but Yilan knew her unspoken words, looked up towards Qianguang City, and mused softly. That strange Qianguang City, the guy from Shattered Space, had indeed disappeared. But he left, yet it seemed he didn't leave completely clean. Before their eyes were broken walls and ruins, looking like a wasteland. The Qianguang City had not completely disappeared, but had left behind this materialized reality, something that was either a part of the other party's body or something else. Yilan. How should this be handled? Can it really be left here ignored? The previous strangeness was still vivid in their minds. Could this city truly be used normally? Yilan narrowed his eyes.
The Twilight Military Corps' appraisal result? Harmless, Bai Taotao said. Harmless, huh?
Yilan gently closed his eyes, organizing his current known information. Yuguanglan was connected to an unknown space below, which was shattered space.
Whenever the morning bell or dusk bell failed to ring, related cities or areas would disappear in reality.
Accompanying this, some strange creatures from shattered space would escape from it.
Typically, after killing such strange creatures, a fragment of broken space would be dropped. Fragments of broken space could be merged together, and upon complete formation, their purpose was unknown. Fragment of broken space?
Yilan suddenly opened his eyes.
That's right, after this battle, he still hadn't obtained a fragment of broken space.
Yilan narrowed his eyes.
But it didn't seem to have been annihilated, instead, it had once again escaped back into shattered space? In that case, that's not right either. Had it truly escaped completely? This wreckage. Yilan's expression shifted slightly. Can we try to refine it? Bai Taotao's voice was confused. Refine? It's an adjective, I'm not sure how it should be done, Yilan said, deliberating. Decompose this remaining city, and ultimately extract something?
This. Bai Taotao paused, and before she could speak, a burly man suddenly strode over.
We can do it. The man extended his hand.
Yuhua Military Corps Commander, and Yuhua Archdeacon, Cardinal Yu Shuang, I greet the Eternal Night Envoy. Yi Lan gazed at him, and Bai Tao Tao whispered an introduction. The Twilight Military Corps sent as reinforcements this time was transferred from Yuhua Fortress. Everyone more often refers to them as the Yuhua Military Corps. Yuhua Fortress? Yi Lan was slightly taken aback, deep in thought. One of the two fortresses of the Twilight God cult closest to civilization's end? Yes, Bai Tao Tao confirmed. This person has similar abilities to Li Valley, whom you met before. Hello. Yi Lan gazed at the other party for a moment, then extended his hand for a light handshake. You just said you had an idea? Yes, our Twilight God cult has a complete decomposition and refinement process, specifically for thoroughly and deeply analyzing residual objects. That may pose hidden dangers after some strange incidents. But at this point, Cardinal Yu Shuang also suddenly felt a little embarrassed. But this is too big, we haven't tried to decompose an empty city before. Yi Lan nodded. The Qianguang city saying time was running out had actually made him somewhat concerned, leaving no time to meticulously focus on every detail. How long will it take? Cardinal Yu Shuang couldn't help but hesitate. 1 to 2 days? Yi Lan was slightly surprised, giving a thumbs up in approval. Acceptable. Yi Lan paused. No matter what is extracted, it must pass through my hands first. Is that acceptable? The military corps commander was slightly taken aback, falling into hesitation. Yi Lan did not back down in the slightest, staring into his eyes. In a short time, the military corps commander thought about the Five Gods Covenant, about what the Pope had just done, and about many, many things. Finally, he nodded. Good. Yi Lan smiled again. It seemed the Yuhui Pope's previous decision had indeed left this group of people utterly disappointed. I still need to transfer most of your people to Shattered Light City as originally planned. The remaining manpower might not be enough. I will directly transfer teams from the Sky City camp to coordinate and supplement. Good. Both parties reached a perfect agreement, with Bai Tao Tao staying behind as the Pope to handle the subsequent details. Yi Lan, meanwhile, returned to the night house and walked directly into the underground. This was a prison specially built after the establishment of the Eternal Night Divine Church. Its defensive specifications were extremely strong, designed to match the mirror prison, yet the environment was quite good. Especially since the only current detainee inside was someone everyone was unsure how to handle, left undisturbed. Until Yi Lan finally arrived. In the prison cell, the confused person looked up. The captain of Qianguang squad. Prison cell. Creak. Pushing open the door, Yi Lan surveyed the layout of the place, then continued forward. He pulled up a stool by the window and sat down opposite him with a flourish. I'm sorry, but this is for your protection. Yi Lan said sincerely. Once the situation is clear and the hidden dangers are completely eliminated, you will be released. The 5 members of the Qianguang squad were held in 5 different solitary cells. After hearing Yi Lan's words, the other party didn't seem to find anything unusual. Instead, he sighed. I understand, and I have no complaints. I even think you've been too lenient with my management. Yi Lan smiled faintly. Indeed, in similar situations, one could imagine how strict the Twilight God cult's anomalous control would be over him. On one hand, the Eternal Night Divine Church hasn't experienced enough related issues, so they aren't professional enough. On the other hand, it's also because he was there to hold the fort, so they weren't too worried, right? So, what exactly is going on? The Captain Qianguang guard still spoke with lingering fear. No. How did this city suddenly become like this? It was perfectly normal before, and where are the people in the city? They were both witnesses and suspects, yet they seemed not to know too much. Creak. After Bai Tao Tao and Cardinal Yu Shuang had coordinated the subsequent issues, she walked into the cell, handed a stack of previous interrogation records of the Qianguang guard to Yi Lan, and then silently left again. Swish, swish, swish. Only the sound of flipping through documents remained in the room. which was incredibly quiet for a moment. While reading, Yilan suddenly spoke slowly.
Name? Ha?
The Captain Qian Guangard was stunned for a moment, then spoke.
Su Xiaoguang.
Yilan's eyebrows raised slightly, as if trying to lighten the mood with a playful tone. Your name is quite gentle, it doesn't quite match your appearance.
Unfortunately, the other party's current state didn't improve much. Gender?
Su Xiaoguang merely glanced at him, not asking why he was asking such an obvious question.
Male. Occupation? Captain Qian Guangard.
Yilan didn't speak, his gaze lingering on the other party's past records.
Unknown. The past experience of a Captain Qian Guangard is unknown? This is simply unreasonable, although there is a very reasonable answer. For things that disappear into the shattered space, the first half of their experience will disappear.
Therefore, the past experience of this Captain Qian Guangard, Su Xiaoguang, would be unknown.
But Yilan frowned.
Judging from the situation in Shattered Light City, except for extreme cases like the Dawn Fortress with extra operations, only anomalous data would
disappear, right? The problems with these people are indeed very significant. After another pause, Yilan spoke again. How do you feel physically?
Su Xiaoguang shook his head.
Nothing unusual. Yilan persisted, continuing to press. Compared to usual? For example, weakness, diarrhea?
The Captain Qian Guangard pondered deeply, finally shaking his head. If I had to say, my condition was indeed not good a few days ago, but I
recovered very early.
Yilan's eyes brightened slightly, he looked up, honing in on that point.
Not good, in what way?
Su Xiaoguang saw that Yilan kept pursuing this question, and felt a little embarrassed, as it was indeed a minor matter and he didn't want to dampen
the other party's enthusiasm. How should I put it? It was a bit like a cold, Su Xiaoguang explained in detail, but people like us, our bodies are very strong, so we recovered quickly.
Yilan paused, neither disappointed nor particularly surprised.
Specifically, when did it start?
Su Xiaoguang began to recall seriously.
7 days ago?
Yilan's pupils contracted slightly, his expression unchanged.
Are you sure?
Sure. Having received a definite answer, Yilan closed the file and subtly shifted his posture.
Did anything unusual happen on the day you had a cold? Like the morning bell and evening bell?
No. Su Xiaoguang shook his head, it rang smoothly, just like every day in Xianguang City. Yilan took a light breath. In itself, he didn't have enough information to determine which day Qianguang City disappeared, meaning which day the morning bell didn't ring. But fortunately, he knew this piece of information.
The Wanderer camp in Qianguang City disappeared 7 days ago.
That means there was a problem with the morning bell and dusk bell 7 days ago.
Continue to talk about 7 days ago, the day you had a cold.
Yilan leaned slightly forward. Can you still recall which squad was responsible for
ringing the bell that day?
Su Xiaoguang was slightly stunned, then nodded.
Of course.
His gaze, whether it was an illusion or not, seemed a bit profound, and his voice echoed for a long time, making the atmosphere incredibly quiet for a
moment.
Because it was our squad. The atmosphere was incredibly quiet. Yilan stared intently into the other party's deep eyes. After a long time, with no abnormalities occurring, he finally nodded.
All right, let's talk about these past few days.
Yilan briefly skimmed the interrogation records and then looked up again.
Everything as usual?
Everything as usual.
When you ate, didn't you find anything strange?
Yilan clasped his hands together, unable to help but recall the almost inedible Baozi shop in
Guang City.
However, it was clear that Su Xiaoguang did not understand Yilan's question.
Eating, he asked back. For example, the taste, was it the same as usual?
Don't you think? At this point, Yilan, unusually, organized his words, trying to optimize his vocabulary as much as possible.
Don't you think it wasn't very tasty? Su Xiaoguan was greatly surprised and retorted against Yi Lan's statement in astonishment. No. It was delicious. Yi Lan's eyelid twitched slightly, and he nodded. Good. After speaking, Yi Lan turned to the last page of the interrogation record, beginning with content that Luo Chou, who conducted the first interrogation, had not asked. Tell me what you've eaten these past few days. Su Xiaoguan? Although it felt increasingly far-fetched, he had to answer the other party's questions seriously. Every morning I go for baozi, the same place I took you. For lunch, it's always at the church. And in the evening? In the evening? Of course, I go home and cook for myself. Yi Lan didn't speak, turning back to the first few pages of the document, to the physical examination reports of these individuals. It was the 4 words that were reasonable to the point of being unreasonable. Everything as usual. This familiar feeling returned. What was hidden behind the peaceful and harmonious Qianguang city? You all have duties or patrols every day, right? Yi Lan asked, organizing his thoughts. If you have to deal with something, you probably don't always have time to return to the church for lunch, do you? Su Xiaoguang scratched his head, a reasonable matter suddenly starting to feel a bit unreasonable when asked. Normally that's how it is, but the matters these past few days have been very minor, easily resolved, and we've had time to go back for a nap at noon. Arrangement then? Yi Lan mused. You cook for yourselves in the evening, so what about the ingredients? Yi Lan hadn't forgotten that during these 7 days, because everything was under a sort of illusion, the real ingredients should have all been rotten. They're all bought fresh from the market that day. Su Xiaoguang chuckled. Our clergy in the Twilight God cult rarely use refrigerators. Ice and fire are incompatible, and we feel that such products are somewhat disrespectful to the main god. Yi Lan didn't speak, flipping through the documents in his hand, a bit silent. Although it was a bit disgusting, Yi Lan quickly scanned the gastrointestinal analysis data of these people by the relevant personnel. They had consumed normal food, and they had indeed eaten on time. Creak. Yi Lan leaned back in the chair, swaying slightly, and closed his eyes. Too strange. A city full of problems, yet in the most problematic area, a group of people appeared who had no problems? Is this reasonable? Discover contradictions. A moment later, Yi Lan reopened his eyes. You all were on duty these past few days, and everything was as usual, right? Right. Although this question had been asked many times, he didn't show any impatience. Instead, he nodded seriously. He knew there might be a problem with him, and the more they delved into the details, the more it showed their responsibility. Who assigned your tasks? Yi Lan looked for a new breakthrough. The regional archdeacon of Qianguang City, Su Guangxia answered without hesitation. Yi Lan paused slightly. This sounded like a character who might be a boss. Directly assigned? Yes. Yi Lan flipped through the documents to the survivor directory page, narrowing his eyes. Clearly, this regional archdeacon of Qianguang City was not among the survivors. Or rather, he had long since fallen into the shattered space along with the true Qianguang City. However, a regional archdeacon directly assigning tasks to this squad should accurately reflect the will of this Qianguang City. After all, once forced to reveal its true form, the Qianguang Cathedral was its brain, so the Qianguang Cathedral archdeacon it simulated would naturally be the most important figure. So, could the whole situation actually be explained this way? The reason this Qianguang squad always appeared precisely beside outsiders who had mistakenly entered Qianguang City, either blocking or guiding them away from problematic areas, wasn't because the Qianguang squad itself had a problem, but because they were controlled? All the suspicions finally began to have a possible answer. Yi Lan asked many more questions in succession, finally closing the documents. I have no more questions. Then, Yi Lan sighed softly. I'm just very sorry, but we still need to observe you for some time. We cannot let you leave here for now. Su Guangxia stood up, nodded, his expression solemn. I understand. Nodding, Yi Lan turned and pushed open the cell door. Ai Tao Tao was already waiting outside. How are things inside? Ai Tao Tao asked. No breakthroughs, just some very plausible conjectures. Yilan shook his head and started walking. Let's talk as we go. With that, the two walked towards the Nighthouse's strategy room. All tests and investigations on this group of people show no problems. Although many details are still difficult to understand, their overall actions, every step, have relatively reasonable explanations. Yilan spoke of the inferences drawn from the information he currently had. The problem lies with the later Qianguang Cathedral. After the true Qianguang city disappeared, the entire Qianguang city was replaced by that strange creature. The Qianguang Archdeacon, who issued deployments for their actions, was very likely the identity the strange creature used personally during the past week. So, the problem might not be with this squad, but with the Qianguang Archdeacon, which is to say, Qianguang City itself. Ai Tao Tao listened, sighing, her dilemma evident. So, they really don't have a problem? She didn't know why, but she always felt making this decision was even harder than issuing the cleanse. Should we let them go? I still feel so uneasy if we let them walk out of here. Creak. Pushing the door open and returning to the strategy room, Yilan rubbed his temples. Victory is easy, but the aftermath is so troublesome. It was no exaggeration to say that even if they defeated that strange Qianguang city, if the aftermath wasn't handled well, it would still be a wasted effort. From the movement trajectory of this Qianguang squad, although they seem to hold important positions and are among those who understand the city best, in reality, their understanding over the past few days isn't much different from ours. Yilan organized his thoughts. Over the past 7 days, they have hardly entered any private residences or shops. Their daily routine has been home, cathedral, guiding normal people who mistakenly entered the city, a 3-1-line routine. Ai Tao Tao listened, thoughtfully. So, that means their squad was also among those arranged, just like other survivors, arranged to stay away from problematic areas. That's what I thought. Yilan had just nodded when his pupils suddenly contracted, and he stood up. No. Ai Tao Tao was startled, slightly taken aback. What's wrong? Cathedral. Yilan paused, repeatedly chewing on this place name, and a flash of insight pierced his mind. You've reminded me of a fundamental, unreasonable point. Yilan finally found the part of his earlier analysis that didn't make sense. From Qianguang City's actions these past few days, its approach is very clear: to keep people without problems away from people with problems. Ai Tao Tao also seemed to have suddenly thought of something, looking somewhat dazed, while Yilan had already continued speaking. Where is the biggest problem in the entire Qianguang City? Ai Tao Tao's pupils contracted. That monster's brain, which is Qianguang Cathedral. Exactly. Yilan nodded, acknowledging her conjecture, and pointed to the surveillance footage of the cell beside them. Since it has the ability to arrange everything, it should least and most certainly not allow them to return to Qianguang Cathedral every day. Yilan said. Vacation, external assignment, review. It could have too many ways to arrange this point, and it shouldn't take such an enormous risk. Yilan's eyes flickered as he looked at Ai Tao Tao. Do you still remember the most problematic aspect of Qianguang Cathedral? Ai Tao Tao instinctively spoke. The monster's head? Yilan paused slightly. That's one problem, of course. But the most important thing, Yilan said in a deep voice. Ordinary people become upon entering Qianguang Cathedral. Ai Tao Tao immediately thought of the change in the restaurant owner's appearance after Yilan activated the fragment of broken space in Taste of You. Guang and the owner re-entered. But, this contradicts the actual situation. Shouldn't only people with problems become when they enter the range of the fragment of broken space? Ai Tao Tao felt her mind was a mess, and rather than saying they become, it's more like, they were already like that. Yes, but the rules of Qianguang Cathedral seem to be the opposite of what we saw, Yilan said in a deep voice. Everyone in Qianguang Cathedral has a problem, everyone does. But when we looked inside, there were no problems, no changes. Instead, when that ordinary person, who seemed to be a reporter, entered last, the phenomenon of occurred. Bai Taotao understood and summarized as if confirming. So, the rules within Qianguang Cathedral itself are reversed? Exactly. Yi Lan nodded. But their squad goes to Qianguang Cathedral every day and hasn't noticed any problems. Which means, after their squad entered, their companions around them didn't become at all. But, wait. Bai Taotao clutched her temples, feeling utterly confused now. You also analyzed that the situation in Qianguang Cathedral is unreasonable, that it's reversed. So, is it possible that when we arrived, it specifically changed to make us see it that way, with the aim of making us misjudge? Yi Lan gently shook his head. It's possible, but these things, in fact, don't matter at all. Under Bai Taotao's puzzled gaze, Yi Lan slowly spoke. Whether people without problems become within it, or people with problems become within it, for us, for them, it's all the same. That is, after they entered Qianguang Cathedral, everything they saw was normal. No one ever became reality. In the silence, Bai Taotao felt a creeping dread, yet couldn't quite grasp what it all meant. But Bai Taotao tried to follow the line of thought, but doesn't this strangeness only manifest when you use a fragment of broken space? If no one uses it, they wouldn't become strange, right? You're right, which means we might have fallen into a blind spot, Yi Lan said. It came here from the shattered space, and its properties are inherently linked to a fragment of broken space. If you think about it carefully, when we went to Qianguang Cathedral, I didn't use a glass shard, but that person still became strange. Qianguang Cathedral is its head, the core of its power. Until it fully integrates into this world, it remains unstable. In other words, it is still partially connected to the shattered space. Because it hadn't fully entered this world from the shattered space, it ultimately had a chance to escape back. Escape back. Yi Lan paused. Did it really escape back? That place it described as a prison, would it truly be willing to return there? Did it truly have no backup plan? Yi Lan's pupils suddenly constricted, and he pressed his communicator. Arthur. An echo came through the communicator. I'm here, what's up? Yi Lan's words were rapid. Where are the survivors rescued from Qianguang City now? That group? They're still at the Yuhuo Legion's camp. We're taking statements from the past few days. Once all are done, they can be released, Arthur quickly said. All right, the first batch should already be preparing for escort out. Yi Lan's eyes changed again, and he roared. Intercept them immediately. Creak. The loud roar startled Xia Man, who had just pushed open the door, and she observed the situation in the room with some confusion. However, she wasn't given much time to be confused. Yi Lan's psionic energy stirred slightly, and the mind cat materialized. Little cat. Meow. The mind cat leaped onto Xia Man's shoulder with a whoosh, but Yi Lan didn't stop there, also throwing out the formless hand. Go support the Yuhuo Legion's camp. Xia Man's pupils suddenly constricted. Yi Lan had instantly thrown two abnormalities at her, clearly indicating the gravity of the situation. What did that mean? Even a person like Yu Hui Pope, who stood at the pinnacle of all humanity in the wasteland, would feel an unprecedented exhilaration if you carried two abnormalities with you. I understand. After arranging things outside, Yi Lan immediately turned and strode quickly towards the underground. Tao Tao. Come with me to the cells. Wait, Bai Taotao jogged to catch up, still looking a bit bewildered. Are we really talking about the same thing? She asked, as if to confirm. You mean, this Qianguang squad isn't actually human, but creations of Qianguang City? Yes, Yi Lan said while running. We had this hypothesis before. Qianguang City is stalling for time. Once it delays until its ideal time, then these temporary fakes, which are like the environment, will become real. It's like Qianguang City has long disappeared, but now only half of its ruined walls remain. It was a possibility we considered at that time, but we somehow overlooked it. Yi Lan paused.
What becomes real is not just Qianguang City, but also the strange people within Qianguang City. Bai Tao Tao felt her heart skip a beat. Not being completely successful doesn't mean not a single one has succeeded. It's like something going into production, it's definitely divided into first, second, and third batches. The Qianguang City in its dormant state is merely waiting for all production to be completed, but that doesn't mean there aren't already completed batches. The way we determined these people were fine was through Xia Manman's mysterious perception, her so-called life signals, Yilan said quickly. But if our hypothesis is true, abnormalities that have already taken human form also have life signals. Bai Taodao's pupils constricted again, finally fully understanding Yilan's speculation and concern. So, that batch of survivors might not all truly be survivors of Qianguang City? She gasped. This batch of survivors might also be creations of Qianguang City itself? Creak. Pushing open the door to the dungeon once more, Yilan panted slightly, stopped at the doorway, and slowly took 2 steps forward. Inside the cell, it was terrifyingly quiet. Under the faint light, the silhouettes of 3 people were stretched long. Inside the special isolation window, Su Guanxia bowed his head, his expression obscured by the dimness. The scene began to feel a bit eerie. Finally, he slowly raised his head, and they faced each other from a distance. Beep, beep, beep. A piercing alarm instantly spread throughout the Nighthouse's dungeon, but the alarm did not come from the cell of the Qianguang guard captain in front of them, but from the adjacent individual cells of the other team members. Bai Taodao's expression changed dramatically, and she quickly said, "Oh no, the sensors in the other cells indicate that the people inside have disappeared." Rumble. Under the slight tremors from all directions, without Yilan needing to issue a specific command, the Nighthouse had already taken action according to its preset responses. Click, click. Bang, bang, bang. All doors and windows sealed seamlessly, and the faint psionic energy belonging to the Nighthouse drifted, permeating the air. The entire Nighthouse seemed to transform into an airtight iron barrel. This was an abnormality level full lockdown. Tap, tap. Yilan stepped forward, unknowingly shortening the distance between himself and the other party to a face-to-face proximity. Do you have anything to say? If you are a part of Qianguang City's power, then this will be your last chance. Watching specks of dust drift from the other cells towards Su Guanxia's cell, Yilan spoke slowly, his face expressionless. However, he raised his head in confusion, his expression growing increasingly hazy. He didn't look like he was about to gloat, "Ha ha ha, the tide has turned," and flip out. Rumble, rumble, rumble. All directions trembled once again, but this time Yilan could clearly perceive that this was not a tremor within the Nighthouse. Instead, it was a vibration from outside, suspected to be from a battle. Power convergence. Screech. Bad news. Bad news. Old Doctor rushed in, shouting, "The Yuhua military corps is fighting over there." Yilan slightly tilted his head for a moment, but he wasn't surprised by the news. Instead, he had Old Doctor with a suspicious gaze. "You're acting strange. Why are you so panicked?" Old Doctor was choked up and didn't know what to say. After a long pause, he mumbled, "Wasn't the Qianguang City incident sudden before? The Yuhua Legion doesn't have professional detection equipment, so they requested assistance from us. As the medical archbishop, I had to send some equipment as reinforcement." Yilan's mouth twitched slightly. That explained it. "I understand. Just report the damage to Tao Tao afterwards." There was no time to dwell on such a small matter with him. Yilan asked, "How's the situation?" "I don't know." Old Doctor shook his head repeatedly. "It seems like there's a problem with that batch of survivors. They suddenly erupted with abnormal level attacks. Your cat is over there, baring its fangs and claws, giving orders." Yilan held his expression, nodding gently. It sounded like the situation was under control. However, this completely proved that his deduction was correct. There was indeed a problem with those survivors, and it was most likely Qianguang City's contingency plan for entering Yuguan land. The only thing that defied logic and couldn't be explained was, why was the person with the most suspicion so calm and still? Did he think that as long as he didn't clearly show hostility, he wouldn't do anything to him? Yilan slowly closed his eyes, steadying his breathing. What to do? He definitely had a problem, but how could he detect it? Could it be that if he remained unmoved, he would never find a way? Suddenly, Yilan opened his eyes. Open the door. Hearing Yilan's words, Bai Taotao quickly stepped forward, manipulated the control buttons of the cell a few times, and the door opened with a bang. Immediately, her entire body tensed slightly, and psionic energy began to radiate outwards. She wasn't worried about Yilan's safety, nor was she worried about what danger such an action might bring. It was just. It seemed a battle was about to begin. The two faced each other like this, with no restrictive or protective measures in between. It was just. Su Xiaoguan looked utterly confused, seemingly still having no intention to attack. Yilan said nothing. Deep blue psionic energy surged, and his left arm gradually turned dark blue, then covered his entire body. Whoosh! His right arm began to turn dark gray, and eerie tentacles wrapped around it in layers, coiling around the other party's waist. Yilan didn't dare to go all out. After all, from his current perception, the other party was too weak. Yilan could only maintain a relatively weak suction force to devour him. For a moment, the psionic energy in the dungeon surged like a storm. However, the other party only looked more confused. Ancient God's touch? This seemed to be the most perplexing question for the other party. Yilan's eyes narrowed slightly. Under the dual coverage of eternal night power and ancient God's touch, two extreme psionic energies, the other party still showed no abnormality? How could this be? Yilan, rarely anxious, gritted his teeth. Unable to spare the mental energy to control it, he threw the fragment of broken space to Bai Taotao. Taotao. Understood. Psionic energy erupted in layers around Bai Taotao, finally completely enveloping the fragment of broken space. The fragment of broken space shimmered, and Bai Taotao stumbled slightly, feeling as if she was about to fall into an abyss. Steady your mind. Yilan instructed while staring intently at Su Xiaoguang. However, there was still no change. No change? Why was there no change? Connect him. No, connect me. Yilan shouted. Whoosh! A single tentacle, layered around the fragment of broken space, was pulled out by Bai Taotao's divided attention and wrapped around Yilan's right hand. In a moment of trance, the power of the fragment of broken space transferred to his body. Through the dual connection of eternal night power and ancient God's touch, the three powers finally converged simultaneously on Su Xiaoguang. Boom! The entire underground room burst into a huge white light, like hundreds of flashbangs exploding at once. Only blurry figures remained before their eyes. Ah! Ah! Su Xiaoguang let out a hoarse scream, and his entire body suddenly began to melt. It seemed that some white coagulated liquid began to exude from his body, adhering to the floor and emitting a wisp of smoke. Rumble! The night house trembled again, as if such external factors caused it some discomfort. However, is he finally revealing his true form? Yilan murmured, and Su Xiaoguang's entire body finally underwent a change. Bang! His upper half remained in its original form, but his legs seemed to have exploded, flowing finely, leaving only half of his body. Is that it? Yilan murmured, it is indeed transformed by the power of Qianguang City, but it hasn't fully formed yet. These suddenly disappeared legs are because they are fake, a part that hasn't fully changed. Yilan took a deep breath. Since he had revealed his true form, it was time to show his true colors, wasn't it? Su Xiaoguang floated in midair amidst the intersection of countless forces, lowering his head, looking at his disappeared legs, mumbling in sheer terror. What's happening to me? How am I? Yilan stared at him intently. Many of the changes were consistent with his conjectures. The other party was growing stronger, his power increasing. And with that came the feedback. His own power seemed to be devouring the power that the other party was replenishing. Still not attacking? Or was the consciousness of the strange power itself not yet awakened within his body? In the blinding white light, Su Xiaoguang spread his arms. Yilan didn't stop him, because the other party's actions. Yilan's eyes widened slightly in surprise. Prayer? Both were stunned. At this moment, when he should have revealed his true form and shown his true colors, he suddenly began to pray to the pure remnant sun? Oh, pure sunlight. Oh, twilight of the apocalypse. The Captain Xian Guangguard chanted, completing a standard prayer in front of Yilan. Yilan narrowed his eyes. Boom! The psionic energy in the room surged, but the light emitted by the other party was too intense, making it difficult for Yilan to discern if anything new had inadvertently entered it for a moment. Swish! Amidst the huge psionic fluctuations, Yilan's vision blurred. The white light was no longer so intense, instead, many areas began to turn deeply black. This is... Yilan's gaze sharpened slightly. Before him, like a projection, a scene suddenly appeared from nowhere. The sky in the scene was so dark that the brightly lit room suddenly became less bright. It was an endless, pitch-black, vast, and empty, dark wilderness. It looked very much like Yuguanland, only it was so dark that there wasn't a trace of light. It was as if all superfluous light had come to Yuguanland. Yilan raised his head, looking at the sky in the scene. In the endlessly dark, unknown place, the sky seemed to be torn apart. One half was an extremely saturated, scarlet moon. The other half was a sun still suspended in the sky, its light almost extinguished. They were like a standoff, separating two different colored skies in two opposing forces. Possibility of stopping the flow. Whoosh! The image vanished as suddenly as it had appeared, as if it had never existed. Yilan's eyes flickered, as if he had experienced a momentary hallucination that only he had seen. Regardless of where this image came from, how should it be interpreted? Yilan narrowed his eyes. Are the Twilight God cult's intelligence reports wrong? Is pure remnant sun not actually at civilization's end, but instead entered the shattered space at some point in the past? But, on to the more pressing matter at hand, how should this person be dealt with? Divine Envoy, I might have to remind you. The old doctor's voice suddenly came from beside Yilan, pointing at the suspended Su Xiaoguang. He, or it? Anyway, its power is draining. If nothing is done, it should be dying soon. Dying soon? Yilan was slightly startled. The boss he imagined hadn't even fought him yet and was already dying? Power draining. Yilan initially suspected that the duel of his eternal night god and ancient god's touch powers was causing the opponent's power to drain, but then he realized it wasn't. The opponent's body had just erupted with extremely powerful energy, but it seemed unable to remain within the body and was seeping outwards. Seeping outwards. Yilan's gaze shifted slightly, looking at the opponent's non-existent legs, and paused. According to the previous assumption, he hadn't been fully transformed into a physical entity of this world, only his upper body was normal. The absence of his legs was like a huge leak, with power and life draining out from there. It was no exaggeration to say that he didn't need to do anything, didn't need to bear any decisions, he just needed to wait a little longer, and this threat would be resolved directly. He was not human, but most likely a product of the shattered space, and he himself should not have allowed it to enter the wasteland. But Yilan closed his eyes. But was that really the case? Why did he seem to know nothing? Why, in his last moments, when he prayed to pure remnant sun, did such an image appear before his eyes? Could this be pure remnant sun's response to a recognized believer? Could this be some message being conveyed to me? Yilan calmly opened his eyes, gazing at Su Xiaoguang, countless thoughts flickering in his mind. For some reason, this person always gave him a rather reliable feeling. If his conjecture held true, and pure remnant sun was indeed currently in the shattered space, then perhaps, from another perspective, it was referring to the past. There were too many people in the shattered space now. If only considering the strongest existences, there were pure remnant sun, wandering balance, and Yiwuan. Not to mention the possible existence of Lin Jiao and the rotten full system anomaly. Surely some of them must have conveyed something to him. If he hadn't encountered it yet, it must have been because he overlooked it. And this person possessed such a possibility. Yi Lan turned his head, making a decision. Old doctor, come and try to sew a prosthetic limb onto him to see if it can stop the life force from draining. The old doctor was slightly stunned, a glint flashing in his eyes. However, he quickly shook his head with regret. Oh dear. Where would I get such a thing? Where would I find a prosthetic limb? Bai Taotao turned her head coldly, her forehead covered in cold sweat from the dizziness caused by the fragment of broken space. Didn't you secretly collect some severed limbs from the deceased? The old doctor's expression changed drastically, his eyes flickering as he avoided her gaze. What? Don't slander me. When did I ever do such a thing? Yi Lan's expression turned cold, and he shouted. Enough! Hurry up! Who doesn't know your little tricks? The old doctor was slightly shaken by the scolding and couldn't help but mutter. Alright, I'll go look. But this counts as a meritorious deed, right? You can't hold me accountable later. Yi Lan was almost amused, gritting his teeth. Hurry up. With lightning speed, the old doctor rushed out of the dungeon to retrieve his inventory, and then, in less than a minute, he sprinted back. This time, he carried the set of exquisite medical tools that Yi Lan had first seen when he visited the sewage clinic, which seemed to add a considerable amount of presence to him. I'm starting now. The old doctor reported, licking his lips. It had been a long time since he'd resumed his old profession. It's just that under the supervision of the eternal night god, the pressure was suddenly a bit much. Whoosh! Psionic energy surged in the old doctor's hands, then connected to the specialized surgical knife in his hand, emitting a cold glow. Puff! The surgical knife plunged into the severed limb, and strange psionic energy permeated it. Light circulated and flashed between the severed limb and the surgical knife, seemingly adjusting some elements and characteristics. Next, he pulled out the surgical knife again, compared the severed limb to Su Xia Guang's body, and then plunged the surgical knife into Su Xia Guang's waist. Puff! The blade connected with Su Xia Guang's waist, but it couldn't advance an inch further. The old doctor's eyes widened. Holy crap! Why is it so hard? Yi Lan narrowed his eyes. What's going on? It's too tough. The old doctor recalibrated the angle, cursing and saying incredulously, I feel like I'm operating on a small anomaly. After several failed attempts to cut in, Yi Lan couldn't help but speak. Why are you operating on his main body? Didn't I just ask you to sew the leg and body together? I know. But the power of sewing doll is very special. I need to first let the two parts harmonize through my tools, to recognize each other, before I can combine them. Saying that, the old doctor gritted his teeth and plunged the surgical knife into Su Xia Guang's non-existent position, from bottom to top. Bang! At the moment of contact, there was a sudden explosion. Looking up again, it was the surgical knife in his hand that had exploded. Yi Lan's eyelids twitched. That was part of an ability object's. Holy crap! The old doctor's hand was still in the position of holding the knife, his face utterly bewildered. What was that? Why? What happened? Yi Lan asked in a deep voice. I don't know. The old doctor shouted, I can't sew them together. Yi Lan narrowed his eyes. Have there been instances of this happening before? Almost never. The old doctor said loudly, then frantically operated. Theoretically, the power of sewing doll can sew most completely different things together, unless it's some particularly outrageous fantasy, like
Sewing a desert and an ocean.
Yilan didn't know how to describe the imagination of the madman sewing doll, but it certainly gave him an idea. Perhaps the reason he couldn't sew Su Xiaoguang was the shattered space? Were the life forms in the shattered space completely different from the outside world, making sewing impossible? Yilan looked up, a wild idea flashing through his mind.
Tao Tao. Give him the fragment of broken space. Try to see if you can sew the fragment of broken space onto his leg. Don't sew everything.
The old doctor's eyes nearly popped out, and he blurted out directly.
Wait. No. You can't just stitch it up randomly. Hearing this, Yilan's mouth twitched, a rare occurrence. Aren't our lines reversed? Let's try it.
Yilan sighed lightly. At this point, he could only continue. Even if such a wild idea succeeded, the cost of saving this person would still be too great. He only hoped that everything would be worth it. The old doctor gritted his teeth and pulled out the strangest-looking tool from his treasured surgical instruments, resembling a dental drill. With a buzzing sound, he plunged the thing into the fragment of broken space.
Ah!
The old doctor felt like he had suddenly gotten on a roller coaster and cried out in panic.
Help! Save me! I feel like I'm falling. Whoosh!
Yilan controlled his tentacles to wrap around him, pulling him up with all his might, and spoke coldly.
It's fine, I'm here. Continue.
The old doctor gritted his teeth, using the ability objects in his hand with all his might to harmonize the fragment of broken space.
Bang!
With a loud bang, the carefully selected tool still exploded, and the old doctor's face turned ashen.
Yilan's heart sank. Failed?
The old doctor's face was ashen, as if he had lost all hope in life.
Succeeded. Let's try something else. Yilan was slightly stunned, almost thinking he had misheard. Succeeded? Then why do you look half dead? Half of it shattered.
The old doctor felt like he was about to cry. These are ability objects.
I barely have any. Your eternal night divine church is too dark. Are you trying to weaken me?
Yilan almost laughed in anger and cursed unhappily. It's just ability objects, there are as many as you want. Don't worry about these, I'll personally compensate you for all losses.
The important thing is that you get the job done for me. The old doctor? Listen, are these the words of a human?
He took a deep breath, and gradually became excited.
Whoosh!
The remaining half of the ability objects came into contact with the suspended Su Xiaoguang, and then the old doctor's psychic energy moved with all
its might, surging between the fragment of broken space and Su Xiaoguang.
A halo rippled between the two, and the fragment of broken space pulsated rhythmically, moving up and down, as if the halo connected the two.
Soon after, the halo transformed into a wave of air.
Whoosh! Yilan held out a hand, blocking the fierce wind blowing in front of his eyes. The fragment of broken space pulsated in the air at Su Xiaoguang's left foot position.
Although he had no leg, this thing seemed to replace a leg, floating at the position of his left foot.
In the middle of the two, it was still empty, but faint psychic threads connected them, like an invisible leg.
Succeeded?
Yilan felt the rate of the other party's life force draining decrease by half. At least the left leg area was no longer losing power and life, so he couldn't help but turn his head and ask.
Probably?
The old doctor said hesitantly, but it doesn't seem like he can walk, right? Yilan stared at the fragment of broken space for a long time, then Bai Taotao suddenly spoke with uncertainty.
Yilan. Is it my imagination?
Why, does this fragment of broken space look like half a boot? The fragment of broken space pulsated in a floating posture at Su Xiaoguang's newly connected left foot position, like a glowing orb. Indeed, Yilan nodded gently in agreement. The fragments of broken space we've collected are not complete yet, and from the current half-piece shape, they can form many different shapes, so we
haven't thought in this direction.
However, if assembled in a specific direction, it can indeed form the shape of a boot dot. Yilan's brows furrowed tightly. For a moment, he was unsure what this meant.
If the fragment of broken space was formed specifically for this moment, then who wished for this to happen? Third brother, or that red moon-shaped high-level anomaly in the shattered space? What role did this person, a Qian Guangard who had never thought in this direction before, play? Yilan narrowed his eyes, but another pressing matter prevented him from delving into the beginning and end of this issue now. He was still missing a leg. His life was still draining away. If it wasn't blocked again by stitching, he would still surely die. But, even the fragment of broken space had been used. Did he still have anything that could achieve this? Yilan closed his eyes, countless possibilities flashing in his mind. Assuming a premise, to stitch him up, it could only be done with products from the shattered space. Did he, or even the entire Yuguan land, still have anything from the shattered space now? Yilan suddenly looked up at the old doctor, his gaze burning, and spoke with a shocking revelation. Can a piece of the city wall from the Qianguang city ruins outside be sawed off and attempted to be stitched? The old doctor's eyes widened, wanting to blurt out. Don't stitch everything together. I can only say, I possess such a technique. But, this would make him completely unable to walk, wouldn't it? Half a city wall, half a light orb? Yilan pondered for a moment, then looked at Bai Taotao. Immediately contact Su Lezhang and have him air freight the highest grade anomalous prosthetic limb from the Zhao family here. After speaking, Yilan looked at the old doctor. You first stitch the Qianguang city wall and the Sky City prosthetic limb together. If successful, then this prosthetic limb should be able to be attached to him. The old doctor hesitated, trying to find clues as to whether Yilan had been possessed by a sewing doll, and finally spoke with difficulty. I can't guarantee success with this. I made an analogy earlier, stitching the ocean and the desert together is impossible. I know, but the ocean and the desert cannot be stitched together, Yilan smiled, a grain of sand and a basin of seawater, isn't that still not possible? Yilan keenly speculated that the reason Su Xiaoguang's rescue through stitching was so demanding was fundamentally because he was somewhat special. Things like the Qianguang city ruins and the prosthetic limb, in comparison, were operations that could be achieved. I'll try. The battle outside seemed to have ended, and the Nighthouse's blockade was slowly lifted. Bai Taotao rushed out in a hurry, ready to connect with Su Lezhang. The old doctor, under the personal protection of Arthur's team, hurried to the outskirts of Qianguang city, preparing to excavate a skin-thick layer of the city wall. Yilan naturally would not leave here. Brother Yilan meow. Amidst flickering shadows, the Mind Cat arrived at the Nighthouse's cell and jumped onto Yilan's shoulder. It seemed Bai Taotao had already briefly explained the situation to it, and it didn't ask many basic questions, only looking at the still radiating Su Xiaoguang with a slight worry. What do you think? Yilan asked. I actually don't care, meow. The Mind Cat said honestly, even if he has problems, he can't beat you, meow. I'm just thinking, meow, the fragment of broken space and the current problems of Yuguan land are closely related, meow, if you use it on him, will it, meow. Yilan's mouth twitched, the answer was very consistent with the little cat's usual thinking. Anyway, he can't beat you, why worry, meow? The fragment of broken space hasn't disappeared, it's just on him, which means that when the time comes, he should be able to operate it under my command. Yilan said, can you see anything from him? Meow. The Mind Cat looked closely again, then gently shook its head, can't see anything, meow, it's just. It seemed to hesitate before speaking. I feel that for something that came out of the shattered space, the power of pure remnant sun on him is a bit exaggerated, meow. I've only felt such pure power on Xiaoqingyu, meow. Yilan's eyebrows twitched slightly, and he turned his head, asking with certainty. God's chosen level?